Enjoy your Cinnabon.
I'll double it to ASMR.
We're back. We're on even. Can I just say, because I've been doing this compilation. Oh shit! Hold on.
Have we gone off the rails already?
Oh wow!
In true tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching the announcement video, Dave, that we did to say that we're going to do a fortnightly live stream. Someone started talking about Fortnite the game straight away, but also I said that you said oh you announced it because you named it. I was like, all right, and I said it was called "Is This On?"
Oh,
yeah, we changed it.
oh.
I didn't remember that.
I think you maybe misspoke. I think your original idea was "Is this thing on?"
It's a much better name, isn't it? Probably.
It is a better name. It's catchy.
It's better. Is this on? Is this on?
Yeah.
It sounds. It's not enough. It's not got a good same rhythm. It's better.
Is this on or is this thing on? It's this thing on, right?
Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't even have a discussion about it. I mean, he Garrett came up with the idea, and I was like, done. That was brilliant.
Thank God.
I'm glad you phrased it like that. We didn't have a discussion. He just insisted on it.
No, it's just so brilliant.
I love it.
So
Well,
brilliant.
we've got lots and lots of people tuning in, which is great. Oh, Greg's here as well. Let's bring Greg on.
Hello.
Hey,
Greg.
What's going on?
how's it going?
It's going good. I was just looking at my phone. I said, whoa, there's a live stream.
Yeah.
Is that one?
Surprise!
Yeah.
So this is 5 years of Booktube. So the date was the 3rd. So this is the best day to do it after that. And 5 years.
Cool.
So 1,000 videos and 1,000 friends.
Wow.
But thanks guys for popping in.
Yeah.
I was gonna start. I was just saying to Celeste and MJ, I was going to start by just talking about what's happened in my life in the last 5 years. If there's something massive that's happened in your life in the last 5 years, let me know in a minute. So there's a few things that was kind of crazy. So I got married again.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah, to the same woman.
Same wife.
So we got married again because of the year that was like a year from hell. When I got COVID, I was in hospital. It took me 2 months to recover. I couldn't walk, I couldn't breathe really. I had a wheelchair, all sorts of stuff. It was a bit crazy. And I think she remembered, oh, actually, I quite like him because I think she'd forgotten. And then when I came out,
that illness that didn't exist.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's like, oh my God, what are people like? This is insane. Yeah, it definitely existed for me. I did get it at one point, and it was fine, and I didn't suffer. But then this time I got it, and it was obviously horrendous. And the hospital said if I'd had the other jab, which I was due to have the next week, it would have been a different situation. But because I had one jab, it meant I wasn't in a coma. So I was like, okay, cool. But it just completely knocked me out for a long time. And it was just really crazy. I've been quite lucky in my life. I've never been ill really. I've been really, really lucky. And that was like the second time I've been in a hospital all my life. And the first time was like when I was 18. So there's a long stretch when I haven't been in hospital. So I have been lucky. But it was a real wake up call because literally every night while I was in there, I thought that was the night. And it was so scary, and I know Ali was really scared. My kids were scared. It seemed like all of Portsmouth seemed to be sending me messages, and I was getting gifts from all. It was quite an eye opener as well about how much I seemed to be visible because there was lots of people sending me gifts and all that sort of stuff. So that was really nice. But yeah, because of that, she said, should we do that second wedding that you keep going on about? Because our first wedding was a mess. My side of the family completely ruined it. So I always wanted a second one, and it was a perfect day. The second one was a perfect day. It's really nice. So yeah, that happened. My son left home. He moved to Brighton and did his degree. So he's been in Brighton for 5 years. So that was a big change for us because he was the youngest. There was a 5 year gap between him and Jess. So That was a big change, especially for Ali. I mean, well, especially for me, actually, because I did everything with him. All my social life was with him. So actually, you know, we did the band together. We went out together to the cinema. We did D&D together. We did board games together. There was all sorts of things we did together, you know, and watched films and stuff. So it was a big change for me, to be fair. And then my daughter relatively recently started working in my college, which is really cool. So she's a teacher at the college, same college. So that's great. And moved down the road as well. So she moved house with her husband just down the road. So that's been really cool. Self-published a couple of bits, like the Brown Yelp Gang and a couple of other poetry stuff and that. So that was cool. Released the last Bemis album and a solo album as well. So I released a solo album, which you can only get digitally. That was in the last 5 years. And then and I wrote down on this little list that my dogs got old as well. So clearly, you know, because they're only 12 then. So yeah. So that's a big. That's kind of like that's like something I think about all day. And when I get up in the morning, I always think, "Are they okay?" It's like, so it really is like really present all the time now. The state of the dogs, you know. And yet my cat is older, but she looks like she's 5. It's ridiculous.
How old is your cat?
Rosie, right?
Yeah, Rosie. Yeah, so she's at least 18, and I think she's immortal. I think she's just never gonna die.
Wow.
Cats can live a long time.
Yeah, I think she's
immortal.
I think her immortality comes from the blood she gets from my wife because she cuts her randomly. She scratches her. Don't leave her alone. She's really close to her, so it's like an affectionate thing. I'm glad she's not affectionate with me. Yeah, I think that's why she's immortal. I think that's something in Ali's blood that does that.
That rejuvenates her.
So yeah, there we go. So that's, anyone got any little nugget about the last 5 years for you guys?
Who else has good nuggets?
I did 2 big things in the past 5 years.
Go on.
One, I retired, which was
that's big.
which was
very nice.
Completely awesome.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it was just one of those things that I intended to work a few more years. And I was living in Washington State. And we put our house up for sale, and we just got a lot more money for the house than we expected to get. And they're buying our house in Virginia. I said, you know, we can just pay cash for this house in Virginia. And I said, well, if we own a house, why does a household need a second job? Because I would have been working remotely to Washington State from Virginia. And then we moved to Virginia, all across the country. So those are 2 pretty big events that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Those are big events.
That's awesome. Yeah.
But retirement is just like,
That's really cool.
so amazing. Just
And so how
even though
much is that?
officially, you know, I'm not retired because I can't claim any benefits for old age because I'm not old enough to claim those benefits. But
Okay.
it works
So
out.
how has that impacted your reading?
Well, naturally, it does increase my. However, it does not increase it as much as you think it would, because you wake up and you don't have any time constraints. And you say, "Well, I'll just read in an hour or 2 and putz around," and then an hour or 2 turned out to be 5 hours, and you've done absolutely nothing. So,
yeah, some ways, it helps sometimes that you need to
does.
read then because that's your slot.
When you get home from work and you're working, you see, I only have a number of hours before I got to go to bed, get up, go back to work.
Yeah.
And when you don't have those restraints,
I've only got a certain amount of minutes before I fall asleep.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's my reading pattern.
Those are my 2.
Come on. Nobody believes that you sleep, Gareth. You sleep like once a week. You like crash on like Saturday morning.
Late, but I go to bed late, but I always fall asleep on the settee. Always. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating. That's probably why I don't go to bed very early as well. I don't know. But yeah, my sleeping pattern's all over the place.
Do you always fall asleep reading on the settee?
No, I fall asleep watching the TV. I fall asleep watching YouTube. I fall asleep daydreaming.
Everything except reading.
I don't fall asleep playing the guitar, so I've never done that before.
Yeah.
So I guess that probably gives me some sort of energy. I don't know, but yeah, that is awesome that you retired and you moved. That's brilliant. You got loads going on, Dave, haven't you? So I suppose that's all a bit it's like ongoing, isn't it?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was expecting some big changes in the last year. Yeah, last year and a half, and actually there haven't been any. So, which has been nice. It wasn't the plan, but I kind of stuck with everything the way they were.
You've had daughters go to uni, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean my youngest, right? That was big when your youngest one goes off to college. Not as hard because the other two are back living with us again. So
okay. Yeah.
But still, that was I was like that was tough because when the twins went, because went at the same time, obviously, that was like you just lose it, and I'm not going to do it, and then you lose it, and then this time I'm like, I've been through it before. It's not a big deal. I really don't think I know she was really worried about it, and I'm like, it's not going to be a problem. I think I'm going to be able to control it this time, and this and that. And we're just we didn't even make it to the dorm. We're just walking towards the dorm, and I don't know what it was, and I grabbed my wife's hand, and I just like while we're walking, I just lost it.
Yeah, and in that particular environment, especially, they got to look after themselves, and you can't look after them anymore, and that's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember because Jess was obviously the first for me, and when she went, I remember walking away from the dorm, from the place she had for her first year of uni, and we were both looking at each other, going, "Oh well, she's on her own now. We got to just leave it. It's not anything to do with us anymore." And that was just so weird because anything can happen, and it's like we get a phone call if something happens, but we're not going to be there. It was drivable. It was she went to Bournemouth, so that's about an hour and a half drive. So
that's not bad.
Yeah, and Brighton's an hour, so it wasn't too far away, but it was still, if it was serious, then that's an hour and a half is a long time if it was serious.
Yeah,
but yeah. So yeah. All right, let's go have a look at these. We've got lots and lots of messages. So Courtney has been the first to say happy anniversary. Thank you, Courtney. That's
awesome.
Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
Courtney's the queen of reading sprints.
Oh yeah.
She just finished one.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
That one. Nicole's here.
Hey, Nicole.
One.
Hey.
Yeah, we'll get.
Hey, Nicole.
Nicole's gonna appear at some point.
It's like 7 a.m. for Nicole.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's dedication to the cause, Gareth.
That's mid-morning, dude.
Yeah, for MJ.
You're getting ready for bed at 7 a.m.
Yeah. I would have had 2 hours sleep at 7 a.m.
MJ's already had her breakfast, done CrossFit,
Dude,
done run a few errands.
4:30 rolls around. I'm up, baby. I got 4 hours of sleep last night, and I'm rolling.
Oh wow.
Amazing. Yeah. That's amazing. But mind you do go to bed early, don't you?
Usually, but last night I didn't go to bed till 12:30.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So yeah, 4 hours sleep.
I know.
Yeah.
I think Heather's going to appear soon as well. So Heather's someone else that I've met in real life, which is fantastic. So the weekend I went to help Sean out and move some stuff for him. Heather was there as well, so that was another. So that was really nice. Yeah,
that's cool.
She's really lovely. So
nice.
That was really nice of you guys to go down there and move all those books. And
yeah,
that was a lot of books.
It was a lot of books. Well, it's a funny kind of situation because I didn't respond like that day when he said he needed help, and I was just talking to Ali about it. And in those days, Ali was, because this like quite a while ago, innit? And Ali was very much like, "What? You don't even know them? What are you on about?" And it was a bit like, no, these are friends, and and it took her a while to kind of, and she absolutely was really affected by last week when she met you and Joe. But yeah, it's definitely, I had to say, well, can I look up how much it is, and then we'll just have a look at see if we've got the funds for it, and and I had to wait till the next payday and I was like, I needed to do it because I just felt like Sean needed help, and it's just the right thing to do. So yeah, it wasn't a boom. It was a, you know, yeah, it was a good experience. It was lovely meeting him. It was a good experience. I mean, the first night we chatted for hours, you know, just chatting in his sort of his room near his kitchen before we started moving stuff the next day, you know. So and Heather arrived that morning. So yeah, no, it was a good experience, and it was nice to meet him. And I mean, now he's bloody miles away, so he moved way further than I could do like that, because Bedford was it's about, what was it? It's about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours on the train, something like that. So I could do that, but I think now he lives like 9 hours on the train or something, which don't know, probably just become part of the train. After 9 hours. I've never been on the train for 9 hours. I love Gareth loves Planet of the Apes. Yes. Star Trek. Yes. Twilight Zone. Yes. Yeah. There's all of those things I love to death. Yeah. So, and they've been parts of our discussions on live streams and stuff, which is great. Heidi's gone.
No, I need to watch Planet of the Apes again. It's been a while. Wow.
What, the original?
Yeah. Any of them. I haven't seen any of them in a while.
Yeah, I love all 10 films, even the Tim Burton one, but I know it's the weakest one. I absolutely know. I know I hate criticizing Tim, but yeah, I think they're amazing. And the last three, well, the last four really are amazing. So yeah.
There are 10 Planet of the Apes?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Now, here's a question. Who's read the original Planet of the Apes novel?
Just Garrett.
Me.
Yeah. I'm ashamed of myself.
A pretty good novel.
Yeah, I like it as well. Yeah. I remember Steve Donahue said it was shit. But I pretty much always disagree with him. So when he said that, I thought, yeah, that works. That fits. But yeah, no, I think it's well good.
It's 50s. So you have to like, okay, they're in a rocket ship, you know, and stuff like that. But I thought the ending of the book was really rather clever.
Yeah, yeah, and it takes you.
I mean, it's not the movie ending.
No, is it better?
It's different.
It's
I
different.
don't know if it's better.
The movie ending is very iconic for film.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the way the book ended makes a little more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not a huge amount of sense because you have talking apes, but you know, it makes a little bit of sense.
But the book ending is not political, is it? It just brings a new twist to the narrative. Who's telling?
And
the story?
it technically has 2 surprises, not just one.
Okay. I can't remember the one of them. See, I've got to read it again.
What?
Yeah. See, Heidi always gets us reading stuff because, you know, she brought it up. And now we're going to bring on Jack.
Oh, hey, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Jack.
I didn't
So,
know.
do you all know Jack from Sci-Fi Finds? Great channel. We're talking about Planet of the Apes. So.
Oh, I love Planet of the Apes. I've got a folio edition of it. Hang on.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
It's clearly read.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, love it.
Very cool. Wow.
Nice.
Oh, I love that.
He had it ready as well. It was like, yeah, I've got that just here.
There you go. There's the back of the Apes.
Very cool.
That is nice.
That's really cool.
So Greg was just talking about the 2 twist endings in the book.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait! Don't spoil. We were talking.
We haven't read it. We haven't read the book.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say that's sort of unfilmable. It wouldn't work in a visual format.
You couldn't.
So that's the thing I'll say.
It's not a film thing, but it's brilliant.
Now I want to read it.
Yeah, this just went to the top of the TVR now.
Yeah, right. Well, somebody read it.
But the twist in the film was written by Rod Serling, wasn't it?
We should buddy read it. You want to buddy read it?
I'll buddy read it.
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta
I have
find
to
it.
get it.
Yeah, we gotta find it first.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I hunt down that folio edition, how much does that cost, Jack? Is that going to break the bank?
I don't know what it is in dollars there, Dave, but it was
We'll do a quick
pricey.
scan.
It's bad?
No, I'll do a quick scan and see what it's
I
going.
don't think it was too bad.
I know
You
you
know
can
there's
get.
an
I
audio
have
book
this
for
old
it?
one. Not as nice.
Yeah, I've got a vintage one, as in the vintage the company. So it's quite a new one, and it's like really cheap. You can get it. I think I got it on from FOP for like $4.99 or something. So you can get it cheap, just a normal book.
Does that folio edition have extras in it? Because that looks pretty thick.
Yeah.
It does have.
Does it have maps?
I think there's a couple of illustrations in here, but that's, they're pretty few and far between, to be honest. There's Dr. Zaius.
Dr. Zaius.
Ooh.
Oh, I like
and
the style.
Yeah,
See, I
there you
can't
go.
hear the names name Dr.
Oh,
Zaius. I'm
nice.
thinking of The Simpsons.
Wow.
When they have the. Do you remember The Simpsons, Dr. Zaius? And he's like,
Yeah,
Dr.
the
Zaius,
musical.
Dr. Zaius?
The
Yeah.
Planet of the Apes musical.
So the folio on eBay, the high end is going for $185.
Oh,
Wow.
The low end is going for $84.
oh!
That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, honestly.
I'll just
It
have
was
to
more
borrow
like,
Jack's.
300.
But it's folio, isn't it?
Don't worry, Dave. I've got a few cat lady books set aside for you.
I was in a minute. I'm going to do a little tiny book haul, and there's a really weird Garbogusty thing I found. It's really odd. I think it could be genuinely offensive, and
It
yeah,
fits.
I can't wait to get to it. But yeah, it's not cat ladies, but it's just really weird. So yeah, I'll get there in a minute. But let's look at these comments again. So Constance is here.
Hey, Constance.
Good morning.
Hey, Constance.
Can I just say this? There's loads of Constant Campbells on YouTube, because when I tried to tag her when we were talking about Piranesi,
Yeah.
it was like I had to keep looking to make sure it's the right one. There's loads of them. Yeah, very popular name. Greg's here.
Hey, Greg.
He's in the sky.
Hey, Greg.
He just did a really interesting live with Gavin. What was it about? Oh, it was about the Oregon Trail, a June on the Range book. That was really good. Ben's here.
Hey.
Ben, I think Ben's just said that he's going to pop in later. He's got to do something first, I think he said. So he might pop in. Be good to have him on screen. Constance, thank you so much.
Hey, Yuri.
Our producer's here.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
It's awesome. It's all working out. I tell you what, loads of people couldn't make it, and I was going, "Oh, have I chosen the wrong time?" This is lovely. She says, "Hi, everyone."
It would have been nice to have a little more advance notice.
It's been up for a while, but I haven't done individual messages
Right.
Until recently. But yeah, I think I gave you the link about 20 minutes ago. I think, didn't I?
I was on my phone. I was getting ready to do something else, and they said, "Oh, it's a live show. When is it?" Oh, it's in 2 minutes. You were lucky I was not doing anything.
I'm not very good at organization. Cheers to all the Booktube old guard. Yeah. Books do things to me. Right, we need to look into this. I don't know books do things to me, I don't think. So I will look back on your channel.
Pat? Where's Pat?
Yeah, Pat, write it down. Pat's at her nephew's, I think so. She's away. Hello, Courtney. With a song, I think Courtney's either singing or she wants me to sing, but I won't be singing yet. I have to run. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so hopefully Ben will be back. And if Ben and Jack are on screen at the same time, they can have an argument about something sci-fi. They can talk about Roger Selazny at each other. So Lekden can't make it. But Lekden might be on. He doesn't know this yet, but he might be on. Is this thing on soon? Because we've been talking about it. So hopefully we can get Lekden on. Dave thinking he wouldn't lose it when his youngest child had those seats. Yeah.
That wasn't the plan. That wasn't the plan. And then I saw it because Joe and I were, we recorded. Then I saw him, and I was just, whoa.
Yeah. Just Yeah, because I saw you together first, and I was like, "Oh, he's running," and then it's so cool. World War II in Times Square. Barely. Oh, really? Am I really quiet?
I can hear you.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I can hear you all at the same level.
Okay, that's good.
Hmm.
Long train journeys are great. So much. It could be sometimes I just reading, go quiet, and then go. Ah! That kind of, so much reading. Yeah, no, I get a lot of reading done on the train, and there's a couple of times when I've been on my own. If Ali's gone away, that I've gone on a train journey just to read, just to stop getting distracted. Yeah, I'll go to Chichester today, or I'll go to blah 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 today, Southampton today. And it'll just be to get me reading. It won't be just for that, but do you know what I mean? It's like I know that'll happen. With fanny packs.
Yeah.
Fanny packs. They're little money purses, aren't they? Men in Suits, original Planet of the Apes. Yes, but I think bloody good suits though. I think the makeup's amazing in the original films.
Especially for it was done. What was it? 60s?
Yeah,
Or 70s?
yes, 69. I think the first one, or 68. I think it's 68. Yeah.
Hmm.
The guy was William Tuttle, who did the makeup for the Twilight Zone as well.
Oh,
Yeah. And
Same
obviously, the guy who did the Tim Burton makeup, that's the best thing about Tim Burton one, the makeup, was
Rick Baker?
Rick Baker. Yeah, Rick Baker. Yeah, absolute genius in makeup, and that's why it looks so amazing. So yeah, makeup's important, isn't it? And obviously now it's CGI. Well, actually, no, it's not just CGI. It's motion capture, isn't it? Andy Serkis, the king of motion capture. So awesome stuff. Hannah's here.
Ah.
Awesome.
Hey, Hannah.
Hey, Hannah.
Hey, Hannah.
And
Hmm.
yeah. Oh, Constance read it first. Yeah, Nicole has just said hello, but she's actually here, so she's been very patient. I didn't know I could bring more people in. Oh, I can't bring more people in. That's what it is. That's all right. Oh, yeah. So, much your limits, but I'm here. Yeah, thank you, man. We'll see what happens. Nice book.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
swap me
probably...
up, Nicole, in a couple minutes. We're not talking anything. Just like switch us out.
Yeah. I was about to say I probably can't stay too long on here anyway, so I'll make room for some other people at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll ask you to self-regulate that. Charlie's here, which is awesome. So Charlie is it's kind of the same sort of time for me. She's a Brit. But thanks, Charlie, for popping in. Charlie's someone I've met a number of times now at the London meetups, and she's lovely. Emily, her sister, I know can't make it, but need to really read Planet of the Apes. Such a short book. It is a very short book, absolutely. So when you're reading it, that would be cool. Jack's here. So
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Jack.
Gareth left me the link last night, and I only saw it a couple of hours ago. Jack, we've got a lot in common, and I think there's this great Desert Island Flicks where it just looks like it feels like I'm just talking to myself. It's very cool.
Great name. Great name.
Spreadbook Joy. Yeah. Oh, Jack.
And Jack.
See what you did there. Kelly's got such a great name. She named it 3 times.
Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Kelly.
Thanks for popping in. Cool. So we're gonna have a little shift around later.
Oh wow!
I would love that. Greg, I'll fight you over
it. Nice.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah. Because I don't know.
$1. That's pretty good.
If you know Celeste, it's originally French. Pierre Boulez is the author. Pierre Boulez. Boulez is the conductor. So clearly not. But yeah, Pierre Boulez. He wrote it.
Celeste.
Stick to British.
So Celeste, do you prefer to read books in English or in French?
I think it depends what language it was written in. If it's written in French, then in French. But I think any other language, typically there are better translators in English for the most part. So yeah, probably English. Unless it was translated from a Latin language, like Spanish or,
Italian.
yeah, Italian. But for the most part, English is better. I think the creative side of my brain thinks in English. I don't know if that makes
Wow.
sense.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
That makes sense.
yeah. But for actually for more scientific topics, I tend to think in French, like math and stuff like that.
Wow,
How long have
that's
you been
so
living in
mad.
France?
Huh?
How long have you been living in France?
Well, I grew up here, so
Okay.
maybe 20 years at this point, I think. And then I was in the States for 7 years, maybe. Well, nine years total.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not that great with languages. I kind of I knew a little bit of French when I had a French girlfriend, and I know some Italian now because of going to Italy a few times. But yeah, I'm not very great on languages. So I'm in awe of people who one know different languages, but also if you're proper like fluent in 2 languages, like clearly you are, that's amazing.
Yeah.
What about
I will
Klingon?
say-
What about Klingon, Gareth?
So again, Klingon.
Languages come easier if you do immersion and if you learn them at a young age too.
Yeah.
I think that helps a lot.
People always say if you stay somewhere and speak in that language, you'll learn it really quickly.
Yeah.
Jack,
No.
did you say Klingon?
Yeah, you must know a few Klingon words.
I'm trying to learn Duolingo, and it's
wait.
like you don't really learn the language on Duolingo. You're doing MJ's doing the same thing. I sort of can read it, but like listening it and speaking it, it's on the computer not working.
Yeah.
But I was amazed when I did the Brothers Karamazov earlier this year. There's some French in there, and I said, "Wait a second! I can actually piece together that very simple sentence." But if I were to pick up a French book, no, I wouldn't get very far.
You know what? If you want to try reading in French, I would recommend trying The Little Prince.
That's
It's
the
really-
one.
That's one of my favorite books.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's pretty basic language too, so I think you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, I'd have to start with children's books and then work my way up.
But it doesn't feel like a children's book, I
Right.
think. Like
No,
it's one of
right.
those
Very
books you can read
philosophical.
as a kid, as an adult, whatever. It'll have a different meaning.
Yeah, probably read it in English, get an English version and a French version so you can read them.
Simultaneously.
Yeah, there are books where they're bilingual, and so you'll have, for example, English on the left page and the same page translated in French on the right page.
Right.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I like that.
those are
I
really
have a couple
cool.
books like that in Spanish.
Yes,
No,
yeah,
it helps you piece together like, oh, I don't know that word, or you remember like, oh, that's the word that just
yes.
Mm.
Those are really cool
Yeah.
books. But
That's really that must help for learning a language as well.
Hmm.
Just to bounce off Jack, when me and my son are together and we decide to speak Klingon, we do it in a really we just do in a loose impressions of Klingons, like go kapla and stuff like that. We don't really but you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that for a real language. It would be quite offensive. But it's quite fun to pretend to be Klingon sometimes. You know.
What are the other ones, I guess, from fiction that people learn? Like, I
Yeah.
guess you've got Dothraki from Game of Thrones. There's a few from Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're trying to
Other ones
speak
are-
Elvish from Lord of the Rings, you're just going to speak Welsh, aren't you? That's where it's from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is we've got a Welsh channel and it's hilarious. Sometimes I put it on just to amuse myself, and Ali's like, "Can you turn that off? That sounds stupid." And it's like it's just Welsh. It's just Welsh, you know. But they always sound like they're trying to clear their throat. I can say that. My family's Welsh. Can I say that? I'm saying it. They sound like they're clearing their throat.
Have any of the North Americans here ever seen any of the Welsh town names?
only in clips, and they just like that must be a typo or something.
Someone's
Yeah,
just
they
hammered
love-
the
they love-
keyboard.
Yeah, they love their consonants, and double L is
really,
yeah,
huh.
which is amazing. What are they? Dolphins? What's going on? Maybe all dolphins are Welsh. Oh my god, I've now realised all dolphins are Welsh. That's brilliant. Right, when I see a dolphin, I'll try to speak in Welsh and see if that helps. Right, Constance says, no worries, Dave. I'll probably do the same.
Running at you, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's fine. Thanks, Aaron. I'm having an uneven auditory experience. Oh, okay. Rick Baker did. Oh, Rick Baker did so many things. Yeah,
He did the American Werewolf in London.
So good.
Oh yeah, that was a really good one.
One of the best scenes in cinema, I would humbly suggest. And he did Harry and the Hendersons. He's very good for ape makeup. He did. Did he do Mighty Joe Young, or was that CGI? I think he did Mighty Joe Young as well in the 70s, 80s.
Who did The Thing? John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah, that was Rob Bottin.
Right.
Yeah, absolute incredible.
Yeah, that's great stuff.
Yeah, I can't remember. He did another thing. Oh, I know. Rob Bottin also did The Howling. Those were the two big things that he did. But yeah, Rick Baker. Did Rick Baker do Chewbacca? I'm wondering if Rick Baker may have been involved in the original Chewbacca. I'm not sure now. I may have stretched it a little bit. And a bunch of other things. Yeah, Rick is amazing. Absolutely. There's Thea. Hello.
Hey.
William's here. Awesome. Thanks,
Hey,
William.
William.
Hi, William.
So Lekden says, I'm hanging out to watch a bit, but here on the bus, I can't jump on the line. That's awesome. So he's on the bus. I'm a bus advocate. I like buses. As I said, me and my daughter work in the same place, and sometimes I go, should we get the bus home? She goes, I'm not going on a bus.
I take the bus. The bus is nice.
Yeah. So she doesn't want to see the weirdos that you get on the bus.
Well, you guys live in areas where you actually have efficient public transportation.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
We got
Down where I am, there's no bus that serves my home.
Right.
No public transportation.
No.
And in Fredericksburg, I don't even know if our city of Fredericksburg has a reliable, I'm sure they have some sort of bus system, but it's not anything robust. You know.
So where do you live again?
Oh, I live near Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Virginia. Okay, so I've got to remember, never go to Virginia.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's right next to Washington, D.C.
But
I'd love to meet you, Greg. So I'm sure I will. That will be on my itinerary. But yeah, obviously, a tourist needs public transport, doesn't he?
Washington, D.C. is good for public transportation. You can get around in D.C., but much outside the metro area,
yeah.
you're going to be lost.
I'll quickly say about the American experiences I've had. LA's metro system was really easy, and I thought it was really cool.
Very.
Very, yeah, I thought it was really good. And there's not a lot of stops, to be fair. But yeah, I found it really easy.
Okay.
New Orleans, the tram system was awesome. Really stupidly cheap, and you could just get on a tram. And even if it took you somewhere that you didn't want to go, it was a brilliant place to be. So New Orleans was really, really like simple.
And it's free within the city, right? I remember it. Or am I thinking Seattle? No, I'm thinking Seattle.
Seattle,
yeah, it was
downtown area.
I think that's
a
what you want.
I think it was $3 for the whole day and $1 for a specific journey. So we did like $3 at the beginning of the day, and we kept popping off. It was really good. We didn't do that straight away because we're idiots. The first day we walked for about 6 hours, and then went, you could take a tram, you know. And then the third thing, New York, what a mess. So yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the subway in New York.
Now, if you've never been to any other subway, you know, there's nothing to compare it to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, even worse in other places.
No, I'm just saying, like, before I came to Europe and rode the public system, the only thing that I knew was the tram, was the underground, or what the subway system in New York City. You know, that's the only thing I ever rode before. So I had nothing to compare anything else to. And then when we went to England, I'm like, this is so easy. You just everything is marked and everyone's so nice, and you know, whatever.
Yeah.
We moan about it here, but when you experience other cities, it's, you know.
Yeah, it is really good. I mean, Jack, the thing that I was just expecting that we always have, which just didn't happen, which is literally a list on the wall opposite where you're standing of where you're going.
Right.
There's no list of stations. So if you think, oh, I think it's here, you get onto the platform and you go, yes, it is. That's cool. I can see it. But on the New York subway, you don't know until you're on the train. So you're like going, no, this is definitely the wrong train. Or you're going, thank God I'm on the right train. And one time we went, thank God I'm on the right train. And they didn't stop at one of the stops that was listed. It was like, oh, hold on a minute. I'll give up. We have 5 people here. We've lost someone. So I'll add someone that's been waiting for ages. So I think, who was it that needed to go? Celeste must have needed to go. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
I felt like I was going to say something else about something, but I forgot what it was. So anyway, I'll move on. William says, I recognise 5 people on the screen. Sorry, 6th person. I don't know who that was. Someone he didn't recognise. Might have been Jack. Might have been. It can't be Greg because everybody knows Greg.
It might be me, and it might be the fact that I've got this light bathing me even whiter than I am in real life.
I was going to say, they always say English people are pale, but yeah, you're really taking the piss now. Because my wife's half Italian, and when I'm in the sun and I catch the sun, we say, oh, you caught the sun. When I go a bit browner, she always goes, like kids would go, hey, look, Dad's caught the sun. And she goes, what? No, he hasn't. He can't do that. And for some reason, she likes maintaining this myth that I am permanently pale. Very strange. So some sort of competition. William speaks 3 languages. That is
awesome.
Cool.
Love that.
So that's probably English, Dothraki, and Klingon.
Yeah, for sure.
I have to go. Okay, so yeah, we're getting people popping out, which is great. I wish I could read in the original language. Yeah. You would get a different insight, wouldn't you? Definitely, but English is a very universal language, isn't it? I'll say that you guys don't even say biscuit, but you know, it's kind of universal.
We're a bit outnumbered here, Gareth, to be honest.
You are.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks. Kapla. Yes, that's the only one we know. Definitely. I don't even know what it means.
Okay, what does kapla mean?
Yeah. It's like a pow.
I think it's a greeting. I think it's either a greeting or a let's go to war. It's something like that.
That's a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you go to the culture, I think it's just like you say, you meet someone, let's go to war.
Yeah. Sometimes my trekkiness gets in the way of normal conversation, because sometimes if we're having a good day, I'll say, as the Klingons would say, I say it's a good day to die. And sometimes someone will look at me and go, what have you just said? Oh, don't worry about it. You know, it's a very odd thing to say in many ways. I often wonder how much we're missing. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Nicole. We haven't spoke to you yet. You're right. Oh, you're not. Your mic's not working.
I just subbed to Nicole, actually. I just found her channel yesterday, I think through one of your videos or live streams. So I'm constantly finding new people through these, which is great.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Yeah. What's brilliant about it, I think, because we're definitely going to be seeing this, because a couple of other people that are waiting to come on. We're going to see, I think it's like, we all read different things, but it doesn't matter, you know?
Yeah.
Now, Jack,
I might unsubscribe to Dave, though. Sorry, I spoke over.
I was going to say, if Jack does science fiction, is he going to join Rocket Summer event?
Oh yeah. Well, I was going to suggest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know whether I should ask Jack first, but because I suggested Gavin because I knew that he's into vintage stuff, and actually, Jack, you are as well, aren't you? So Michael K. Vaughan, which you watched Michael K. Vaughan, didn't you?
I think I have in the past. Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah. So he's got an event in July called Rocket Summer, which is like reading old science fiction. So it goes up to the 60s, like late 60s, but it's all like previous stuff. So if you want to join in.
Yeah, if there's a spot for me, I'll join.
Yeah. Okay. We'll add you after this. So that'd be cool. Are you on yet, Nicole? Are you able to speak yet?
I don't hear her.
We just see
You can do a mime.
Can I just say that was a lovely moment because Nicole, your mouth moved right at the same time as Ralph started munching himself, so it sounded like you were going. And I was thinking, God, Nicole must have a cold or something. All right, don't worry, you'll be in a minute, I'm sure. Russians were obsessed with French. Oh, okay.
Oh, you try reading Tolstoy's War and Peace. Depending on the translation, like
when you have a couple spare minutes.
yeah, like 20% of the book is in French.
Yeah, that's one.
Is that true?
Yeah, the about 20-50% of War and Peace is in French.
I didn't know that. That's amazing.
Now, most translators just translate the French into English, but depending on your translation, some leave the French in the book, the way you would see it if you're a Russian, and then put a translation in the footnotes, which makes it kind of difficult to read because you're always going, okay, there's a French, go down, translate, go back up to.
The closest I've got to reading War and Peace is watching Woody Allen's film Love and Death, which is an amazing film. It has the line when he has there's so many lines, but there's a line when he has sex with this woman who's like this I don't know important person's wife, and she says that's the best sex I've ever had, and he said, well, I practice a lot when I'm alone. But the whole thing is like his grandfather's got this bit of land that he carries around with him, and he says one day this will be yours. It's like about that big. That's so brilliant. But anyway, yeah.
Testicle.
Testicle.
Hello.
Hello.
Yay!
Yeah.
There it goes.
That's cool. I thought the word
Monday.
testicle was some reference to Love and Death.
Yeah.
No, I just said
testicle.
test. Oh, I see. I hear.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't say that. I'm trying to be PG.
So Jack was
But
just
what-
saying he's just subbed to you, so you should see some Jack comments on your videos.
I've become a
thank
fan
you.
in the last couple of days, so going through the
Thank you.
backlist.
I don't read sci-fi though. So. I read everything.
I'm
No, I
not
can't
doing the whole sub for sub thing. You don't have to.
Okay. I was like, well, I read. Okay, I don't read sci-fi Western and a lot of classics, but I think everything else is good. That's probably why it's taking so damn long to get to like 2,000 subscribers, because the algorithm's like, could you pick a spot and just stay? Yeah, here we are.
I think it is harder if you just read general stuff and you don't have a very niche
Yeah.
place. I think definitely that's true.
I don't know. Jack's very persuasive. You watch one of his videos, he may get you to try it.
Well, sometimes it's just me sort of moaning about these.
Well, that's
vintage-
true. That's true.
Yeah.
You do moan about them a lot.
We've got
Well,
two people waiting to come on. We did have 3 people.
If you got people
We might have
waiting,
lost
Gareth,
that.
I can. I've been on for a while, so I can step out.
Yeah, and I'm gonna step out too. I got a date with the hubs.
Oh, okay.
All right.
But
So I'll step
thanks for
out.
popping
Hey,
in. It
Kitty,
really
say
makes
hello,
the
everyone.
world.
All right.
Thanks,
It was
guys.
great seeing everyone. Bye,
Catch you
everyone.
guys
in the
later.
chat.
Yeah, good to chat to you.
I will add Gavin and Jack.
Hello,
Can I do that?
Hey.
I can't
Hey
add.
there, hey there.
Hello, Gavin. You all right?
I'm okay. Yourself?
Yeah. This is
Happy
really lovely
anniversary.
Hey.
Hey,
Are we outnumbered? We've outnumbered the Americans. We are now
Uh-oh.
4 Brits to America.
British invasion.
So we can now safely say pavement and trainers,
Pavement.
trousers.
Bum bag.
You did it right from the get-go with that jab. We don't call them jabs. We call them shots over here.
Shot.
Oh,
Yeah.
I said jab. I didn't even think about what I was saying.
Yeah.
A shot.
Yeah.
Somebody shot me.
Shot over here is when you.
Oh
have a
yeah,
shot.
yeah.
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 We use it for that too.
Shot, yeah. I had a
So someday in a relatively distant future, I'll have to pick up my Dutch translation of The Long Walk. The Long Walk, Dutch translation. Cool.
I just saw a trailer the other day for the film adaptation that's coming out. I don't know if any of you guys have read it. I haven't, so I don't know if it looks good, but
it's really good book,
yeah.
really good. But
Is
it's quite relentless though, so it'd be a pretty hard film, I think, if it sticks to the plot, which it probably will, because it's a very simple plot. It's going to be a bit depressing because it's just lots of young people dying.
Yeah.
But it's a very good book because wherever they can capture this, but obviously what Stephen King does is as they're walking, they're talking to each other and you're getting to know them, and sometimes they get upset by somebody dying because they've been walking with them for hours, and there's all that thing about I don't know if I can carry on, but I don't want to die, and all that sort of stuff is in the dialogue as well. So that kind of stuff will be in the film, but yeah, I don't know if some of it will be. There's an extra element in there in a book where you can read the thoughts as well as the dialogue. So yeah, don't know. Yeah. Who else has read it? Anyone else read The Long Walk?
No.
I've been meaning to, but just haven't got to it.
No.
It was the first book he wrote.
Oh, is that right?
Really?
Yeah, Carrie was the
I thought
first
that
one
was
published.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was the gunslinger for some reason. In my head, I had the gunslinger, but
No, I think it did that later on, I think.
So it was the first one he wrote, but not the first one he published?
No, first one he published was Carrie, which obviously, very famously, he didn't want to publish. He put it in the bin, and his wife was like, let me read it. And then she said, you should publish it.
Oh.
But he wrote The Long Walk when he was really young. But I think that might be why the interaction between the young people is so good.
this is the thing. Like Pat just did a video about his book We Like It Darker because she was reading that with Alan.
Yeah.
And she said that it's a real focus. Obviously, the time of life he's in, there's a lot of a theme of aging and getting older, and he's famous for writing about young people and youth and stuff like that, because obviously that's what he started off writing about.
Yeah, and he's good at it. I mean,
he's great at it. His childhood stuff is fantastic. That's why I love it so much.
Yeah, but I really like the Institute, and that's a lot of that is the young kids that are in that, and that was quite recently he wrote that. And the Holly, Holly's quite young, and the way he writes Holly's really good. So yeah, he's good at that. But clearly, if he's now reflecting on being old, which makes sense, then that's pretty cool. If Pat said it's a very successful book, didn't she? So
yeah, it was a good video. But I like that he writes about children so well because he doesn't sugarcoat childhood.
No. He's a fascinating man, I think. So yeah. So that's you.
That was me.
When I read War and Peace, it's fascinating to learn that the upper classes mainly spoke French.
Yeah, there's loads of French in War and Peace.
Yeah. Yeah, the French language.
You read a... Sorry.
Go on, Dave. Go on.
Jack, you read a version that kept the French in French?
I've got a version that has that, but I didn't read that version. I have got two translations of it, and one of them, it doesn't have tons of French in it, but it has some of the French parts in it. But the version I read was the one that everyone recommends, the Penguin Classics one, which is really readable, like a really good readable version. I can't remember the translated. But yeah, very good. It read like a very modern novel, actually. It was really good. Yeah, but they all spoke in French. And apparently, like, I feel like Tolstoy, or I don't know a huge amount about Russian literature, but one of them, like Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, one of the big Russian masters, wanted to publish in Russian because a lot of the books were published in French, I believe, because the upper classes would read in French as well. So like champion publishing it in Russian. And I don't know if that's Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, but like, or one of the other Russian, like classic Russian authors. But yeah, apparently so. That's what I read. I was reading War and Peace. That's the only Russian book I've read, though. I'm not an expert.
I read some. What's his name? Oh damn, I forgot what his name is. But the one about the nose. Someone said that I should read it, and what was his name? It's also he wrote Diary of a Madman as well. I can't remember. But anyway, that was the recent Russian thing. But I've read some other Russian things, but I can't remember. Greg, are you? Sorry, not Greg. Gavin, is your mic working?
I hope so.
Yes.
Yep.
Just checking. Welsh is terrifying. Nicole, can you just confirm if you think the Welsh language is terrifying or the Welsh people are terrifying?
We can go with both. I would like to say that the Celts are terrifying, but also beautiful. I'm like 60% Irish, and I did have family from County Cove, but they've unfortunately all passed away, so I don't have any connection there anymore. But I have been told I am intimidating and scary, so we're going to just go with that.
I love that. Well, I get shot down now when I say that I have Welsh heritage, because obviously both my names are Welsh, and my parents are Welsh, and my grandparents were Welsh, and loads of cousins and blah blah blah. But then I did a DNA test, and most of it is Scandinavian.
But that's kind of like yeah.
Well, it makes sense.
I've got a bit of Scandinavian as well. Mostly, other than being Irish, I've got a bit of Scandinavian. But that's the invasions, isn't it? So
yeah. But I was talking about going to Denmark to find my true self.
Find your Viking self. Your inner Viking.
Yeah, like accidentally start raping and pillaging. You know. Wow.
Start going to IKEA, maybe.
Your dark turn.
One minute you're talking about Woody Allen, Gareth, and then you're on.
Then that's where it leads.
I thought, yeah. Not only go for it, that's. I apologise for the Danish people. It's a terrible thing to say. It would be wonderful to get. Oh, where are we? Is that the next thing? Yeah, it would be wonderful.
I would
to
talk
get
about
the original
we're
meanings.
chatting about reading in the original language.
Yeah. I want to escape to the country and love when they're house hunting in Wales. Yeah, Wales has got some absolutely.
I love Wales. Wales is beautiful, and also I just love the Welsh accent so much. It's so lovely. It's just such a gentle. I love it.
Yeah, I think there's the Swansea accent is better than the Cardiff accent. Just going from my family. Hannah says, "Me too, dear. Those Welsh towns are amazing." Yeah, we went to North Wales the first time in 2020. I think it was 2020 or 21. No, 2022 it was, and it was just an incredible time. It was so good. Some great mountains and stuff. Jenny says, yeah, here we go. The Scottish perspective. If you think Welsh is bad, you should listen to the Scots Gaelic channels. Sounds pretty, but nonsensical. A lot of throat clearing sounds. Yeah, it must be a Celtic thing.
Is Scots? It's Gaelic. Irish is Gaelic. Yeah.
Yes. There's what's her name? The one that did the Fourth Wings got into a lot of trouble with it.
She got into a lot of trouble with it, didn't she?
Yeah,
she messed that up.
Yeah.
Just talk to people. That would be great. She's like, "Oh, they look pretty. These words are pretty." I'm like, "Do you know how to say it?" She doesn't.
Like just a tiny bit more research, and it could have been like a nice kind of, very respectful nod to the language. But just to go, I think it's pronounced like this, but I pronounce it like this. It's like, oh no, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
It's an oppressed language, so you can't say as an English speaker, this is how I think it's said, because basically that language has been oppressed. So you can't. Yeah, that's not very sensitive. I think the publishers have had a lot. Whoever published her book should have stepped in on that. Really, she's a big publisher, isn't it? So
it's not as bad as saying that Danish people are a bunch of violent thugs, though.
Yeah,
that's bad. No one should do that.
No.
Brian's here. Hello, Rage.
Hi, Rage.
Heather's still waiting, by the way. So just so on camera, I want to say, Heather, I know you're there, and thank you.
I'm going to jump out in a minute, but before I do, you just mentioned the anniversary. How long have you guys had all of your channels for? I'm interested.
Yeah, Dave.
Just a little less than 5 years.
Yeah, you're about to have your anniversary, aren't you? In
the fall.
Yeah. Jack.
Yeah, mine's September. their 5th anniversary.
Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Ah.
Yeah. So
It's all because of COVID, isn't it?
pretty much, yeah. There's a lot. Basically, you get your cohorts in YouTube, don't you? Like
Yeah.
you get like the people that you get to know when you first all start out together and start growing together, and you kind of have like a cohort, like a year group almost that you know.
Yeah.
You,
And there's a lot of them for this
Yeah.
period, isn't there?
Yeah.
I thought yours was longer actually, but there you go.
I mean,
Gavin?
officially, my channel was started in February, but I didn't post anything till September. Like I found that I thought about the name and I thought about it for a while, and then it's September. But yeah, the channel's a bit older than 5 years, but the first video's 5 years in September.
Yeah, Spreadbrook Joy is a very good name. I mean, obviously, Jack was referring to your actual name, Jack, but your channel name's really good. Gavin, how long is you're quite new, aren't you, Gavin?
1 year, 4 months,
1 year.
and all the good channel names are gone.
Is that about the same time as you, Jack? About 1 year and 4 months, something like that?
I started, I think, in July last year, so I'm not quite at a year yet, but it's coming up for me. So exciting stuff.
And you've got a hell of a lot of subs for less than a year, so that's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, I think my 3rd video just did really well for some reason. The mysteries of the algorithm. Maybe I was, playing to it a little bit, making a top 10 list, but there you go.
Yeah, top 10's always so. Nicole, do a top 10 list.
I've done a bunch of them.
Me
How long has your channel been going, Nicole?
Almost 8 years.
8 years.
Wow.
Yeah. But like I said, 4 years ago, whatever. So like maybe a couple of videos a month. So that doesn't really do anything. And but yeah, I just do whatever. But I have enough to be able to have a member section and allowed to have like the merch attached. So I have people returning and all that stuff, but I also don't do a lot of stuff that's really popular. I talk about that, and if Booktube is, I just did the video. If joining Booktube is great for you, I was seeing a lot of drama. But if you all think that the drama here right now is bad, oh no, people were being doxxed. They were getting fired from their jobs for bookish opinions when I started. So I knew, okay, I'm not going to do these certain things because I don't want that to happen to me. Also, like all of my employers have always looked into what I do online and like, I need a job, right? So I knew going in 8 years ago, I was going to do certain things. And I think I know like 5 people that are still active from 8 years ago. Everyone else has abandoned their channel, or they were run off the internet, or they deleted their channel outright, and I have no idea where they went. So I think I'm doing well, even though it's taken a while.
Your videos are awesome.
Nicole, I was going to ask, you were talking earlier, because are you quite an eclectic reader? You're quite eclectic in what you're reading and posting about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find that affects your sort of growth? Because I feel like slow problem. That's why I feel like my channel. I'm also quite erratic with my posting sometimes. Sometimes I'm very regular, and then I have breaks like I have had recently. But not having a niche, which I was thinking about doing a video about not having a niche. I think that kind of people don't know what to watch you for. Like that's what I feel in terms of my channel. So do you find that for yours?
Oh yeah, the YouTube algorithm likes niches, and if you look up how to grow your channel, it's you have to choose a niche. Like there are a lot of like horror tube peeps that are 6 months in and they're at 2,000 subscribers. I'm like, but they post every single video is just horror, so the algorithm knows where to go because
and where to push them to. I think that.
Yeah, that's definitely benefited me, and even within the science fiction niche, I just spent ages writing and recording and editing a video about my top 10 science fiction video games, and because all of my viewers are here for content about books, that video has just completely flopped. So even within the you sort of have to stick to one thing, I think.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't suggest doing books, songs, and other magic, for example.
What an idiot! What an absolute plonker! Yeah. Because also every single because I'll now again try and remind anyone watching that my favorite thing is science fiction, but it's not actually that big a percentage of what I talk about, which is ridiculous.
But that's the thing. No one knows what my favourite genre is. I bet. Like my favourite genre is fantasy, but my channel is not a fantasy. Like no one ever comes to my channel for fantasy recommendations because that is my favourite genre. But you would never guess
idiots.
it.
We are
We
shooting
are.
ourselves in the foot.
Algorithm idiots. Yeah.
Well, you kind of.
Go on.
Oh, well, it's basically if you don't have like the niche where the algorithm pushes you, it's that you have to be the brand where people will come just for you, which that's a long term.
And that's never happening. Personality is just not happening. Yes, it's like.
I've just done a compilation video that I'm posting soon, like later in the week probably, and I spent days on it, which is literally a compilation of the 5 years, and it's like I had a lot to look through, and it took me so long, but I watched it and I thought, Christ, there's so much like a variety of stuff on it. It's no wonder that I've struggled, because like, you know, there's one bit I'm singing on it, there's another bit I'm talking about Twilight Zone, and then I'm talking about crime stuff, and I'm talking about Stephen King, and I'm talking about science fiction. It's ridiculous.
But you're talking about things that you're passionate about, and that's what draws people to you. And
that's your
and that's exactly what Nicole was saying. Like, it's got to be about you as a personality and what you're into. That draws your channel. If you're not going to niche down, then it's not about the content. It's about you yourself. And you are clearly like so passionate about everything you talk about. So
Well, guys, I'm gonna let a better personality than me jump in here. This town isn't big enough for 2 Jacks, so I'm gonna
before you go, Jack, before you go, I am going to ask everyone what they're reading. So really quickly, what you're reading?
I am reading a book called Limbo, which is getting blurred out there.
Okay, I DNF
by Bernard Wolfe.
Wolf. Okay, cool.
Really angry video when I do record it, because I hate it. Yeah, it's
okay.
I'll leave on that. Angry note, and I'll catch you guys later.
We're gonna have her on.
See ya,
okay,
bye.
Thanks, Jack. Thank you so
Hey,
much.
Jack.
So when hello, Heather.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yay! Yay!
So
we got all our bugs.
That's brilliant. So we've got a Canadian in now, haven't we? But you live here, don't you? So
yeah, I do. Yeah.
Another Brit. Let's just say it's another Brit.
Well, sort of. On my father's side, I'm English, Scottish, Welsh, Northern Irish, and on my mother's side, I'm German.
Wow, so that means that basically you're 100% Scandinavian.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, when Greg and MJ left, I forgot to ask what they're reading. So I do want to ask what everyone's reading. So what are you reading, guys? Let's go around. So on my screen, I think the same as everyone else's screen, Dave is next to me. So Dave, what are you reading? That's probably what you're reading last night, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Still finishing This Thing Between Us by Gus Moreno. It's a horror book.
Oh.
I'm determined. Sorry?
The cover looks good.
Yeah, it's almost like an acid trip, that cover.
It's like a magic eye. You know, like one of those magic eye things.
Everybody look close.
Magic eye things take me ages. What about you, Nicole? What are you reading?
I'm reading. Is it gonna work? Here we go. Long Live the Pumpkin Queen. Oh, yes, indeed.
Is that Sally?
Yeah, it's Shay Earnshaw. Oof, that's a hard name for me to say there. It's from officially Disney and The Nightmare Before Christmas. Was it last year? Or early in January? I don't know. The blur is strong with me right now. I read another book about Sally, and it wasn't good. And so I held off. I held off because I'm like, that's not how Jack Skellington speaks. How dare you? I was so upset. And I held off on this one, but that is very that's Jack speaks properly. You know, he is himself in this book, so I'm very happy.
That's good. That's good. There's a video I still haven't done on the channel, which I decided I was going to do years ago, which was 10 Reasons Why I Love Nightmare Before Christmas. And
Lovely.
I haven't done it yet. And it's a huge part of our family. We watch it every year, and you know, I've seen a live show.
Yes.
4 times, and one of the times was at the Hollywood Bowl when we went to LA. So Danny obviously did the show with the voices, but he also did a Boingo song at the end as well. So that was really cool. Yeah, and also at the LA one, Paul Rubens was there as well. So obviously it's before he died, but Pee Wee Herman, he was in the original film as well. So that was really cool. Nice. I didn't know there were spin-off books like that, but of course there is. Every single franchise has spin-off books, doesn't it? So it does make sense. But I didn't know about those. So hopefully that's a better one than the one you read before.
Oh, it is. Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. It has to be. The other one has to be official too, because it's Disney, and they would probably sue that other person out of the water. But so then, I don't know which one was published first or second, but the writer Shay Earnshaw is better than the other one, and so I kind of wonder the publication date, because the other one did not have great reviews. So then they're like, let's do another book. Yeah.
Gavin, what are you reading?
It's Westerns. Zane Grey at the moment. I'm just finishing The Heritage of the Desert. So I'm still in the 1910s with Zane Grey. I'll slowly work my way through all of them.
Oh, wow.
But so you're doing 50s, was it 50?
50 Zanes of Grey.
50 Zanes of Grey.
That's brilliant.
That's one of the best event titles ever, isn't it? Project titles.
So yeah, this is, I'm now 20% of the way through when I finish this book, and then I'm going to move on to buddy read I'm doing with Roy from Roy Reads Anything, which is Hop Along Cassidy by Clarence E. Mulford.
Oh yeah,
that should be great.
Cool, that's cool. So I've got somewhere. Oh yeah, if we get to what we're going to read at some point, I've got a couple of westerns there, as well as a Ray Bradbury book that's hopefully going to get Dave excited. But Jack, what are you reading?
Well, I've got a couple of children's books on the go, which I won't bore you with. But I'm supposed to be starting a buddy read tomorrow of Demon Copperhead, the Barbara Kingsolve, which I've avoided it because it was our friend Alice's favourite book, and I didn't want to read it and dislike it. But we're doing Joy Reading June for Alice at the moment, and me and another friend of hers, Jolene from Book Club Adventure Girl, she'd never read it either, so we're reading that in honour of Alice. So starting that tomorrow. So because of that, but because I also like to have like a more light-hearted other read on the go when I'm buddy reading, in case, so I don't read ahead. You know, when you want to read more, but so I like to have something else on the go. So I'm trying to pick between a couple of things at the moment, but
that's cool.
Yeah,
so you're starting June with an Alice book.
Yeah, so and I kind of want to, because it's Joy Reading June as well, I want to have something on the go that's just calling to me, and because it's like Book Trek, I've got this really cool I found that in a second-hand shop recently, Vulcan Sky, and it seems like some sort of like Spock. It sounds really weird, but enemies to lovers kind of story. He gets trapped in the planet.
Oh my god!
Cool. Yeah, sounds random, but yeah, that's good. Or some Charlene Harris, because someone else is reading this at the moment. I was like, they're doing a buddy read of he's a Harper Connolly. This is like the other Charlene Harris. I mean, so this is when I say I'm reading eclectically, like eclectic.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm kind of trying to choose between these two at the moment. So yeah, one of these will be read tonight. Start reading tonight.
Yeah.
Charlene Harris is great. Charlene Harris.
Say that again.
Stackhouse. Charlene Harris is great. I'll vote for that one.
Yeah,
also, Demon Copperhead, I will say, is an absolute masterpiece. Thank you very much. Anyone on that one?
Yeah. But yeah, Cookie Stackhouse is what she's famous for, and I love Cookie Stackhouse series. And I read these about 20 years ago. They've been sitting on my shelf. See how yellow they are.
Oh,
So I thought a little reread of these just for something fun. It's supernatural.
Heather, aren't you reading a John Wyndham book, or did you read it? Did you finish it?
I just read it. Yeah, my review is up with a big happy birthday wish. I don't know if we saw that. That was because I couldn't send you cake, Gareth. Like, cause I love you. I was like, oh my cake genes. I seem to have DNA, like make cake DNA. Where they were just going, you need to make cake. This man has a birthday. Make cake, make cake. So I couldn't do that, obviously. So the next best thing was I thought, well, I knew that I'd bought a couple of books purely on the strength of you held them up, and I thought, okay, this man knows his stuff. I'm going to take it. We're going to go get something by John Wyndham, and I loved it. I had a great time with it. I still reviewed that. But what I just finished reading last night was Willow Heath, who does the channel. Is it Willow Talks Books?
Yeah, he changed. He changed his name recently.
Her collection of short stories, Managing. Finished that last night, and that was cool because they're sort of they're probably horror that I can handle. I am trying very hard to go. Okay, you got to try a few works, and you've got to get past. I feel like I'm older now, and I can get past the sort of this really scares me business. And it was a lovely, uneasy set of about 6 stories. I like that she almost personifies patriarchy as a kind of a ghost that only some of the characters perceive and others don't. And it creates this incredible tension. She'll pick an ordinary domestic situation, but introduce this sort of almost phantom-like apparition that looks the part. You know, he's sort of pot-bellied and hairy, and he swears a lot, and he's just a unit. You know, it's an absolute. I won't swear on. You fill in the appropriate swear word of your choice, but he just wanders through rooms and sort of sits down on furniture, interrupts, walks through between people who are having discussion. Only one person can see, and the other person can't. And it just creates a strange uneasiness because and difficulty with communicating because of that. Because if one person perceives something, the other person does not, and you're trying to communicate, you'll always miscommunicate. And she's done a brilliant job of introducing that into what are otherwise just very ordinary, realistic stories. And that creates, I think, the horror sometimes because what one person can't see and another person can just messes with the head of the person who's seeing.
That sounds really clever.
They were really good. Really recommend that book.
She's a really interesting channel, and I've found a lot of books through her as well. So I've been watching Willow's channel for since before transition and all that sort of years. But I think about 12 years or something. I think something like that. For a long time because initially she did it with someone else. They did it together, didn't they? Books and Bow,
So
and they
she came out to one of the
stuff.
Booktube meetups. We had it. And I fangirled. I was like, "Oh, Willow!" I just wanted to stand No, she was lovely though. She was just so sweet.
We did lots of walking in those, like to different bookshops. There was one big stretch of walking we did where it was just me and Willow chatting, so that was really good, and I really enjoyed that. And she was talking about all these different places that were a front for money laundering. I remember that. I was like, oh. Cool, because she comes from London. She was telling me all about all that. But that's awesome. So I'll just quickly say what I've been reading. So the big thing, the thing I'm halfway through it and I'm loving it, is Erasure, my first Percival Everett book. So it's actually I read 2 very short things before this. So and technically finishing that right one in. This is my 4th June book, which is pretty good because but this is. It's really, really good. And the only thing that may get a little bit negative might be the book within the book, because the whole point is that Percival Everett and the character is saying that this book within the book is a crap book. So there's pages and pages of a crap book. So it's got to be in there. But I was surprised at how much it was. I thought, okay, a page or so this. I get it. This is brilliant. Makes sense. Oh, there's another page. Oh, there's another page. I get the point, mate. Yeah, it's not great, So we'll see how much of the crap book is in there, but it is really, really good. It's and it flows really nicely. I was a bit worried that it might be too intellectual for me, but actually it's not, and it's really good. And when it gets really intellectual, they're really beautiful sentences. So yeah, it's brilliant. And then I'm finishing this. Go on.
No, I'm just saying I loved Eraser all the way through, and the ending is just like that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the ending's like because I've seen the film. So the film ended with a cliffhanger. So if it ends with a cliffhanger, I'll be like, okay, fair enough. They did the same thing in the film. But I'm very intrigued to see what happens. This I have to finish this because I started this on the plane, and I stopped reading it because I don't really like it much.
I DNF'd it, Gareth. I was going to say, I know you love Aldi, and I was going to say, no, don't hate me, but I DNF'd that.
Yeah, I was tempted, but because I like him normally, I'm going to finish it. But I think it's really, I think it's boring.
The premise is great, and it starts out quite well, and then it's just
nothing's happening. Yeah, so it's a bit odd for me because I do like I would defend his other stuff, but so it's a bit of a disappointment, that one. So I will finish it, but I'll finish it after getting a good high, I think, on that one. But yeah, that's what I'm reading at the minute. So let's get to the comments. So Hannah says one of my favorite films with Welsh countryside in it is Pride. Yeah, that's a really good film. You all seen that? It was Pride weekend last weekend, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a good film. And I still remember that lovely scene with Bill Nighy. Oh, who was playing his sister? When they're buttering bread, they're just buttering bread for sandwiches, and he just quietly said, "I'm gay, and then they butter some more bread for a little while, and then she says, "I know," after about 3 slices of bread. It's just the sweetest, quietest little, yeah, well, we dealt that. There we go. That's probably the sweetest coming out scene I've ever watched or read about.
It's funny you say that. So Nicole and Dave, somebody, I think it might have been Brandy, I'm not sure, but somebody told me on Voxer that buttering bread for sandwiches is weird. Is that true? You don't put butter on your bread?
Not when you're making a sandwich. Usually, I don't.
No. Well, I can't have milk, eggs, or wheat. So,
so you would.
I can't say much on that. No, well,
no, I don't think that's.
I know. Yeah, I mean, my mom will have bread and butter.
She does.
I mean, I think it just depends how you grew up, possibly, or like there as well. Yeah. It would be like. She grew up really poor, so it could be like bread and butter is the only thing she ate, type of thing for the day.
Okay.
So I think it also, it depends where you are and how you grew up. I would say because there are some other like I didn't grow up as poor as her, but we were poor, and before I knew that I shouldn't have those three things, we would eat bread and butter for the day. So
okay. So you saying that Dave's posh?
I guess so, Dave.
In posh world, we just do butter. Like we have butter on toast for breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you're having like a big dinner, like a fancy dinner, sometimes people serve bread and you put butter on the bread, but never like as part of your sandwich. You put mustard or mayo or something like that on a sandwich.
Yeah, in addition to the butter. In Ireland, you butter everything. Like in Ireland, this is true. My mum and dad are Irish, so we grew up, and they used to. I didn't know it wasn't right to not butter cake. Like they put butter on cake.
Like
that's amazing.
Like birthday cake.
Like not birthday cake, nothing with cream in. No, that was a
sponge. Like a sponge. You put butter on a sponge.
Do you mean like fruit cake or something?
If it's a plain sponge, they would which is full of butter. My mum would give it to you with some butter on top. So we just thought that was normal. We were I didn't realise that people didn't put butter on cake until I was an adult.
I love that. There's not enough butter in this.
But there's a Danish phrase called, and I don't know how you say it in Danish, but it's like tooth butter, and it basically means you spread your butter so thick that you've left tooth marks in it. So that's like
that was
tooth butter. That's amazing.
That's lovely.
I get eyebrows raised from the rest of my family when I put butter on rich tea biscuits.
Nice. So good.
Yeah,
Butter on
digestives.
or digestives.
Yeah,
Butter on
yeah, I do that.
So
digestives.
I do that.
indulgent. Wow. Yeah.
But you go, oh, you'll have a heart attack, and I just think, well, I'm sure there's worse things I could do. Yeah.
Well, I
You could
also
butter both sides of it.
Hey, both
You could
sides.
butter both sides of it. That'd be good.
Double butter.
Wow, you guys are really into butter.
Yeah.
No, I've never buttered a biscuit before.
No, that is different. That is different. Oh. I guess growing up, I don't know. I don't know if that is an across the United States sort of thing. I'm pretty sure when I was growing up, Mum buttered our sandwiches before she put. But sometimes if there was another kind of sauce, like you mentioned, Dave, mayo or a dressing, Rounce dressing, you'd kind of count that, I guess. So if something fatty went down on the bread, then that was great. You know, but something fatty had to go in the sandwich to kind of bind it, but it didn't have to be butter. It could be something else.
Yeah.
It sounds like Jack puts butter on and then puts mayo on top of the butter.
Yeah.
But that's what I found here, isn't it?
Your average Brit would have some kind of sauce on stuff. I mean, I don't personally. I don't like having a lot of sauce in my stuff, but most people do. So yeah, if because butter is a normal thing, you'd just do it anyway on all the sandwiches. Then having. But you know, if you're thinking, yeah, but why would you put butter on? Because it would take the taste of something else. You guys put shitloads of stuff in your sandwiches and your rolls and your hot dogs and all that, don't you? So, so I do think you know, it's not too weird that we'd have another flavor.
What do you guys? Do you guys not put stuff on a hot dog?
Most people do. I just want onions in it. I'm happy with onions and the sausage. Because I was saying about, I think one of the big differences between American food and British food is that take a hot dog, right, or a sausage. Take a sausage. We would appreciate the taste of the sausage, where you guys would go, what are you going to do with the sausage? What are you going to put on the sausage? But we would choose which sausage we want. Yeah, like Cumberland, Lincolnshire, straight.
Exactly. We're not ashamed of our sausage.
Don't have to mask the
We're not going to cover it up with all this ketchup and things.
Oh yeah, but a British sausage is a very different thing. Until I came across the Atlantic, I'd never seen such variety, and so yeah, you wouldn't decorate a British sausage because sometimes that would just be like, what are you doing? You're gilding the lily.
Curious about our sausages.
Yeah, take away the taste. If I put ketchup,
don't gild the lily, Dave.
That's always been my approach to it, because I don't know, sometimes I'll loosen up a little bit and put brown sauce on a hot dog, and we've talked a bit about brown sauce before, Dave, haven't we? But I would very often just have it without any sauce, and because to me, if you put ketchup on it, it takes away the taste of the sausage. You know, then it just tastes like tomato sauce, tomato ketchup.
Not even in a sausage roll. If you had a sausage for, you know,
if I had a sausage roll,
well, like a bacon roll, you know, but do you put ketchup on a bacon roll?
Bacon back.
Yeah.
No, I still think you take the bacon, taking the taste of the bacon away. It just becomes.
Oh no, I like a little. Yeah. I like brown sauce on a bacon roll.
Brown sauce on bacon, yeah.
Brown sauce.
It's an appetizing name for a sauce as well, isn't it? Brown.
It is.
It sounds really boring, doesn't it? But it's got a hell of a kick, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that tomato ketchup is more popular than brown sauce, because brown sauce is amazing.
Sandwich. Here's my tip: little splash of vinegar.
Oh,
vinegar.
Vinegar.
If there's no brown sauce, just vinegar is lovely.
Yeah, because
not too much. Don't drench it, but yeah, brown sauce.
Ali makes quite an interesting salad. She always makes better salads than I do. My salads are quite boring, and she always puts vinegar in the salads, and it always adds so much to what she does. She does some magic with it. She'll be like, "There you go," and I'll be like, "This is incredible. What's just happened?" Just the way
I'm not adding balsamic or anything. I'm just sarsens will do.
Don't go nuts. Right.
Don't go nuts. Right, hold on. So Nicole, who's here, says
so long ago.
It was a while ago. Some of the hardest languages to learn and speak, the Celtic languages. Yeah, probably why Tolkien thought he could get away with it, right? No one would know. Hey, Rage. Rage is probably not even here now. Just
Oh.
rewatched American Werewolf recently.
This is like an hour ago.
Hopefully, you still stand by
didn't
your
know
you two. Hopefully, still stand by your texts like 20 minutes later, or you're like,
Yeah, I mean, it's like you were chatting about American Werewolf, and I was like, oh, I watched that recently. It was something that came up that I hadn't noticed before, and it was at the very end of the film. There was like a dedication to it. Actually, was Prince Charles and Lady Diana Spencer on the occasion of their marriage. Congratulations! I was like, how weird to have that at the end of the film. Like
that is really weird.
I've never noticed it before. Really odd.
I wonder if it's like a royal premiere or something.
Maybe. I mean, such a great film. Like, because you were chatting about the special effects, that's why I was like, oh yeah.
You know, I've heard so many people mention it, and I still have never seen this movie.
Oh,
do watch it. So good.
You gotta watch it, man.
For Halloween.
It's
yeah.
Everything about it, and the fact is, there's like, because I go to a pub on Dartmoor, and it's in the middle of nowhere, and it's like, you know, if you go in the winter and the wind's blowing, and it's like this white old pub, and there's smoke coming out of it, and you go in, and I always think of the slaughtered lamb in the Werewolf. When I go in there, I feel like I'm going to that pub. It's just, but it's such a great film, so iconic, so funny.
We did a gig in London at the Slaughtered Lamb, so just a place called the Slaughtered Lamb, and I think they named it after the film. And it was just, we were so excited to play at the Slaughtered Lamb. You know, we wanted to walk in and they all stop.
They all stop and look at you.
We don't like strangers around here and all that. You know, I would have been happy to be bit by a werewolf, you know, because that would have been part of the experience of it, wouldn't it? But and when we went to, where did we go? North Wales. When I went on a camping trip to North Wales, there's a vlog on it on the channel. I went with two mates, and we went to the spot where they were attacked by the werewolf. Turns out I was safe. I didn't realise. Yeah, it was fine. But yeah, that was pretty cool. So yeah.
Dave, you have to watch it.
That was Jack.
I'll watch it.
Nicole's back. I love this. It's just you two chatting. I'll try my best when I read Irish words, but I know I still mess them up. And try not to feel bad. I still struggle with English. Do you?
Yeah, I have multiple speech impediments.
Oh, it's just not.
You can. Well, I do. I do kind of edit my videos quite a lot because of the speech impairments, and then I blank out a lot. That's the ADHD. So I don't want like 6 seconds of just where I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's not fun. And then I have noisy neighbors. So like when my neighbor goes and gets on his motorcycle and revs it up for 35 seconds, I'm just like, well, I can't put it in this video. So I know I do have a lot of cuts in my my videos, but maybe, I don't know, like maybe half of them are because of my speech impediments, and I will sound like Elmer Fudd. Wescabee Rabbit. It took up until 11th grade for me to roll my R's.
Right.
So
yeah,
I don't particularly like that. I have that, but I think 95% of the time now I can roll my R's. But when I'm talking or when I'm upset or when I'm excited, I will sound like Elmer Fudd.
Well, you're editing the live stream really well. I've got to say, you know, your editing skills are incredible for live performances.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I have never heard or noticed anything
No, I haven't.
Even on lives or in videos or.
I was in speech therapy since 3, all the way up to 18. So that better do some good job, because my mom put in a lot of money before I got into school, and then the speech therapy was free, but like it wasn't great. And then I finally figured out how to roll R's on my own, because there was this one speech therapist that was really, really nasty. And she was like, okay, well, I won't talk to you anymore if you learn how to roll your R's in 3 weeks. I'm like, okay. And so I figured it out. But I have to, the best speech therapist, 11th and 12th grade, figured out that the roof of my mouth is higher than the average person. So that's why I can't roll. I have to roll in a certain way. I can't describe it. It's not the normal way that everyone else rolls their R's, and it's just because my mouth is higher and my tongue does not reach the roof of my mouth.
Wow,
fast
that's
enough.
amazing.
So what is yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, so like I have to push my tongue against the bottom teeth and then start to push up to the roof of my mouth, but it doesn't reach the roof of my mouth. So I have to do weird stuff that I figured out on my own because I had a mean speech therapist that I wanted her to go away. Yeah,
that's amazing.
Now I'm sitting here like silently trying to articulate it, like
yeah.
like how can you still do it not rolling the R? I'm just curious what that sounds like.
Wascably wabbit.
Oh,
the R is a W. Yeah. So
okay.
I have to not try my best to say R's, or it would be like R, wascally wabbit, weeding. What is
Oh, okay, because you're
Well,
rolling the
set her
tongue.
back 20 years. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
I'm reverting. I'm reverting. Yeah. So I have to go reading.
The next video's gonna be.
I have to really
It'll be your fault.
I have to push my mouth and my tongue really forward in a weird way so I can say reading, Robert, Eureka. I have to. No, that one was a little shaky. Yeah. Sometimes I'll hear it and I'm like, did I say that properly? I don't know. Maybe I'll just sound like I'm from Boston for a little bit. Okay.
I love this. So this is you speaking to someone who's not here anymore,
Greg.
and you are here.
Hi, Greg.
So I was near you for a long time, Greg, but you're not near him now, which you could have been.
No.
You could have been right
I
next
could
to
have.
him. Irish words are tricky. This is just between you two. This is amazing.
I love that this is a whole.
Hello.
Say them
Of course, you have to spell your surname. Yeah, your surname. I did know your surname. What's your surname again?
Oh, my surname's Doherty, but people
yeah.
pronounce it Doherty, Doughty, Dorothy.
Yeah.
And when I say it, people think there's a C in it, but there's not. It's Doherty with a
See,
like that.
but I've got a Welsh surname, right? I'm from Portsmouth. I've only ever lived in Portsmouth. I've got a Portsmouth accent, which means I speak badly. Yeah. And every time I have to say my name, I go house, and I go house. No, not house. And I'm not pronouncing the letters, so I don't know what the hell I'm saying. If I went Howells, then that would be different. But I never do that because that's not how I speak.
But
so
also, it's the same with a London accent, because I have a London accent. So if you have anything with an L in it or a double L, people are like, they don't understand. So like my brother used to say to me, you might say the name, I'm going to say it in a different way, Paul, as in like, Paul Ewan. And you might say, I say Paul, Paul, it's like a W, Paul, and then you pull the door. So you pull the door, Paul pulled the door. Like, so it's like it doesn't kind of work. Like people just like your accent.
That's my second name. Paul's my second name, and I say Paul, and it sounds like I haven't said anything. I'm just going, Paul. That's my second name.
It's like P-A-W. There's no.
Paul.
Oh no.
But Doherty, no one ever gets. So basically, Doherty, there's a footballer, and they do pronounce his name correctly. And I found out recently from listening to the Richard Osman podcast that Sky Sports gets every single Premiership footballer to pronounce their name on film, so that the people who are doing the commentating can pronounce the names correctly. So pronounce the Doherty correctly.
That makes sense. You'd get into a lot of shit if you did it wrong, wouldn't you? I do that with authors. When I'm going to talk about an author, I don't know how to pronounce their name. I'll look on YouTube for an interview with them, and if I think they're saying it a particular way in the interview, then clearly they're right in front of them, so they're going to correct them if it's wrong. So I've done that with a few authors, but you don't always find that. I mean, you're not going to see an interview with Charles Dickens, but thankfully he's easy to pronounce. But if you're too old, I don't read stuff a lot of stuff anyway that's before TV, so you can usually find them being interviewed. But I have that issue as well. That
It's getting the names right. But there's they said it's quite funny because you can actually watch this video on YouTube apparently, and it's like an hour and a half of Premier League footballers just going up and saying their name, and they make them say it really slowly, and then they say it fast. They say it like at a normal speed. They say it slowly and then at a normal speed, and then you get someone called like Ben White. Ben White.
I love that.
So yeah.
I'm really acutely aware now of our saying. So Dave and Nicole may not have noticed you say it was right funny as well, which is clearly an Englishism, isn't it? It was right funny.
It's right funny. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna start using that one too.
Yeah, I'd say well funny.
Well funny.
Well funny.
Yeah, right funny.
Did I say right funny?
Yeah, you said right funny.
Oh, you well funny. So yeah.
I've already gotten acclimated to using well good on a regular basis. So
okay.
Now I gotta incorporate really. Wait, what was it? Well funny. Well funny.
Yeah, don't pronounce the L.
Funny. Right funny.
Well funny.
Dave, if one day you say to your wife, "I'm just gonna put my trousers on," or "Where are my trousers?" then you got to tell me, because that would be amazing. That would be the biggest change in your language. You start saying that. That'd be amazing.
Listen, stop being such a plonker, okay? Tired of you being a wasit.
It's wasit.
Oh God! Why is it the first things that people always teach each other across dialect is things that shouldn't be said in public without thinking a couple of times whether you're in the right situation? It takes me back to 1989 though, and arriving here for the first time and sitting on buses and hearing conversations behind me but understanding nothing, and thinking, wow, when are the words going to come through? When is the understanding? Glaswegian, because we lived in Corby for a few years, and oh my word, you sit on buses and just think, nope, have no idea what those two ladies are talking about, literally at all. I mean, I can't even guess that it was about the shops, or no, it's about their kids. I thought, no, I can't even start to guess at what they're on about. And yeah,
brilliant. So Pat's in the wings. So if anyone needs to,
well, Pat can take my place. I'm absolutely fine with that. I need to go and start some tea.
Well, thank you, Heather, for
dinner.
popping in. Please subscribe to Heather if you don't know. Her channel is awesome. Heather Reads.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather, for popping in. That's awesome.
Bye.
All
right. Take care.
Someone I've met in person as well, which is great.
Right. Boy.
So we've got a comment here. You don't need. Whoa.
Oh yeah, he lives in Idaho.
It's just all cars.
Hey Pat.
It's
Hi, Pat.
Hello.
Good chat with Pat. So you don't need public transport in Idaho. Do you not?
You just use cars. Yeah, the West Coast, or really the West Coast and the Midwest and the Southwest. It's all about cars, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. But wouldn't you need public transport as a tourist?
Yeah, no, you get a car. Yeah, you get that car.
I love that. You get a car. I need to learn my language. Yeah. So Jenny doesn't know Gaelic.
Yeah, it's hard. Don't worry, Jenny. It's really hard.
So Jack's proud of me for saying Gaelic.
I am good. Yes, because in Irish is Gaelic, Scots Gaelic.
Yeah. Everyone write that down. Yeah, we don't want any fourth wing controversy.
Felt exactly the same way, so it's a bit confusing.
So to be fair, the amount of all of my students say controversy. So
instead of controversy,
they should be saying controversy. They should be saying advertisements, and they say advertisements. So what can you do? What can you do? Our English is being stolen by the Americans. Nicole said, I grew in and around. You can read this if you want. Do you want to read it?
Oh yes,
that's live reading. It'd be good.
I grew
like
in and around. Oh yeah. I grew in and around DC, and it's great with public transportation. I grew up taking the bus and metro as a 12-year-old on my own. Culture shock going to the West Coast, and it's all about cars. Yes, I also have a driving phobia. So I am kind of struggling a little bit in Washington State, where it's about cars. And you don't really walk. I have like I can walk up to a mile with no problem. And so like all my stuff that I go to is around a mile. But yeah, getting a job is kind of hard. I work at home right now, and it's like a 50-50 chance that I might or might not stay because government problems. And I'm just like, how am I going to get another job? Because even like a mile and a half away is where a lot of the jobs are. I can't walk that because it's a huge steep, like San Francisco hill. I'm like, I'm not that fit. I'll be feeling it. I would be feeling it. So I don't know.
Well,
I have to.
we had
get into
two
that.
instances in New York where like my Ali, now my wife, just like saying to everybody, Americans don't walk.
Yeah.
Because we had one moment where we were given two different trains to go to in the subway, and after the first one, I said, let's just check where we are. And I asked someone, and they said, this is Chinatown. And we were trying to get to Little Italy. Little Italy, I can't even say it with my stupid accent. Little Italy. So that's the worst thing to say, isn't it? Little Italy. What's he saying? He sounds like he's going blah, blah, blah. But we were in Chinatown. And I asked someone, I said, we're at Chinatown's up there. And I said to Ali, I am sure Little Italy is next to Chinatown. Let's just go up there. So we went up there, and then we said to a policewoman, where's Little Italy? And she said, and I obviously went, where is Little Italy? And she said, it's just down the road, just like about 6 blocks, then you turn right. And I thought, what? And we were going to get another subway? That's mental, So we walked. And then we went to this shop. This was this shop, Dave, when I really desperately needed a wee. But we were in this shop, and he was showing us all his T-shirts. And then Ali was going, you can get that one, you can get that one. I was just saying, I just need a toilet. And we were asking him where our hotel was, and he said, it's not walkable, it's miles away. And I was like, okay, fair enough. And as he was saying, he then said, it's 45 minutes away by walking. And I thought, we have just walked 6 hours, so we can do 45 minutes, So I thought that was hilarious. So
yeah,
I think we might be more walkers.
I love a walk.
Yeah, it's kind of like DC and New York City is kind of the same. There are people that walk. I think a lot of people assume that the tourists don't want to walk, but then it's like, well, if they're European, they're walking. So I don't like I would go like minimum 10,000 steps a day in DC. And if I needed to, I'll go, metro or a bus. But like when I got to Washington State and where I am now, the bus runs 1 time per hour, and I'm like, bro, what? Whereas in DC, it's 10 minutes, and I'm like, I could just walk. I'm not waiting for a bus for 1 hour. But then it's not reliable, so it could be late. I'm like, well, it could be an hour and 30 minutes. What is this monstrosity?
Pat, do you do much walking? Reliable. You're gonna test that Pat's mic's working. Do you do much walking?
I do. I walk every day.
Yes.
But I can't get anywhere from, like where I live that I need to get to. I just walk for exercise.
Yeah, for fun.
Yeah.
Well, Dave clearly walks Olive and Riley.
Not now, but
yeah, true. Right, we're going to get a moment where maybe Jack knows what this is all talking about. Kapla means success.
Because the random thing was, you were saying like, when I was talking to Jack, it's like kind of talking to myself, and then I basically typed out, I know one Klingon word, kapla, and then later on you said it, and I was like, I'm literally just like back to the chat.
If we did rock, paper, scissors, we'd be doing it forever, wouldn't we? It'd be like
one Klingon word. Like, every now and again, I'm being very nerdy, and to do something really, really well, I'm like kapla, like really nerdy.
Gavin, when you watch that back, some of that looked a bit odd.
Oh, am I not fully in shot? Okay.
So Jack says, do you want to read it out?
Oh yeah, I know a couple of other Klingon words. I have no idea how you spell them. Kind of like Irish or Welsh. I would no idea how to spell it.
Yeah. And now,
And I'm not going to try and pronounce it.
Can you read that out with Jenny's voice?
No.
Yeah, grab some flashcards. Grab some flashcards. I don't know what that's about. Is that about?
This is about like I don't know, words, translations. I mean, it was like
Possibly.
an hour ago. It'd be so long.
Yes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. And one of the things I love about your channel, Nicole, is your reactions to your own things that you say, and you've got that there brilliant face.
Yeah. I have a poker face, which is a nice word to say, and I also have the expressive faces when I want to. They work in both ways. In DC, it was poker face, don't talk to me. And then also, I can bring on a crazy face if you want to and start talking to myself if you start following me, sir. So it works both ways. I'm very eclectic.
The many 1,000 faces of Nicole.
Yeah.
William's given us the $1 billion question. How long will this live stream be? Well, I'm here for the duration, so I don't know, mate. We'll see what happens. Maybe when Dave goes.
I'm telling you right now, Gareth, I'm not staying all day.
Hey, I started early. This is well early for me. So, we'll see what happens. Gav, it's up to you. Celeste says, hello from the other side.
Very far from the other side.
Got mad. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for popping in. That was amazing. So, true about French in War and Peace.
War and Peace.
Huge.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think everyone seems to get mad at the US public. Yeah. Well, I hadn't experienced that until New York. So the other two places, I was really impressed. So I think it really matters where you are. It's a big country, and I guess they've got different systems. And someone told me, oh, it's because there's so many different lines, and it's just really big. But that doesn't explain why 3 different people who worked for the subway gave us the wrong information. And one person, the first one, spent ages with us. He was there with us for at least 15 minutes, and we gave him a tip because we were so impressed with how much effort he made.
It was wrong.
But it was wrong. It was so much effort, and it was pointless. So yeah, we wanted to chase him and get the tip back.
If the people that work there can't figure it out, that says something.
It's just so weird. They're like, what? And I thought it was funny, but Ali was getting really wound up going, I hate this subway. Okay. Happy date. Yeah. So that was him and MJ went. Greg went. Who's the next Desert Island movie? Oh, that's a good shout. I don't know. I've asked Dave a couple times, and Dave says he doesn't watch movies.
I didn't say that I wouldn't do it. You asked me like once, and I was crazy at the time.
No, it could be Dave. It could be any. I think
I've been waiting for another invitation, but
we should do a Muppets edition.
Pass me by.
Muppets edition.
Oh yeah. We are supposed to be doing a live. I haven't seen it yet. I did talk to Jack and a few other people about doing a live stream after watching the Jim Henson biography film. So that might happen. But yeah, I don't know actually. But I want to do another one soon. So yeah, if anyone wants to do it, let me know. So Pat, if you want to do it, did you say you don't watch films much?
I don't watch enough films. I didn't think I'd have enough to talk about. So.
But you are aware that all of Sean's films were before 1950.
Yes.
I don't think anyone knew any of the films he was talking about. There was one that was 6. There was one that was 9 hours long. I'm
my goodness!
Really?
Yeah, but that's a Napoleon film. That's a good film.
Okay, Gavin's seen it.
9 hours?
Wow.
Yeah.
He did a lot, Napoleon.
Which is okay.
It's true.
Wow.
He did do a lot. So I'm gonna go. Thanks so much. Oops. Jenny says shots come with alcohol. Yeah.
Right.
The whole shots thing. Yeah. Maybe it does in America. Can you share the name of Jack's channel? Yes, Jack's channel is called Sci-Fi Finds.
Sci-fi find.
Sci-Fi Finds. I will probably, after this is all
He's
over,
in the
I'll
chat.
probably-
Yeah. Well,
Yes,
he's
that's
also
true.
still in chat.
How do you know it's
Is
not
he
this?
still
How do you know she's not talking about this Jack?
No, oh yeah, I think it was the other Jack. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think because I was one going to ask about Jack's channel name.
Yeah, Sci-Fi Finds. Really, really good channel. Hopefully reading it tomorrow after I finish my Lincoln Rhyme book. Cool. I don't know what that was to Heidi. So, Gates of Fire, that is. I wasn't sure what that means. Now I do. Gates of Fire is a book. I have not picked up a King book since I discovered Booktube. Too many new to me authors. Yeah, yes, fair enough. But I am a big fan. It's got to be said.
Randomly, I hadn't picked up a King book in years until I came back onto Booktube. And I love Stephen King. Like, I was a huge fan when I was younger and read loads. And then I went through this period of just, I think I maybe read one or two. But coming back onto Booktube made me go, oh no, I do want to read. Like, because people are still chatting about Stephen King. It made me reignited my interest in Stephen King.
I tell you what, Booktube has made me more aware of what I'm reading. Is that true for you guys as well?
What do you mean by more aware of?
So I think I was a little bit more casual about what I read, and I was like, I'll just read that, and then I was aware of what authors I really liked, but I wasn't as aware, and I think now I could reel off favorite books and favorite authors really quickly because I think about it a lot because of all the tags and all the different ways that we've talked about it on our videos. Mm-hmm. So I think it's really changed my awareness of my own taste.
Made you more conscious of it.
Yeah.
It's maybe a lot more indecisive.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're only reading sort of 10 authors on a regular basis, someone asks you your favorite, you'd be able to answer it. If you're now reading, 100, 150 a year, and someone says, who's the best? So, no idea.
Yeah.
It's also down to like asking, what are you reading at the moment? And I'm like, well, and I'm buddy reading this, and I might be reading this, and then like never just reading one. Like I was always someone who read multiple books, but not to the extent I do now. But
the reason why I did the Ray Bradbury deep dive was, and I'm still doing it, but that was because I wanted to know for sure if he was my favorite author. And it'd been so long since I'd read whatever was the last thing I read by him. I thought I need to start reading him again. Because he was definitely, him and Richard Matheson were the two that I thought would be my favourites. But I thought I'm going to read all of his, and then I'm going to read all of Richard Matheson's. It's been wonderful going back to those books, but it's that thing, isn't it, that you feel like you're going to get asked, or you should know if you've got a channel and all that. So, yeah.
I didn't realise what my favourite author was until I started Booktube either. I was like, I don't have a favourite because there's too many I like. And then I started Booktube and I was like, I talk about Terry Pratchett a lot. I probably have some Terry Pratchett books. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to... It doesn't mean you don't love loads of other people, but it's kind of like, well, who is my, the one that I would name if I had to, sort of thing, So Booktube is why my TBR is out of control. Well, these damn convincing influences. Well, sorry.
Terrible.
I don't know if I've ever said anything that Jenny's read. Let me know, Jenny. Have you ever read something I've said? That'd be interesting to know. Ramble Broadcasting has influenced my TBR. Okay, don't know that one. Do you guys know Ramble Broadcasting?
No.
Could be a fancy one, Jack.
Oh, worth checking out.
Yeah, Heidi reads a lot of fantasy. You'll catch up and you'll have more recommendations. Gogol, that's it. Yeah, that was when I mentioned that was the most recent Russian thing I'd read, The Nose, and it was
that could be a really odd comment. Otherwise, like what?
Gogol the Nose. Gogol. Yeah, it's really funny and kind of satirical and kind of bizarre. It's only about 10 pages long, but the guy loses his nose, and it's somewhere where he has to retrace his steps to find his nose. And it all gets really complicated, and he's talking to these people in power to try and get his nose back and all that. It's kind of satirical.
Sounds like a John Klassen book. Except those picture books,
Yeah.
Oliver,
go on.
No, go ahead. No, I was just going to say she's literally surfing your channel right now because I had it open to open the live stream on the iPad. and I'm like, what's going on? She's using her tongue, and she's going up and down on your. She's swiping the iPad on her tongue.
So Olive is licking my channel. Is that what you're saying?
Here we go.
Sorry. Don't start, Pat.
It always happens when you join.
Gonna be whipping out her socks in no time.
Yep.
Yeah, Pat, you just made that rude. I mean, dogs lick things all the time.
I know.
Wow.
You know.
Lowering the
You
tone.
bring me on the show and it's all downhill.
That's amazing. Ralph, you're a sexual predator. Constance says, I want to read. What?
Solzhenitsyn.
Solzhenitsyn. That's a kind of sausage, isn't it? Before too long. Any thoughts or recommendations? I don't know that, so you can
Who's
probably
that?
tell. Solzhenitsyn. Go on,
Start.
Of course, Gavin knows what it is.
Gavin.
Go ahead.
A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich. That's him, isn't it?
Yep, that's him.
Oh,
The life of what?
Is that
A
set
Day in the
during
Life
World
of
War
Ivan
II?
Denisovich.
Is that set during World War II?
It's set in the Gulag. I think it's around that time, yeah.
I think I've bought that. I think I own that, but didn't recognise the.
But you didn't recognise the name.
No, I found it
It's
second
a
hand.
very
It's
common name. So
Penguin Classic. Yeah, that's literally the Russian version of Smith. I learned. Dia says I learned about the upper class in Russian being schooled in French while reading Eugene Onegin. Constance says hi. Gogol. Yeah, there we go. Hannah was there. How are you, Constance? So we're going to find out how Constance is.
Well.
Well.
Welsh.
Well. Yeah, wrote the nose. I mean, I like Tom Jones as much as the next man. IKEA is close enough. Highly caffeinated. That's the answer how she is. I love that. Sounds like a great day so far then. My escape to the country was mentioned earlier. I've had my channel since 2020. Wow. But I was on my older channel since 2011. That was non-booking stuff.
Wow.
I don't think I was watching YouTube in 2011. I mean, it's 20 years old, isn't it, at the moment, YouTube, which always blows my mind.
Is it?
It's older.
Wow.
The 20th anniversary, it's its 20th birthday.
Wow.
YouTube.
So can you trace it back to one person and one video then?
Yeah, I showed this video to my students. Like we were doing, I can't remember what computing lessons we were doing. And there's a video, which is the first YouTube video. And it's like my day at the zoo or something. And some random person uploaded their day at the zoo. And it's like a minute or so long. And it's like,
that's a good one.
Bad old camera and someone's chatting about being at the zoo, and it's got millions of views because it's the very first ever YouTube video.
That's the first one. Wow.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, going to the zoo or
Yeah.
My day at the zoo?
Yeah. Because I grew up on chat rooms and forums starting at 12 years old, and then stayed on there for a little bit, and it was MySpace, and then YouTube got really popular, and well, then MySpace went bye-bye. So then I was like, where do you go? Because also the chat rooms and the forums died off.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
So then like YouTube came up at the same time as Facebook, and so everyone migrated to Facebook, and then
it's so random because like I was obviously a bit older than that. So I didn't grow up on chat rooms and stuff. I was like, I got my first email address when I went to university, and I was like 21 because I went to university late. And so I was like, what is this? And what do I do with it? I have no idea. And so I had no idea about any of it. And then I was trying to change, this is really boring just to have but background info needed, change my storage from on Microsoft, and I'm fed up with all these subscriptions and everything else. So I was like, I don't want this Microsoft, like this subscription goes up every year. I don't want it anymore. So I was like, got rid of the subscription, and they recently said, oh, you've got all this storage that you need to now, you've only got 15 gig of storage for your email, and you've got 18 gigs worth of emails. I was like, how have I got 18 gigs worth of emails? And I haven't deleted an email from my Outlook since 2006.
Oh,
Yes.
So
wow.
I looked back at my email in 2006 because you can order it oldest to newest. And literally now my Hotmail is like constant, like Amazon or shopping or whatever. You sign up for nonsense because I use that for shopping and for all sorts of things. And so I don't get any personal emails through there anymore. But back then it was all personal emails. And my friends and I emailing each other what we were going to do that Friday. Who's going here? Who's going there? And it's literally for about a couple of years, I'm just scrolling through it and it's just email friends back and forward. And then Facebook notifications start popping up in about 2009. So clearly we all switched over to Facebook then. But it was this weird time capsule of how we communicated. I don't remember that email was such a big part of our lives. It must have been because there were no group chats. There was no socials. When we contact a big group of people, we all emailed each other, which is so bizarre to think about now.
I was going to say, because we just mentioned the visit to the zoo, I just think it's an interesting thing to talk about. What's the first animal that you're most excited to see at a zoo? Just go around. We'll go around. Did you say penguins? Oh my god! For me, it's penguins.
Really?
I love watching penguins. Penguins are awesome.
So there.
Dave, what's yours?
I don't go to the zoo very often.
Oh, come on. You've never been to a zoo?
No, I've been to the zoo, but I mean, I would probably want to go see like the gorillas first thing.
The gorillas. Okay, cool. Nicole?
Oh, I get very upset.
Zoos
if they're small zoos, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know when I've been last to a zoo. I would have. I'm a Debbie Downer. I would walk out of the zoo.
Okay.
Because a lot of because I haven't been to the zoo for a while, but a lot of my friends were the same. They don't like zoos, going to them anymore. But
because
when I was younger.
Yeah, when the last time I remember I went to the zoo, it was, and this is really wrong, they had one elephant, and they had like the shock fence, and all the elephant did was reach over to get some bamboo, and I was like, I'm out, I'm gone. No, because it got shocked for reaching for bamboo, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna leave because I'm gonna get really pissed off. I'm gonna leave right now. Thank you, bye-bye. And I wasn't the only one because there were other people. They're like, "Are you serious? Why is this a thing?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna leave. I can't."
Yeah.
So that was the last time. It's just like the elephant's alone. It's trying to grab for bamboo. It's an extremely smart animal that should not be alone in the first place. I gotta go because someone's gonna film me. And
Get angry at them. Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but there's like a nature. Oh, yeah. Did you hear it? I said blah, blah, blah. A nature walk, a couple hours away from me, where it's like acres and acres and acres, and they have what you say, prey animals just walking around, and I like that. So
yeah.
I think it's like deer. I see deer all the time, but I think that was nice because it's like 10 or 15 acres, and yeah, it's closed off, but they're not,
Yeah, they're not confined.
Yeah,
and they're not on their own. Yeah. Gavin.
Going it to you.
Giraffes.
Giraffes.
Yeah.
Giraffes are good. Yeah. Giraffes are good.
That's a good shout. And to be honest, I guess I must love giraffes because giraffes feature heavily in my most popular story I've ever written. So, Ethel Pinchworthy story. People talk about the giraffe element, and clearly I must have had a lot of fun about thinking about these the way that the giraffes are in the book, in the story. So yeah.
Okay. Well, if you thought about giraffes, then if a giraffe was to wear a necktie, does it go down the bottom of the neck or at the top of the neck?
It's got to be
really long.
It'll have to be a massively long tie, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't. If you wear a tie, you wear it at the base of your neck, not the top.
True.
But a giraffe. Giraffe wears it at the base of their neck.
I think a giraffe would wear it right at the top and then dangle down right to the bottom. I think.
That's what I think. Like big long.
I'm glad we sorted that out.
So we went to.
Otherwise, you got loads of neck without a tie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sold. Sold.
Pat, what about you? Is there an animal you really love? Because maybe the zoo thing is clearly very understandably contentious. So an animal that you love seeing in the wild or on TV.
Well, yeah. I mean, I couldn't. I've been to a couple of the big zoos, but I like aquariums better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always think the fish shouldn't be in little tanks, but
yeah, no, I know. I mean, I don't think I really agree with the concept of either one, but I like seeing stuff swimming around, you know.
Yeah.
I got bitten by a penguin at an aquarium. Because I said to my kids, when you do like 2 truths and a lie with the kids, and I always tell them that's one of them, and they always like, that's the lie. I was like, no, it's true. I actually did. Because in like Yarmouth or somewhere, and they've like an aquarium. I'm sure it was in Norfolk somewhere, and you could walk through, and the penguins are just milling about. One of them.
Oh wow, that's mad.
Oh.
And penguins always seem happy, but are they happy?
Who knows?
Are they good pretenders, good liars? I did go to a zoo once, Nicole, and there was a panther just walking back and forth, just doing that, and I knew he was not happy. That really pissed me
like
off.
there's a specific term for that where they're going basically insane. If you go back and forth or in a circle, you can tell. And I'm just like, but if we're talking about favorite animals, foxes, hello, I will cry. Okay, I will cry.
Foxes?
I see a fox. Yes. Especially red fox.
I have got shitloads of foxes outside my house all the time.
If you were in London, you'd cry every day. They're just literally in your garden all the time.
Well,
they wake you up. It's horrific.
I would be like Kristen Bell. If anyone knows the Kristen Bell clip from Ellen where Ellen brings out a sloth and Kristen Bell's like, that's me with foxes. And I grew up with foxes sound like banshees, and I think that's amazing. Like, this is metal. I like that.
They sound like no, because when you're trying to go to sleep at night, they sound like a child screaming.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. And so when you're just drifting off to sleep and you hear
no, I get it all the time. So we obviously get a lot of city foxes, and we're on the main road as well. So they're always going to the bins.
Urban fox.
Wait, you have a lot of foxes in the city?
Everywhere.
They've all moved out in the countryside. Yeah.
Wow.
But I had this horrendous noise outside my house one night, and because you hear it a lot anyway, but it was so extreme. I was like, "What the hell is happening outside?" And I opened my door. Yeah. Just outside my door, there were 7 foxes going mental. And it was so. It was. I mean, if you imagine 7 crazy voices screaming their head off, it was so weird. And I obviously stepped out, and as soon as I'd made one step outside, they went, shit.
They're really successful in cities, because I've moved to the countryside. I grew up in London, where you see foxes constantly, and hear them constantly. And here in Devon, I haven't seen one.
Wow.
I haven't seen a single.
You haven't seen one fox in Devon.
That's mad. But they do the hunt still here. But unfortunately they do fox hunting here still. But that's not why I haven't seen one.
That's why you haven't seen them. Surely.
I don't think that's why I haven't seen one. I think it's because foxes here are kind of more and fox out in the countryside, where it's in its traditional habitat, is more hidden, whereas where am I? Hello. But they're really adapted to living in cities and scavenging, and they're just everywhere.
Banning fox hunting never worked then. I thought it was supposed to have stopped.
I don't think they're not supposed to hunt the fox.
They do it. They do it anyway, don't they?
Yeah, but they do. But there's they're not supposed to be hunting with dogs or whatever,
yeah.
are they? They're supposed to be culling them in a different way. But there's a hotel just up the road from us. So on Boxing Day, they have the hunt. The hunt goes out on Boxing Day, and you can hear it. Like and they have the big pack of sounds and everything else.
They don't see the get together, but it's just like, well, just do your little dress up game, blow your little trumpet, go
Don't kill
home.
the poor fox. It's so cool. Like, it's because it's a pack of dogs chasing it, isn't it? And
send them to the cities.
I still see saboteurs being, attacked and all that sort of stuff. There's still people trying to stop the hunting. It doesn't get policed. That's the point, because the people in power don't give a shit. So it might be banned, but
it's always posh people, isn't it?
We do it. Get away with it. Elaine is being very patient. I don't know if she can wave from. So Elaine's waving to me from the backstage. But
if you want someone else to join, I will hop off and let someone else join.
Jack, thank you so much for popping in.
Wait! Before you go, let me give you the stat. I just pulled it up. It's called Me at the Zoo.
Yeah.
April 23rd, 2005. 363 million views.
Wow.
17 million likes, 10 million comments.
Man, you'd never have to work again.
The early days, they wouldn't have been monetized. So when they decided to monetize, they must have been like, yes, come on.
Good for them.
Yes.
Wow.
Enjoy as well. Enjoy. Go and watch it.
I'm going to go see a visit to the zoo.
Some random person at the zoo. All right. Congratulations, Gareth.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you so much for popping in.
See you, Jack.
Bye, Jack.
Bye.
Bye.
So,
Delicious.
Elaine?
Oh, look, and I'm on. Hello. Hello. Jim Panther. Panther's gone. He's figured out I'm on camera now.
Dear says, Mr. Delicious and I have a date too. Oh, that was amazing. When she was on our show and she said, I just call my husband Mr. Delicious.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Here.
That was amazing. That was a great moment. It's Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
A long time ago.
So Joe has met Ali as well, which is cool. I found Jack's top 10 list, but Jack's summarizes. It's Jack's summaries that won me over. Yeah, and saying the more bizarre the book, the better. Yeah, absolutely. He does delve quite a bit into the random vintage sci-fi that he finds, which is really good.
Yeah.
So Jenny says, "Hey, Joe and Mary, not sure who's in charge. Possibly Joe, and it's usually Joe, but not now. It is. So Joe says, so because Ali's just turned up, all three animals are like, oh, she's back. So Rosie's there, Ralph's by the door. I think Chico's still in another world, but Rosie's turned up. You gonna go on camera? I might be able to get on camera. She's like a panther.
You know, the guy who did Me at the Zoo, he did a follow-up video.
Did he?
Yeah, just a month ago, he did another one.
Oh, it's because
that was a bad idea.
20 years.
Yeah, he says Me at the Zoo 20 years ago, however many hundreds of millions of views. And then Me at the Zoo 20 years later, just last month. That one's not so popular.
Anniversary one. Well, I guess that might take him a while to get. Might take him 20 years to get that many millions of views.
Yeah, you got to post more consistently on YouTube.
It kind of looks the same, though. It doesn't look like it's 20 years later.
Oh, that's weird. I don't have that one.
Oh.
They both came up on my...
Oh, maybe it's on a different channel. Did he open a different channel?
Yeah,
he probably forgot the password, so he needed to do this channel.
I mean, I just put it in on my search, and they both came up. It's definitely the same guy, but I think it's the same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different channel.
Oh, it's a different channel with the same My Day at the Zoo video.
Yeah.
So
well,
he's
My Day at the Zoo, and then it's Me at the Zoo 20 years later. Cody Hales.
That's really weird. It's like the same video 20 years later. Why would you do that?
I mean, I'm not turning the sound on. I was just looking at it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. So William says his channel was an accident. 2020, I thought I was logged into my old channel. When I wrote a comment or uploaded a video, somehow YouTube auto-created my channel. That's weird.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Matt's here. That's awesome. So if you don't know Matt's channel, I think he's brilliant. He doesn't post as much as he used to. I think he's got loads going on probably. But thank you, man, for popping in, and congrats, because yeah, that's cool. I try to champion this channel because he talks about some books that I've read or I'm going to read sometimes. So yeah, Matt's cool. Nicole, have you done top 10 lists for self-publishing? That's interesting.
There's not really any, there's not 10 places to self-publish, and then Amazon changes things literally every 2 weeks. So that
you could do top 10 tips on how to self-publish, maybe.
Oh, that's true.
But here's a fun thing, because I know some people have issues with Amazon. I do not, because it means I can buy authors from all over the world, and guess what? They get published here in Canada. So not only am I supporting my American friends, my British friend, who happy anniversary, Gareth, but they get published here, they get printed here in Canada, so it's a win-win.
Cool.
There you go. Did my plug.
I've had a bit of problem with writing the sequel to that book, because I really want to. I know what the plot is, but I don't remember a lot of the detail of the first book. So I was thinking I might remember it if I read the book on my channel.
Yeah.
Because you're.
I'm reading it in 2 weeks.
Yeah, you're doing that. Yeah, I'll wait until you've done it, but. I was thinking that might be quite a clever way of me actually getting it back in my head, and then write some notes on the video, maybe even. But it won't get in the way of sales because nobody buys it. But I think it might be a good way of me, because I want to write the sequel, because I know just thinking about it makes me laugh. So I think it was worth writing. I don't know if it would be as good as the first one, but I think it'd be fun. So yeah, I'm probably going to do that at some point. That's probably going to be just up on my channel in, like, I don't know, a month's time or something. Me starting to read, and maybe I'll give up because I think, oh my god, this is awful. Why am I reading this?
No.
Hey, then you can let me finish reading it, because I'm going to do a few chapters. Right now I'm reading Nicole's. So I've got 3 weeks in Nicole. Then I'm doing Brown Yelp for a few weeks. And then I have to pick 10 transformations. So a couple of stories that aren't too long. Yeah. So
no, that's cool.
You could even have guest readers. For certain chapters, you know?
Oh, yeah. Are you volunteering, Dave?
I'll do a chapter, yeah.
You've got much better voice than I have. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to argue.
Okay. If anyone wants to do that, then that'd be awesome.
Do a chapter.
They're not very long.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. If anyone wants to volunteer, then I think I've probably got the worst voice on Booktube. So
you do
not. Oh, come on now.
No.
Oh. When I tried to put Rosie on the screen, she just made everything fly everywhere. But Heidi said, yes, I did not watch Jack's video. That's for the Mountain Dew generation. So Heidi's a big fan of Jack's channel. I was like, no, can't watch that. She's so much better than that Sci-Fi Finds idiot. So I don't know what that is. Is that Nicole? I don't know.
It might have been Heather.
Oh, it might have been Heather, yeah. Oh, could replace him. Yeah, maybe. Don't turn yourself short. Absolutely. Yeah. Got it on screen. Yeah, I see what you did there. We're all awesome. We are all awesome. Everything is awesome if you watch the Lego film. Yeah, is it possible to tag everybody? Yes, I definitely will. Yeah, I'll write a proper description, and then you can subscribe to everybody. That'll be awesome. Me too. No handles posted.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Jim. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
He says, Hello, everyone. Happy 5 years, Gareth. I just got Don't Let the Forest In. Seems to be the new Booktube darling. Oh, okay, a YA horror novel. Okay, Don't Let the Forest In. It's a good title.
Don't Let the Forest In.
Hello again. I watched tons of his videos yesterday. I also went on a bit of a mystery and mayhem kick. I don't know what it was, but I did. Joy read this month, Life After Life. Oh, okay. Don't know that one. Anyone else read that one?
No, I have it. I haven't read it.
Okay. I won't be able to make it on, but I want to drop in. Yeah, thank you, man. That's fair enough.
I think it's like, isn't it like a Addie LaRue story? Life After Life?
Is it?
I think.
Did you see with the cup?
Yeah.
Ralph's excited. Ralph's wagging his tail. He's come alive because Ali's back. Oh, okay. Addie LaRue.
V. Schwab's The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. I think that Life After Life book is the same type of story. I think.
It sounds pot. I think that's right. The names are on now. The names popped up.
Oh,
were they not before?
They were not.
No.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, you know what? When a comment is up, they disappear, and then
look at that.
They come back. There we go.
Is that me? Is that me taking them off? Where are we?
No.
No.
It's
Just
Scott. That's
Oh, Constance, no. Constance says no. Life After Life is not like.
no.
You're reading the recent ones, yeah.
I just saw Constance say it hurts my heart, and I thought, oh no.
Hey, it's all right. If you were Margaret Pinyards, you'd be putting comments in there while we're chatting.
I would if I knew how to do it. But it won't let me. I tried.
She gets bored of our conversation and starts talking to the people in the chat.
I tried, Gareth. It wouldn't let me.
She can't make it here, by the way. She would have done. But Constance says, didn't Willow just suspend her channel? Did she?
No. No, it was just like a funny community post.
All right.
Like it's just like a joking post. Like her kitty would take over ASMR.
Oh yeah. It was just basically 2 photos of a cat.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I did see that. It was on a community post, wasn't it? Yeah. Time for me to gallop. Okay, thanks, Greg. No butter jokes today.
Yeah, totally dropped the ball on that.
Yeah. I mean, Gavin might be able to give us one. What do you think? Do you want to say something dirty about butter?
No. Up dry now.
It's too long ago.
Butter will help.
Who's the nice red-headed lady on screen?
Heather Reed.
It's Heather. Heather Reed.
Oh, that was
Heather.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Heather's awesome. So, yeah. Heather Reed's. It's one word. There's no gap, which it couldn't be a gap, could there? But there's no double R, so it's
One
Heather,
R, right.
Heather Reed.
Heather Reeds.
But I'll put it in the description. Jenny's been good. You must read The Electric State. Yes, absolutely. It's incredible. I love the artwork anyway, but reading it genuinely played on my mind for another week. I just couldn't. It wouldn't escape. Like the atmosphere was so eerie. I just thought it was really nice, very good. And he's got a new one out now. I've got 3 of his books, but he's got a new one. Well, I say new, it's probably like a year old now. Labyrinth, which I haven't got yet, because they're like huge art books. They're quite expensive. So, but I've got a Waterstones voucher thing, so I could get it. My grandmother loved to toast a slice of pound cake with butter. We're on the butter thing. That was ages ago.
Yeah, you got to keep it up. You got to keep going.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm going to steam through these. Right.
You're an hour behind, man.
An hour behind. Jesus. So because that's to have gluten-free, real butter is enough to get up in the morning. Okay. We're going to just steam through it. We butter everything. Gavin? No. Butter is being the most insane thing to butter. What?
I have no idea what we're doing.
Cornbread is a wonderful butter conveyance system. Hot dog flavor needs covering up.
True.
Well, hot dog sausages are different to our normal sausages. We can get hot dog sausages which are that kind of like, I don't know, thin thing with stuff that doesn't look properly cooked inside it. Whereas our sausages aren't like that usually. I don't know how to describe a hot dog sausage. I ran over and watched your video game video. You should try. You all right? Ralph just went. He sounds like a Skeksis. You should try Hello Games No Man's Sky. If you like the Subnautica, you'll like it. Okay, cool. I don't know. Paul, mind you, this is all based off that video, which is cool. Hi, Diane. Did we say hi to Diane?
We did.
Okay.
But you can say hi again.
Hi, Diane.
See, Dave's on top of it today, doing the stats and the memory thing.
Jenny says that's only to disguise. Nobody knows what's in a hot dog sausage. Well, yeah, exactly. I can't even describe it. Diane says still lurking. I've played many hours of No Man's Sky. It's gotten so much better since the launch. Okay, I didn't know No Man's Sky. Although I'm not up to date with games. Splash of balsamic vinegar and olive oil makes salad top tier. Yeah, I think she puts olive oil in it as well. Yeah. It's come a long way. I am so behind. I think Jack used to be in Essex. It's a shame she's not on screen. I think she did. Ali's just come from Essex, so that's where she went for the weekend. So, your true self and Aaron are from Essex. You just come from Essex, didn't you?
Yep.
Neither of us live there anymore. Yeah, he's in. True Jenny. True.
That's what I say in Essex. Yeah, mate.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, mate. And my boys there.
One of your boys are there. She just said that my boy's there. So Dave's there.
Hey, Dave!
Hey, Ali.
Joe's in the comments, but he couldn't be on screen.
Well, rude, Joe.
I have to edit my videos so much to forget what I'm about to say. Every episode. Yeah, I mean, I think it takes some getting used to, doesn't it, doing this? And like you can see in my, because I've been looking through the 5 years to that video, and you can see that I'm so much more comfortable now than I was when I first started, and a lot quieter as well. So that's a bit of a shame that when it goes up and down in volume. This compilation thing I've made, but can't do a lot about that. Diane says Katie's on live right now. Oh, she celebrated her 10th anniversary.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's pretty awesome. So happy anniversary, Katie. I did a little message for her on the compilation thing that Roz did. Roz and Charlie did that. That was fun.
It was great.
Are you on standby for the live stream? Yeah, Aaron, you can be on standby. Just lurking. That's cool. I really should be reading as well. Sorry. How do you say Paul Bearer? Paul Bearer. Paul Bearer. Paul. Yeah, I'm not pronouncing the L's. Paul Bearer.
Paul Bearer.
Paul Bearer. That's a hard one for me, though. I would have to think deeply before saying that one because there's 2 R's in there.
Yeah.
Paul
Gavin,
Bearer.
how do you say? Gavin, do you pronounce the L's?
It depends. If I'm saying pallbearer, to be honest, you probably watch your language a bit more if you're at a funeral.
Yeah.
But if I was pallbearer, it'd treacle.
I don't know if I would. I think I'd still go pallbearer. Who are your pallbearers? Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd change it. 7 dream songs. That's someone decided not to. Yo, Pat, isn't that one that you weren't reading?
I was reading it. I'm not anymore.
Yeah. Proper good. That's like well good and right good. Proper good. That might be the other Aaron. Yeah, it might be the other Aaron. There are a lot of Aarons. And there was, so Aaron Hook, I think, said he might be free to come in, but I haven't heard from him since he said that. We're all sworn enemies.
The only one. No.
Yeah. He's quoting Highlander, I think. I don't think he's actually starting a fight.
I haven't read that, actually. I've seen the show, but I haven't read any of the books.
Well, Highlander?
Yeah.
I didn't know there were books.
I think there is. Isn't it based on... That's how I found out about Wheel of Time. I just figured there were books.
Are you talking about Outlander? That's a different one, Outlander by Diana Gabaldon.
No, Highlander, the one with Adrian Paul, the French guy who sounds Scottish. Connor.
Lambert.
Christopher
Sean
Lambert. And Sean Connery, who played the
Christian
Spanish.
Lambert.
Christopher Lambert. He was also Tarzan in Greystoke, which so I love that film. No, the original Highlander film, I'm pretty sure it was an original film that was just written as a film.
Well, now I'm going to have to Google it after this.
Yeah.
Because I can't multitask.
I'll look it up. Highlander books.
Yeah, see if they come out afterwards or something. The Death Duel. You'll probably see this in about an hour. Well, yeah, clearly.
It is. It's about an hour ago. Yeah. Hi, Jenny.
This is why the live streams are long, because it takes ages to read them out. Public transport isn't necessarily usually in the small towns. Oh, okay. You can get across town in under half an hour walking. And bicycles. Oh, there we go. So it's not about everyone having a car. You can probably hire a bicycle.
That's where I came in. Yeah, we were just talking about transport. Yep. Yeah.
Eastern Washington is completely different from Western Washington. Traffic is non-existent. Oh. Jack says, I'm a civil engineer and I specialize in designing walking and cycling infrastructures. Wow. This conversation is music in my ears. Nice. So Holland is also big on bikes, isn't it? Amsterdam and all that. Where else is big? Paris, maybe? I don't know. China. Yeah, China's big on bikes, isn't it? We have loads of bike lanes, to be fair. We have a lot of we've kind of restructured the roads in Portsmouth so you can get around the city easy just on bike lanes. I might be opening a can of Aaron's. I don't think you'll be able to hear it, but I think it's Ralph is now by the stairs whinging because Ali went straight upstairs. He's like going, it's fine. She'll come down at some point. He's getting louder. I don't know, you'll be able to hear him probably in a minute. You're doing God's work. There is nothing worse now than a bicycle on the road or a pack of them. Can you hear that?
Yeah. Poor guy.
Yeah, he's upset. So Jack says, I do it. I'm one of those annoying letterbox users. Same here, says Matt.
It's fun if you don't take it too seriously.
Heidi says, when I was a personal injury in Manhattan. Injury lawyer in Manhattan. Most of our cases were bikes getting hit by car doors opening on them. Someone who walked everywhere. Bikes were a menace than taxi cabs. Oh. Now there's tension in the chat. I only started counting my books I read every year. Yeah. I think that's probably another thing that's changed since we've been doing these channels, that we didn't count the amount we read, did we? Before? I didn't.
Kind of, because I did English literature and language degree, so we kind of tracked them. But then, like, I didn't read all that. I would choose a couple of books that I knew I was going to read, and then the other ones, I'm like, I'm not getting to them because I have 6 other classes. So maybe don't assign 10 books for one class. So it's like, it's not going to happen. Or else you're reading like 60 books in 3 months. That's not going to happen. Sorry. So I would probably read like 30. So like 30 books per 3 months, 3.5 months for a semester. That's pretty good.
You just reminded me that there's this booktuber that I watched loads when I first started watching Booktube. It was like in the days when I was watching a lot of like Media Death Cult and Emily Fox and people like that. But she was doing her English lit graduate what do you call it, like a college degree or whatever. And she was right at the end of it. I think she was also called Nicole, maybe. She has red hair. I can't remember. But I've stopped watching her, and she just reminded me that I was like, oh, maybe I'll see if she's been putting things on. She was doing her degree. Have you tried Weird Sisters? Pat, have you tried Weird? Oh, you have?
Yeah, that was my introduction. That was my
Mm.
my first Terry Pratchett.
Okay.
Thanks
So
to this group. I think it came up in one of these lives. I think that's where
Yeah. I think I remember talking about that.
yeah, that's
Have you started Terry Pratchett yet, Dave?
No, I haven't. It's on the. I got a little pile that's like the short, and it's on there.
Yeah. Heidi says, John Rammel at Rammel Broadcasting reviews sci-fi, horror, fantasy, and manga with a special love for dystopia. Oh, cool. Yeah, I need to look into that guy. That's cool.
Check that out.
Ivan Denizovic is brilliant. Okay, well, I think I've got it, so that would be pretty cool. Rammel sounds like my kind of channel. I'm going to keep going through these messages, and I've noticed that now we have Lekden in the background as well. So give him a wave. He's there. I'll be able to see him waving back. I finally made it. So yeah, that's you. Giraffe were what I most wanted to see on my first stream. There we go. Yeah, monkeys were closer. Yeah. Nobody mentioned monkeys, but I think they are a big draw. They always, as a family, that's probably the thing that unifies us. This love of watching monkeys and apes and stuff like that.
You know, we went to Disney World for my 50th, and we stayed. There's different places for those not in the U.S. So there's different places you could stay at Disney World, and so we stayed in one called Animal Lodge, where it's basically you go out on your balcony in the morning, and the giraffes were the big ones. There's a bunch of animals right out there in the yard, and it was really cool. Waking up each morning and going out, and there'd be like 4 or 5 giraffes walking around.
Yeah, that's cool. We visited a zoo, it's more like a conservation place that rescues animals rather than just a zoo. And there's 2 different versions. There's one in one area, and there's another in Kent. There's one, I can't remember where we went. It was near Kent, and then there's another one in deepest, darkest Kent where Gavin is.
Aspinalls.
I forgot what it was called. Don't know if you can...
Aspinalls?
Yeah, Aspinalls. Yeah. We went to one of the Aspinalls, and we loved it. And we signed up to give them money every month, and we were gonna go to the other one. And if you go to the other one, there's a hotel that they recommend where it's just right next to the zoo, and you can hear all the animals at night. Hear the lions and all the monkeys, all that sort of making a racket at night. So that sounded awesome doing that.
Yeah, and there was a problem a while ago with the monkey section at the DC Zoo because the monkeys were throwing their poo-poo at everyone.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's fun, but I think it wasn't even a rumor. They started because people were not behaving with the monkeys, and so they were pissing off the monkeys, and then after a certain point, the monkeys started flinging their poo-poo at the people, and then that was like, ooh, that can't be a thing. I don't know why that was. Of course it can, because after a certain point, even monkeys are like, y'all need to stop.
Yeah.
And
this reminds me of a great anecdote I have when I was supply teaching. Just imagine what I'm going to say after bouncing off what you just said. So I've done quite a lot of supply teaching to different age groups. So I've gone from what we call reception year, which is like the first year of school, right up to year 11, which is when they leave school and go to college, right? So I've done every year. And when I did I'll never forget it. I did a day where I was in a year 3 class. So I think they were about, I don't know, what's that, 6? I think they were about 6 years old, I think. And this kid, who's a pain in the ass, I was told by the other teachers, always creating, always making a fuss. And he really wanted to go to the toilet. And he said, Miss, can I go to the toilet? And I was working with another teacher for some reason. I can't remember why. And anyway, she said, no, the break's in 15 minutes. You can wait 15 minutes. And he's like, I really need to go. And she's going, no, you wait 15 minutes. And I was like seeing this thing happening. And then
oh no,
he said, right, okay, if you're going to be like that. And then he walked into the middle of the room. So like the room was set up so that the chairs and tables were right at the back of the room. And there's this massive space in the middle, which is probably where they did the activities and stuff. And he just dropped his trousers, dropped his pants, did a massive poo in the middle of the room, and it went, and the room went crazy, and the teacher went crazy. She's like, "Oh my god!" And it was just, it was quite funny to watch. It was like, I think you should have let him go to the toilet. You know?
Well, that story is
Wow.
let the kid go to the toilet.
Yeah, he's like, right, okay, I'll do it here. Absolutely amazing. Anyway, that was coming from the monkeys throwing poo at tourists. Jackson, I saw some horrific things at zoos, and I decided I wouldn't go to them either. Yeah, I think zoos tend to be conservation places now, but there's in the old days. I mean, going back to the turn of the 19, going into the 20th century, they are horrific. So I think there was a move to make them larger and think about what they need and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, there are still some awful things. 2008, Gareth won't notice you for a while. Get comfy. Yeah, we're still here, Brian. Of course we are. Orcas and captives. Yeah, absolutely.
Here, I got it. Here.
That's when Ali first popped in.
Oh, that's not. I'm not too far behind, am I? Sorry, we didn't quite cross paths.
No.
Maybe 40 minutes away. 35.
Okay, that sounds awful. I'm gonna go as fast as I can. I was 20, so William was 23.
2008.
Yeah. Hi, Jack. Good to see you. I'm going to skim past. Oh, I'm still here. Life's crazy. Yeah, absolutely. So Lekden's actually here, so we could have got him reading it, but
I've got to go anyway now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I've got to go pick someone up. So I will catch you later.
All right, see you, Gavin.
Happy anniversary again.
Bye, Gavin.
Thanks. So this does mean, of course, if we got an answer to the question to be answered, we're lost. The font of all knowledge is gone. Hi, Lekden.
There he is.
Hey, how you doing? Good to see you guys.
You too.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, there are tons. I've recently found out in the last hour that there's tons of people about to hit 5 years. So it's not quite as big an achievement.
Yeah, it is, man.
It's still a very big achievement.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work, isn't it? So I think we want people to watch our videos because it takes time to do them, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, Constance. That's very nice of you to say. Life After Life is a bit like the first 15. Oh, well, First 15 Lives of Harry August is one of the best books I've ever read. So I would definitely recommend that. So Dave, Olive just did something that Pat thinks is a little bit saucy.
Oh, yeah. Chill, Olive.
Olive.
She licked him. It hurts my heart that you're all clueless about Life After Life. Oh,
sorry. Sorry, jeez.
We need to fix that. We just hurt her heart. Read after like years ago. I wish I could remember more of it. Okay, so he's oh, whoa! Don't say that. Heidi's not gonna be happy. Oh, I love Replay. I don't think Replay is like Harry August. Harry August is kind of a thriller in some ways, and Replay is really quite sad about how because he has to replay his life. He keeps dying at the age of 36 or 42 or something, and by the time he gets to that age, he's got a wife, he's got a daughter, and all that, and he just loses them whenever he has to replay it. It's really, I think it's really well done. I think it's brilliant, but I think it's probably better if you're older. You know, if I had experienced that and I lose my kids and blah 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? I think that's what makes that book special. It's Replay is my favorite time travel book. Yeah. But I don't really think Harry August is just time travel. But yeah, 5th anniversary. Thank you, Chris. Awesome. Heidi says, "Man Without a Hat. I've watched all of Rimmel's videos at this point, except the manga. He sold me on Philip K. Dick, Matheson, Miyaville, Murakami, and especially Gormenghast. See, who's read Gormenghast in the chat on screen?
Nope.
No. So I find
I've heard it about it.
I almost picked it up yesterday. I was at a bookstore and I saw it, but it was only the second volume of the 3. And so I was like, I can't buy just the second volume. I have to at least get the first. So it's going to stay on the conceptual TBR for the time being.
Yeah. I don't know. I've bought it and then got rid of it and then bought it again. I find it intimidating. But Paul Bearer is my favorite wrestler.
Paul Bearer again. Oh no.
Wow.
I was going to mention him. Last one. Oh, I thought it was a joke. I was quoting the film Highlander. Yes, he was. Yeah, absolutely. Christophe Lambert.
Yeah.
Sean Connery playing a Spanish guy with a Scottish accent. The Queen said, "Oh, I love that film. I absolutely love that film."
Yeah.
It was a big part of my childhood as well. We were going around school going, "There can be only one." It's Highlander based on the book. A number of Highlander novels were released, including a novelization and a line of books. Yeah, I think the books came after.
Like Supernatural.
Various. That's on the end of that. Various authors. That's Nicole. That's you. I should have got you to read that. Sorry.
It was a lot.
And we all streaming on my TV and listening. Oh, cool. Hello, Diane, and thank you for listening to us while you're cooking and stuff. Speaking of monkeys, you'll love the created macaques where I live. Oh, I love macaques. I think they are awesome. I'm a big fan. I mean, I've said it a few times on my channel, and there is a bit of Jane Goodall on my best of thing as well. I'm a huge. I feel quite passionately about giving the apes and monkeys better rights. So yeah, I love apes and monkeys.
You know, I gotta say, I love monkeys too, but there are a bunch of monkeys here in India, and they're scary, yo. Like especially like when you are like I've been where I live. There aren't that many monkeys in the monastery, but every once in a while, 1 or 2 will just like hang out. And we live in a small town. Like it's all populated, but maybe 3 kilometers away, there's forest where you have elephants and other things like that. And monkeys just show up sometimes. When they're 1 or 2, they're fine. But you go somewhere and you have like 5 or 6 monkeys, and all of a sudden they corner you, and like they are fast and they have big teeth, and they look really cute and adorable. But like I don't trust them, man.
No, I don't think I wouldn't want to have a fight with one.
No. There's a like kind of a landscape area, maybe an hour or so from where I live, and you can go up a mountain. There's like 200 steps up this mountain, and there's a bunch of small little places to meditate and all these things. And you go up there, and I've been up there with like a group of monks doing pilgrimage, and they brought a pack lunch with us. And you sit on the edge of almost like a cliff. It's really beautiful. And all of a sudden, there's a family of 30 monkeys just staring at you with your pack lunches. And on the backside is a drop. So you have nowhere to go. And you have these 30 monkeys in front of you. And you're like, this is not a good situation.
Oh my God.
Wow.
And so, yeah, I mean, I think monkeys are adorable until you're like face to face with them. And then I'm like, nope. I will enjoy you from afar, my friends.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, we need the end of that story, right?
Yeah.
Well, the end of that story is there's a bunch of us, the monks that are there, and a few foreigners.
Collecting quickly. Did you survive?
So I have so far. You know what? The funny thing is, the monkeys, if you show your teeth, they feel like you're being aggressive, so it makes it like it's scarier, right? So we're all trying to like cover our faces and be careful. And then we had one of the workers who is a chef at one of the. He's an Indian, and he works at one of the monks' houses. He just came up and just ran at the monkeys with a stick, screaming, and they all ran away. And we like used that opportunity to escape. So we were all just like too afraid, and he was just like, just run at them. And we're like, yeah, okay, you do that. That's fine. So once we were able to go somewhere, once we were able to move, so we had more than one direction we could go in, then it was fine. But when we were up against a cliffside in the back, that's when it was really scary. So he kind of paved a way for us just by yelling like a crazy person. And apparently the monkeys respond to that.
Wow, that's
good to know.
Out here. One day, Lekden sends me a video, and he says, "This is where I'm having my debate tonight." And it's a little 30-second video. It's a gigantic cobra slithering through the crowd.
No. Yeah.
Somebody filmed the whole thing. It went across the room and out into
Oh, I went into the bathroom, which is the scary part.
Oh my
We
God.
debate-
That would have done me in. That would have been the end of me.
We have a few cobras. We have a few cobras once in a while. They don't like people, you know. Where we live is very agricultural, so they are on the outside of the monastery. The monastery is like a small town. There's 5,000 of us living here, so it's like 1 square kilometer, and it's right in the middle of an agricultural area. So right on the outside of our monastery are a lot of cornfields and other agricultural like farmers. Used to be the monks were working the fields, but these days they don't have to. But so when you do the crop for the year and you cut down on the cornfields, the snakes get freaked out because there's too much sunlight, right? Because they're used to being under the shade.
Yeah.
And so then they start just going everywhere. And so we get a few cobras in the monastery, and you just got to watch out for them. I mean, they're dangerous. They're dangerous.
Yeah.
They're dangerous. They're the kind that if they, the few that we have here in this part of India, they're not king cobras. They're these black ones. And there's also crates. And the problem is when they bite you, at least I don't know this by personal experience, I know it from the internet, that if they bite you, you often don't feel it because their teeth aren't very big, but they have a neurotoxin that will kill you in 12 hours if you don't get it, like if you don't do something about it. But luckily, because of that, there is antidotes available even in our local clinic. You don't have to go that far because it's happened, you know. So they're prepared for it.
That's amazing. This is me moaning about the sound that foxes make. It's like,
yeah.
I love what the sound of foxes make. Sometimes my husband will like, you sound like a fox when you're excited. I'm like, I am a fox.
Yeah.
Presumably, sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
I was just gonna say, presumably, if you get one of those bites that you don't know you've gotten, presumably you start to feel ill in enough time to go seek out one of those antidotes, right?
Yeah.
I would hope so. I mean, I haven't. All I know about that is from the internet. I don't know anyone that's been bit by the snake, any of the snakes. Usually people, the problem with Tibetans though, you know, so the Tibetans, a lot of them are young, and you see a snake, they all run around it because it's exciting. And I'm just like, what are you doing? Just like leave it alone. And they're like, oh, look. And you're like, no, just don't. But I don't know anyone that's been bit, but according to I was looking up this variety of snake, and the problem is if you get, they hunt during the night. And so there are a lot of people that get bit while they're sleeping. And then you wake up and you're paralyzed and then you die. So
that's incredible. That is absolutely.
I don't know. It's funny. I didn't even think about it. I've just been living in India so long, and that I'm just these things do not register as like a problem.
I don't think you should work for the tourist board. Like,
no.
Or maybe yes, because even in the United States, people, because we're living in cities and we like we'll deal with like daddy long legs or ants or whatever, but people do not understand wild animals. They're not pets. Don't touch them.
Yeah. Right. You need to get some Aussies. The Aussies understand.
Yeah.
Like the United States would like they go to the boom.
The boom.
There's bison. Bison. And the boom, what is this?
Bison.
Yellowstone?
I'm pretty good with charades.
Yellowstone. Okay.
Yellowstone.
They go to Yellowstone and they approach the bison to take selfies. And then people are like, oh yeah. They got attacked.
You're like, no.
Oh, no, really? You're trying to take a selfie with a bison. Okay.
that is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I was going to say that I love seeing a rhinoceros, but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to pet it. Oh yeah, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to be anywhere near it. But I like seeing one. But you know, I imagine having 30 rhinoceroses facing it. Then that'd be.
Oh no.
That'd be horrible, wouldn't it? Just a quick note as I'm going through the messages that Richard is here from Vintage SF. So quick wave to him because I'll be able to see him wave back. He's waiting there. But I'll just grab onto the messages again because I'm still 40 minutes behind or something. I heard it was
you're
like
close
25 minutes.
No, you're almost there.
That's cool. Molly says, congratulations, thanks, man. Started Gormangast and my friend needed this book back before I finished. I was okay. Yeah. Good to see you, Jack. Yeah, absolutely. The monkeys in Japan are scary as well. They'll steal your stuff. This is not. Let's face it, seagulls are everywhere. Seagulls are not scary. And I have seagulls here in Portsmouth. Clearly, we're on the beach. The seagulls in Brighton, my son always tells me that they're vicious bastards. And I I went to see him recently, and I bought a sandwich, and I just took it out of the packet, and that was it. A seagull, like in like full throttle, just fell on me. I was like, "What the hell?" And grabbed my sandwich and went off with it. And it was. I felt like I'd been punched. It was
very aggressive.
It was like, wow, what a waste of money that was.
Not quite as bad as Canadian geese, though. I don't know where you guys live, but I'm from New England, and we have Canadian geese up in New England. Yeah, oh, exactly. And Canadian geese, man, they are vicious, and they start hissing, and you're like, oof.
We've got. It's quite easy for us to go and see ducks, geese, and swans and stuff like that. And it's like, again, there's loads of that kind of thing in Portsmouth. We went to the New Forest, and I always remember my son. He was really little at the time, so as I mentioned a minute ago, but he was really young at this point, and he got really freaked out by some swans that wouldn't leave us alone. They go, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. But, although they do say they can break your arm if they go for it.
You kind of have to be a little aggressive with the geese back. I haven't had problems because I'm like, it's for like a lot of animals, not all, don't quote me, but a lot of animals just walk through them and it's fine, just like dogs walk through. And there was like a bunch of geese. I'm like, this is the only way I can get home. Okay. And then it's like Linda Belcher from Bob's Burgers with the turkeys. I'm the alpha turkey. I'm an alpha geese. Let's go. I gotta go home. Walk right through, and I'm like, "You want to go? You want to go?" Because I'm a 14-year-old. Well, it's fine.
Michael is here, which is awesome. So thanks for popping in. Check out his channel. Really interesting channel. One of those channels that is always quite dynamic in his videos, like he's quite opinionated and stuff. So definitely check him out. Brilliant. He said the forest, elephants, and monkeys sounds wonderful. I'm envious. Thank you so much for popping in. Going to Thailand. Yeah, I went to Thailand. I was there for 5 weeks, and one of my pleasures was seeing the monkeys, but they were really chilled. They didn't attack or anything, but that was pretty cool. Seeing the monkeys. It was I've probably talked about it before. It was a 5-week gig, and it was amazing. That
nice.
was on Phuket. Yeah. Lekden, have you read
Interpretive Maladies by Jhumpa Lahiri? No, I haven't. But a scary story about monkeys. I'll look into it, though I kind of live it, so I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have to read it.
Well, Robert,
growing back up again. Oh, go on.
Oh, if you're interested in primates and also monkeys, Robert. Sapolsky.
Oh, Sapolsky, yeah.
Yeah, he does. He did a great, many great studies on that, and also he talks about how isn't the bonobos that they're just
they
really chill. Yeah, they just be like, the bonobos are the nicest. And then also orangutans and gorillas. Gorillas get a bad rap because of King Kong. I would rather be near a gorilla versus a chimpanzee. Hell no.
Yeah. No, gorillas are much more chill. They're much more chill.
Yeah.
I mean, the real problem with the monkeys in this area and in lots of parts of India is that they're used to people giving them things, right? And even with geese or other, when areas where there are humans and animals living side by side, that the monkeys get more emboldened because they're used to people giving them food and so forth. So then when you don't do that, then they take it personally and come after you.
Yeah.
But like if you're out in the wild in their habitat, then they're kind of chill. But the problem is that we're in their habitat. That's the big problem.
Diane Fossey did a big study. I think the book was called Gorillas in the Mist.
Yeah.
I read that decades ago. It was fascinating, but she was around, I think, after Jane Goodall.
Yeah. They didn't know each other though.
There was a movie on that, wasn't there?
Yeah, Gorillas in the Mist.
I think so.
Sigourney Weaver? Yeah.
Congo. Oh.
Gareth, did you say you've got someone waiting to come on?
Yeah, Richard from Vintage SF. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can say ta-ta.
Ta-ta.
Okay.
Oh.
She's got pajamas on now.
Bye, Elaine.
Okay, bye, Elaine. Thank you so much.
Bye, Elaine.
And look out for soon. Elaine's going to be reading from my stuff on her channel soon.
2 more weeks.
2 more weeks. and Richard's still there, which is awesome because it's been a while. So thank you, man. Thanks, Elaine.
You're welcome. Congrats. Nice seeing everyone.
Bye, Elaine.
I'll tell you what. I usually do these late at night, and Ali, just out of circumstance, can never make me a cup of tea in the middle of a live stream.
I'm not making you a cup of tea. Piss off.
Oh, that's great.
All right, fair enough.
There he is.
Hey.
Woo!
Hey. Congrats, Gareth. I must say
thank
right
you.
away.
So how long have you been doing your channel?
Just over 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
So we were talking about how earlier, Jack and that were talking about how if you got quite a specific thing your channel does, then you do better. And obviously you've got not just science fiction, but vintage science fiction in your name. Do you think that helps?
You know what? I was deciding that when I started the channel that I wanted to go for a niche. And so I was going back to things that I'd read in the past, but also, I mean, there is a vast treasury of science fiction to explore. And so I decided to go that way. If in the future I change, I'll just change the name a little bit. That's fine. If I want to all of a sudden do Westerns with Louis L'Amour or something, that's fine. I'll do it.
Do you read stuff and then not talk about it on the channel because it doesn't fit the remit, or do you just carry on anyway?
There's some books that I've read that I generally don't like to do super negative reviews. And so there's some books I didn't DNF them, but I didn't finish, or I finished them and just said, I don't really want to talk about this one. So that happens. I also read outside of SF. And so those are ones that I don't chat about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, there always is, but there is recent. It's not even new. A drama about how everyone should do negative reviews on their channel, and I'm like, okay, well, you don't have to watch the channels that don't do negative reviews. And then also like, why are you saying you have to? Like,
This is, I mean, this is a conversation I got into recently, and there's like an idea of this toxic positivity, and that so people are just creating positive reviews without really reading the books, or because they want to be liked, or because they want to get free books from the authors or the publishing houses. Like that's this myth going around, and like I just don't. Yeah, right.
I love that.
What? And I just personally, like, I don't like doing. If I'm going to spend the amount of time it takes to like make a video, I don't want to just rag on a book the whole time. I'd rather talk about something I enjoy that I want to share with people. And once in a while, I mean, I'm critical of the books I review, right? And like, I just reviewed Stephen King's newest book, and he's my favorite author, and I didn't love it. And I'm going to be honest about it. But like, why would I just spend my time and energy ragging on a book? Like, what's the point of it? If there are other books that I like, man, it's just so much. I don't know.
No, I'm exactly the same. I think Pat's the same as well, aren't you, Pat?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, the reviews that I do tend to be positive. I mean, I've had a string lately of just reading a couple things that are not working for me. And I will talk about that, the difficulty I'm having with something, but that's about me. I'm not reviewing a book, I'm not ripping a book to shreds. I think there are people who do negative reviews for views, they do rant review, and I don't want that. I don't need that in my life,
I also get the impression that some people think they sound more intelligent if they're critical. If it's like they haven't really reviewed it properly if they're just saying it's good. And
I think it's that way for everything though. Like I know when I was in grad school, you'd know the people that didn't really do the work because all they would do is criticize whatever the reading was, whatever the thing was, not try to work with it in an engaging or like wholehearted way. It's easier to criticize something than to try to find something meaningful in it. And so you can tell the people that like half-assed the work because their first thing was this critique. And you're like, okay, anyone can skim a Wikipedia. Good for you,
I did a review of a book that I was really negative about, but it was because I was so shocked at the content. So I did the Robert Silverberg book. It was Up the Line. It was a time travel book, and after I did it, I looked up YouTube to see if other people had done it, and they hadn't talked about what I talked about. It just seemed like, oh, that's just fine. But why I did it, I know that Robert Silverberg can be a little bit old-fashioned in the way he talks about women and stuff, but I just couldn't believe the kind of paedophilia that was in it. You know, there was just like that. To me, that was really shocking.
Yeah.
Domestic goddess.
Thank you so much, Ali. I've got a cup of tea.
Hey, Ali.
Ali is a total legend. See that? See what I did there?
Lovely. Well, I think. For Lekden, I did. That was, I think, one of the first, or maybe let's say second video I commented on of your channel with that.
Oh.
I think what people like. So Francina Simone, she no longer does Booktube or anything like that. And this is from ages and ages ago, where I thought of that on my channel before I made it, and then like really makes sense for what she said. It was, if you love something, then you want to hype it up so other people can enjoy it. Of course, art is subjective, great. But then also, negative press is still press. They're still making money, right? So if you don't like someone, if you don't like a book or, you know, something like that, don't do 5 hours of a rant video.
A publicity for it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it has free publicity. If you, and this is harsh, and I've said it a few times on my channel, maybe like other live streams, but this is the truth. If you truly do not like something, act like it does not exist. You're taking the energy out of it, and that is actually like in a mean way, that's worse than negative 5-hour videos, right? If I act like this book does not exist because XYZ, so I don't ever mention it, well, then it's not going to be discovered, right? How big is filtering? How many rant reviews are there? Oh my God. Right? But then you have to decide for you on your channel, what am I going to produce and put it out publicly?
I think it's also it's the personality that you want behind your videos. Like there's a couple of booktubers, some of the young, really popular ones, that they're kind of snarky all the time. It's like, I don't think they want to find books they like. Do you know what I mean? And that's the personality of the booktuber. Whereas I know that if I've done the negative ones because I've said I was going to read it, and it would just be odd if I didn't mention it.
Yeah, definitely. If you commit to something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but the energy's different. Do you know what I mean? If you don't like something, unless you're one of those people that really relishes it and loves it, and you're like putting all these different kind of I don't know, sort of extra little ticks to how you're doing it because you just really enjoy slagging it off. If you're not someone like that, then the energy is wrong, you know, because if you love something, then you're like really dying to talk about it. And I just think that's a big thing for me, that I'm not going to do negative things deliberately. Oh, wow, thanks.
I think that sometimes we're, after we have experience with books, we start to pick books more often that we probably will like.
That's right.
I want to look for something that's life-giving, not soul-sucking.
Exactly.
To deal with. And I don't want to put that kind of energy out there either. So if I don't like the book, I still understand, hey, this author was looking for a payday. This is what they're trying to do here. I disagree with it, or it's just way out of context of time in terms of how it comes across. And you have to say those things. You need to be honest. But I agree with Nicole that you don't have to dwell on it. You don't have to try to make this some sort of Monty Python, John Cleese rant going on forever. That's not me. So
I agree. Nice.
It's probably time for me to chime in and say that I do negative reviews. Not a lot of them, but you know, I totally understand everybody's reasons for not doing them. But basically, what my philosophy is that I think people are coming to. I think that most people are watching the book reviews because they want to know what the book is about and whether it's something that might work for them and whether they should read it or not. And I feel like I should give them an honest assessment of that. So when I say negative reviews, they're not rant reviews. And I think anybody that watches my channel knows I don't like rant, and I hate those. I hate those channels that are about well, you know, talking about the tea, you know, and what is. But I think each time I basically do a review of every book that I complete. Not if I DNF one, but if I complete it, I do a review of it. very few of them are negative. I think this might have something to do with what Richard is saying. I just tend to pick books that I like, and when you're going to review them, you kind of tend to want to say good things about the books. I think probably a little biased in terms of favorable reviews. But if there's a book that was, I thought was bad for various reasons, I will say so, and I'll say why, and people can make their own decisions whether they want to read it or not based on what I articulate about the book. And sometimes that's even like that one we just read, Gareth, like Ring Shout. Like my review, I think was measured negative of that, but it was part of the review was that I think that some of that was my problem, and that there were certain that I had difficulty with the book, and I totally see that being a book that a lot of people do like it.
Well, and that was just after we read Piranesi as well, and I was totally I liked it, but I didn't like it anywhere near as much as everybody else, and I had negative things about it, so I didn't have to include it, especially as I include it in a Horror Mayhem vlog, so I really didn't have to include it. But I wanted to talk about it because everyone else had talked about it, and I did have an opinion, and it was interesting, and it wasn't about it being crap. Like you said, it didn't connect for me until halfway through. So I think
I think being honest and critical is important, right? With even books you enjoy, if there are things you don't like or things that you think might be stumbling blocks for other readers, I'm always going to be honest about that. And if you are committed to reviewing almost every book you read on camera, then of course the books that don't work for you, you're still going to do like an honest, unbiased review. I just aren't able to make reviews for every book I read, so I have to pick and choose, right? And so if I'm picking and choosing which books I'm going to make a review for, I'd rather make one for one I really enjoy and want to support. If I've committed to reviewing a book, like it's a buddy read, like recently I had a buddy read of the Octavia Butler's Lilith's Brood trilogy or her Xenogenesis trilogy. So my friend and Carl from Please Read Your Book, we read all 3 books and did reviews of them, and the 3rd book was not great, and so we did a big conversation between the 2 of us about how the 3rd book seemed to like kind of crap the bed for the whole trilogy. And it was beautifully written, but it didn't add anything to the trilogy and whatever. We got something out of reading it, but we didn't love it. But we had committed to doing that video, so we did, even though, we tried to be honest and not, sensationalist, but you're honest about it. But I don't have time to do reviews. I read 20 books in May. I can't do videos for all of them. So,
well,
you pick and choose.
For about, 15 months now or something like that, I've done monthly wrap-ups.
Yeah, I include them in that.
Yeah, I talk about everything I've read in a monthly wrap-up, and that's been quite empowering in some ways, because I don't want to do a full review of one video on that, but on everything. I do talk about everything in the monthly wrap-up, so that's been quite good.
Well, I think also what are people's definition of negative and honest, and then
that's
also mean, because nowadays things are mean. Like this author sucks, go bother them on X. What are you doing? What are you doing? And that's been happening for quite some time. Actually, it was way worse from 2017 to 2020, and not just there were true dogpiling and doxing and huge cancellations that were happening that don't happen as much anymore. You might get like once or twice a month, but it was happening weekly. And so I remember those times I'm like, oh, this is so nice right now.
To be fair, go on.
Oh no, well, like the 2 that I were in, that I was part of, one was Blood Air, where people were trying to cancel me and run me off Twitter. That was in 2018, and I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. You want to have a conversation? Let's go. But okay. But then I had so many people blocking me, unfollowing me. There's a huge swath of videos where it's just like a crap load of dislikes. And I was ghosted because I had a different opinion of Blood Air, as in you should publish it. And she did publish it, and she did say, I shouldn't have apologized for my piece of art. So I take that back, and I'm going to publish it. And then Ninth House by Leigh Bardugo, people were saying, how dare you write this book? And they were trying to get hers pulled from publication. And she had to come out and say, actually, I'm a survivor of abuse and this is my healing journey, and stop saying that I can't write or that anyone else can't write until people
Yeah.
are also coming at me. So like it was way worse. And I think things calmed down, but then there's now trends of like, I read this book so you don't have to, and it's like 5 hours long. It's just
seen
like,
that a lot.
oh gosh.
But
I guess it's better.
Ninth House is really popular, isn't it?
Ninth House, yeah, but before it came out, there's a section of SA and drug use, and people were like, how dare you? You're not a survivor. You're not a survivor of any of this. You can't write this. Pull it. And so I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So it was worse, but it just shifted to something different. So what's your like your definition of mean, negative, honest? All the stuff I do is honest. I just don't have the time or energy to put out like 1 or 2 star reviews type of thing. I never have. So, I go with I go with the whole thing of just ignore it.
Got quite a lot of people making comments about this, and also about swans. Hold on. I got to find
about swans.
Those swans.
Nice to hear the Canadian geese getting some love. That's good.
My college where I work is on a geese reserve, so I see geese all the time. So Heidi says, pick up Titus growing back up again if you can. Maybe the illustrated version from the library. The art again is wonderful. Yeah, I definitely want to try it. I'm just intimidated by it. Big fan of your channel. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah, what you're reading for is his catchphrase. Absolutely. Yeah, he's definitely one to look at if you don't subscribe to him. Read Titus growing twice. Love it. Need to reread it before moving on to Gormenghast, which is the second book, isn't it? I may just do the same. I bet I will discover poetry. I missed the first time listening to the audio. I bought the bind up since I listened. Chris, got to go. Thank you so much for popping in. Have you been on screen? You've been on screen with Chris, haven't you, Richard?
Yes, I have. And what he's actually talking about there is something. Actually, I have it right here. He's talking about souls. It's part of a tour double. And he and I are actually going to review the tour double, one on my channel and one on his. So that's upcoming.
Oh, that's cool.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
So, Dave, tell Richard about our experience with Joanna Russ.
With the female man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, was that your first one, Gareth, or no?
Yeah, I haven't read anything since.
Okay. So I had read a previous book of hers called We Who Are About To, which I thought was, somewhat explorative in certain ways. And I guess I had mixed feelings about that one. And I had been sitting on the female man for a long time. And, I know this is great.
You're sitting on a female man.
Sitting on the book, The Female Man. Anyway, finally got to it. Gareth and I tried to buddy read it, and it was a buddy read, and we both DNF'd it. They're like early in the buddy read. Now you finally went back and finished.
I did
right?
finish
you
it in the end.
through.
Yeah.
I see. Now this is where I do a negative review, right? Like, I know a lot of people love that book. I mean, it's a classic, but I thought I had a really difficult time with it. And I thought it obviously the author wasn't trying to do this, but it felt like the author was trying to make it very difficult to follow the story with the multiple different perspectives of the different women and the different timelines. I thought that could have been written much more clearly. I had very difficult time following who was speaking and what was happening. And and it's rare that I accidentally DNF books all the time. Rare that right, you got 4 books going, but rare that I purposely DNF one. Rarely happens, but that was one. And I have no intention of trying again.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with Female Man, have you read Female Man, Richard?
I haven't. I've read her book Picnic on Paradise with a character called Alex who is connected. She's brought back from ancient history into different temporal time periods. And she actually has a collection of those stories too. And I found those fascinating. A very, very strong female protagonist. It was published, I think, around 1967, 68.
Yeah. Well, the female man definitely has some paragraphs or lines that are fantastic for that kind of feminist message or feminist viewpoint or feminist point of view. That there's some great stuff in there, but it just got on my nerves how she presented it to us. It was just like it felt like she was deliberately trying to be obscure and make it more complicated than it needed to be.
So more about style than content, you mean? Like the style is what bothered both of you, is like the narrative style, not the actual narrative itself.
Yeah, and the words were, some of it was fantastically, some of the things that some of the characters said were great, but it was just mixed up with this bizarre way of writing it, you know.
This one's a straightforward, I would say mostly fantasy, although it's a touch of science fiction in here, I think. It's a novella that won the Hugo Award, and I won't go into it because that'll be a video that Chris and I'll do, but I'll just say it's worth your time. Actually, it was a good story.
Okay, well, I'll give it another go. But
I appreciate when authors try like non-conventional narrative forms. It doesn't always work for me, but I do appreciate when people go out there. And I like to like challenge my reading and get out of this normal kind of narrative mode that you're used to in 99% of novels. But then sometimes it feels like a little bit overindulgent, and I just feel really dumb. So those I don't always have success with, but I like trying them, you know. And the people that do them well, you can tell that they're. I mean, I know Pat, you're reading Joyce right now, and like that's totally about exploiting a normal narrative form, right? And how can you still find meaning in something that isn't following from A to B like we're used to? So I think it's valuable, but it doesn't always work all the time.
Right.
I mean, there was going one more science fiction one, the Broken Earth trilogy. I'm trying to think of her name.
N.K. Jemisin.
N.K. Jemisin. So I read the first one. I haven't read the other two. I've read the first one, and the second part of it is in second person. And it's quite densely written anyway. It's a very, I'd say it's a very kind of literary fiction kind of sci-fi. And I that didn't, I got used to it. It didn't get in the way for me. So I still thought it was really good, but it was a much more labored read. You know, it took me longer, but it was very clever and it's very interesting. But so I feel like it was quite, I think it was a bit of a risk doing the second person because it doesn't always work. But
it usually
it won me over.
Yeah.
Second person really damn hard.
I mean, that's how I felt, you know, with Jeff Vandermeer's Southern Reach quadrilogy now. You know, every one of those books, especially the first three, is written in a different style. And so whether it be intimate third person or second person or some first person mixed with third person. And then the fourth book, the newest one, is like 3 novellas mixed together, one of which is a crazy fever dream that makes no sense and is more expletive than narrative. And reading them, and the thing is, people loved Annihilation. And Annihilation, the first one, really was kind of like a fever dream and very esoteric in the way it reads. And then you get to Authority, which is the second one, and just the narrative style was wildly different. And a lot of people backed off because they're like, I wanted more of what you already gave me. And he's like, I'm not interested in giving you more of that. I'm interested in giving you something different. And all these books are going to work together to make a much bigger picture than any one individual. And so for me, it worked really well. I read the whole quadrilogy twice, but other people started the second book and they're just like, nope, it's not what I want it to be. So it's a matter of like being open to what a book is giving you, you know, and seeing if you want to go on it. And that second person narrative is hard. He does it a little bit in the third book, but it's a hard thing to do. And it makes the reader much more complicit, right? Because the whole point is you do this, you like this, you know?
Yeah.
But sometimes it's great.
It worked really well with the book I read called Confessions, which is a Japanese book. I definitely recommend it. I think it's really interesting. And it's about a school teacher. The book starts with her talking to the class, which is you, because it's second person, about how her daughter's just been murdered and she knows that 2 of the class did it. So it's really like full on. And you don't know where it's going to go. And there's like 6 parts of the book and they're from a different point of view each time. It's a really interesting book, I think.
Oh, he's really crying.
He is, yeah. And it's just because he wants Ali to come downstairs. That's all it is. He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a book that does it really well, I think you might like, is by Adrian Tchaikovsky. It's one of his novellas called Ogres.
Oh, I've read it.
Oh yeah, it's a great novella. It's really short and it's all in second person, and it's just it's a really wonderful story. And it talks about, you know, the whole concept is it feels like kind of medieval setting with a Robin Hood type character, and the ogres come and you have to pay tithing to the ogre. So it's talking in second person, saying you're the hero of the story. You're going on a hero's journey, and it's addressing you as if you were the main character of the story. And it's really, really exciting, especially when you get to the revelations that the book offers. But it's one of the most effective second persons I've read recently.
Can't believe I forgot it. He's such a dude. Richard, have you read any Adrian Tchaikovsky?
Yes, I have. His most famous one, Children of Earth.
Children of Time.
Loved it.
Children of Time, yeah.
Thank you. The one with the spiders.
Yeah.
And I was starting to read the Shards of Earth, I think.
I just started that.
The final architecture. Yeah.
That's right. And so I primarily look at vintage stuff. So I do go into stuff that's current. And obviously he's a writer that I'll continue to seek out and read. But
yeah, I've been on a real kick with him.
I look here, and you know, we're talking about different writing styles. John Brunner was really well known for Stand by Zanzibar, where he stand on Zanzibar, and he wrote with this experimental style that had like newspaper clippings, reports, and then a little bit of narrative, and it just fluctuated between these different media items that he used, and he had some success with that.
It feels almost like a little bit William Burroughs, a little bit with some of his work.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I haven't read it yet, but I think Ursula K. Le Guin's Always Coming Home is like that. I think that's got songs in it and all sorts of things that are like different elements to this sort of picture of this place. I don't even know if it's a city or a planet or whatever, but I think
I like a collage.
Yeah.
We're going to do
Whoa.
Ooh.
We're going to do a Ursula K. Le Guin
taking a different tack now.
Next year. That's not mine. That's not my lot can't do that anymore.
Okay. that was my pup. My pup. Sorry. One of my pups.
Did you say you're doing Le Guin?
I have to. I'm going to have to run, so I'm going to just interrupt here. I don't know if you have somebody else who wants to come in, but thank you so much, and congratulations, Gareth, on 5 years. So
thank you, Pat, and
great to be
Good
with
to see you,
you.
Pat.
Take care.
Pat,
Take care.
Before you go, it's really lovely to talk to you on Vox and becoming a proper close friend. It's really lovely. So, excellent.
And I cherish our friendship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
So about Pat, right? Let's look at some more comments. I'll wait for winter and probably start. Trees need to be naked for the right atmosphere.
What were you saying about Le Guin? Are you starting a Le Guin project? I'm reading some Le Guin right now. I just finished a novella from her, and I'm
So I'm a huge fan of hers. One of the earliest videos on my channel was just a general thing about 5 of her books. I'm a big fan, but there are still a few things I haven't read. And we were just chatting in one of the chats. I can't remember which one it was. It might have even been one of our shows. I'm not sure, but it ended up anyway with about 4 or 5 people that want to do a deep dive into Ursula K. Le Guin next year. So we're going to go from the beginning. So Buchanan's World first, and we're going to read everything. So that's exciting. Really cool. Yeah.
Am I in that? I'm in that, right? Am I in that?
That's how I approached Le Guin. I went chronologically, and
really
that was really great. Right now I'm into the mid 70s. Just finished off the Farsi, the Earth trilogy, the first trilogy, and Dispossessed, and so I'm moving on still from there.
I'm doing a buddy read of the Dispossessed right now. I read it once a couple years ago, but I'm rereading it for a buddy read right now.
Dispossessed is my favorite Ursula K. Le Guin book.
Yeah,
I think it's amazing. I've read 6 of her books. I think I read one more after that video I made, but I've kept collecting them, so I know I've got. Recently in New York, I saw a book I didn't have by her, and I hadn't seen it, and I was really like, oh my god! So I feel like I've got everything that is easily visible, you know.
Richard, how do you feel about Earthsea? I mean, I've been told I have to read Earthsea, so I have the first 4 books, but it is marketed as YA. but then everyone I know that's read it says it isn't really YA. It's just a market. It's marketed that way, but it's the same as the rest of her sci-fi novels, the fantasy.
It reaches across the ages.
Yeah.
It's for all ages, just like, you know, a really good Pixar movie is. But there's definitely some very adult elements to it. And you'll be, my first response for the very first one, A Wizard of Earthsea, was, wow, J.K. Rowling owes a lot to Le Guin. There is so many parallels to this wizard school, and the mark on his forehead, and like there's things that are scary in terms of thinking about plagiarism here potentially.
Nicole,
that's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, I just finished A Wizard of Earthsea, and I realized I pronounced her last name wrong, so that's great. I was like, well, it's not Geen, because I know how to say Geen because it's Ed Gein, because I'm creepy. So it's like Geen, Gwyn. Damn it! I could not figure it out. Even though I listened to like other people say it, when I said it on my book review that's coming out on Monday, I mispronounced it. So I'm like, and I realized I did. I'm like, I'm just gonna say Ursula.
You know, one of my favorite authors of all time is John Wyndham, but I didn't call him Wyndham until about a year or two ago, and I had so many people correct me because I said Wyndham. And so all my British viewers said, you got that wrong. I mean, he's a great author, but you got to say Wyndham.
Well, it's funny.
Go on.
I was going to say, you guys say more H's than we do. Usually the H's that we ignore and are silent, the Brits pronounce them. So, you know, of course you just...
Well, I never pronounce T, so I'll probably confuse everybody.
That's okay.
But I do, it's that thing, like Richard, I don't know if you saw me say it earlier, but I always, if I'm not sure, I look up to see if there's an interview with an author, and there's loads of interviews with Ursula K. Le Guin on because obviously she was very popular and quite visible well before she died. So you could even get like interviews when she was relatively young as well, which is pretty cool, wasn't it?
A friend sent me an interview of a writer named Leiber, who is spelled Leibr, Lieber, and so
Prince Lieber. I always say Prince Lieber.
Yeah.
Is it
So
Leiber?
I always went. So he says it himself. He calls himself Leiber, and he really makes a point of saying that at a convention in the 70s or something like that.
There you go. So I've never seen him talk or him interviewed. So that was one I've never been able to find. So and I'm a big fan of him as well.
Yeah.
So the Fafel and Grey Mouser stories are a big part of my formative years. So, and I'm rereading them at the moment, actually. So I'm doing it quite slowly. I'm in the middle of the second book, which is ridiculous because I started rereading them ages ago. But they're not that dated, which is really nice to see. You know, I think the thing with younger readers now, the world's changed so much that if you recommend something that's written in the 50s or 60s or 70s or even 80s, they'll see loads of stuff. They're like, well, I'm not reading that because it's massively anti-women or, you know, and that's because things have changed, and they're absolutely, you know, they're right to say that. But obviously at the time, the authors wouldn't have known that they were doing that as well. So, you know, things have changed so much.
I started to see this like music though. And I mean, you're a musician. I think that as we moved away from pop radio in the 80s to 90s and into having it on the internet, all of a sudden young people found a wide range of music. And I think that same thing is happening with literature too. I think that now with YouTube and some of the channels that we're talking about here, you get this wide view of literature. And sure, yes, there's context in terms of the time something is written or the subject matter. But I think younger viewers, I think we have to give them credit. I think that they are interested in a wider span of literature experiences, even in the genre.
Yeah. I mean, some people are a bit negative about the young YouTubers that have got tons and tons of subscribers and views and stuff, but I do think they're massive advocates for reading. You know, I think they do a better job than we do because they got such big audiences of encouraging people to actually go into a bookshop and go into a library and find a book. You know, I think that's great. So, you know, and even if there are fake ones, and I think that sometimes someone might be accused of being fake who aren't fake, but even if there is that element to it, they're still encouraging people to read, aren't they? You know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I will say that sometimes, I just finished reading Frank Herbert's The White Plague because I wanted to read some non-Dune Frank Herbert. Didn't love it, I have to say. Like, basically, this part is good and that part is good. All this in the middle is just wandering around Ireland, not doing anything. It's very, very strange. But it's about, obviously, this biologist creates a plague that kills only women, and he releases it on a couple different countries. And they're trying to solve it. And they're like, well, can we use the computer today, or do they get to use the computer? Because only one of us can use the computer at a time to solve the molecular DNA problem. And you're just like, and you could tell that some of the science in it seemed like probably pretty like cutting edge about how DNA works and all these things. This is written in 1982 or 81, I think. Yeah. But you're just like, now, okay. The technology is a little bit dated. I think the depiction of women and all that stuff is fine, but the some of the technology, the ideas, you're like, these are really cutting edge 45 years ago.
But sometimes it's almost timeless. I think of Greg Bear's Blood Music. Blood Music has a lot of science in it, but it goes to amazing revelations and exposition about how much further you can go with DNA, etc. So
I think it can be. You just have to have the narrative to support it. And this, in my opinion, didn't quite have that, Like, I'm fine with the technology being old. And it's actually fun because you're like, you can see how excited and nerdy he is about these things, I like, he even says, like, in the introduction to it, and not in the introduction, about the author, it says he and his wife Beverly now divide their time between a farm in the Pacific Northwest of the USA and a second home in Hawaii. Both homes put into practice his strong beliefs about environmental protection, drawing their energy from solar and wind power. This is in 1981, right? So like, you could tell that he cares about these things, and he's nerdy and weird. But
that's amazing that you talk about wind power in 1981, isn't it? That's great.
Yeah.
Because when people were talking about, because I know that Sting got a lot of heat over being like talking about climate change and the problem with all that sort of stuff in the early 80s. When he was saying that, people were taking a piss and saying he's a lunatic and all that. So if you got that in a book like that, that's brilliant.
Yeah. So I can totally roll with it. I think just that didn't bother me. It was just amusing to me. The outdated thing. The narrative itself was kind of the problem.
Right. If you go far back enough, then you got like something like Princess of Mars, where clearly the science is mental, and it doesn't even explain how he goes to Mars. He just sort of goes boo, and it just disappears and it ends up on Mars. But I love the fact that in those days they had no idea what Mars was like. So they had all these like, wouldn't it be cool if it would be like this? And that's why you're reading it. Go, wouldn't it be cool if? And one planet in another galaxy, that could be what life is like, So it's the Princess of Mars, but actually, because we know more about Mars, it could be just a princess of somewhere, so you think some of that's quite fun.
A rip-roaring good story is always a rip-roaring good story. It doesn't matter if it's set really wonky science-wise.
But I don't like when people are really funny about it and they go, well, it's not science fiction anymore, it's science fantasy. You just think, well, no, hold on a minute, they couldn't known any better. And if we're going to start taking things off the science fiction flag or whatever, then you'll constantly be doing it, because we'll constantly be learning that book's out of date, now that book's out of date, now that book. It's like, well, why do that? Just give it Edgar Rice Burroughs the due that he wanted to do a science fiction book. Let him have that, because we've learned more since. Who cares? That's how I feel about that. Let's go back to these comments because I'm way behind now. So that was comment. I'm not really sure what the comment means. Does anyone explain the I'll wait for winter and probably start. The trees need to be. So what book was that?
Maybe are we Le Guin? So Left-Handed Darkness. Left-Handed Darkness would work for that if you wanted to be cold and wintry. Maybe
than that still.
Oh really?
It's a great book. Absolutely great book. All we have for wildlife is raccoons, deer, and woodchucks. They tend to hang around the house out here. A swan chased me and some friends in Wales, and it was terrifying. They are, when they really go mad with their wings. It can be a little bit like, whoa. Diane says, bye to Elaine. Jack says hello.
Jack is always, he calls me Sir and Mr. Rempel. He's, I know I'm a lot older than him, but it accentuated.
I'll tell you what, though.
Man.
He is. But you, the way you deliver your videos, you have. I like the fact, because I know this is probably because you make notes and you want to do it in a informative way. But you've got a really lovely kind of authoritative kind of teacher kind of approach delivery. Do you know what I mean?
Well, my life was as a teacher, so There is some of that
There
there.
we go.
I would hope that people would question my authority, though, on a lot of my opinions.
So that's probably saying that maybe you might think that I'm a bit of a loose cannon as a teacher because I don't have the same approach. William's had to go, so thank you so much. He's always in our chats, isn't he, Dave? He's always there.
Yeah, it's great.
He's a fantastic supporter. So Jack says, I'm with you, Lekden. I want to promote books and want people to read. I do state if there are aspects I don't enjoy, but that's the extent of it. Yeah, I think a lot of us are on the same page on that, aren't we?
Yeah.
I can really enjoy the occasional rant. I'm deeply flawed. That was Ali telling up. What if you rant about a book for 10 minutes and then destroy it on camera?
Yeah, what's the...
Did somebody do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh, they did that. They do that, or they did do that a lot with Dead Inside by Chandler Morrison. I'm like, you're giving him so much money. So much money.
Yeah, you can see
Make
it
him
for that
beg.
reason, don't you? Michael says, I do negative reviews occasionally, but they're cries for help. I know reviews love the book, and I want them to help me love it. Yeah, I mean, I've done that before and said, can you say in the comments what you think of it? Because it might give me some more clarity about.
Yeah.
I mean, and I enjoy reading. If if I'm thinking of reading a new book and I look on Goodreads or something and I see negative reviews, I enjoy reading well thought out negative reviews. If they're saying these things didn't work for me, like that's something I appreciate before going into a book. And I review all the books I read. Like I do a written review of them and put them on Storygraph or Goodreads or wherever. And so I think there's a place for honest critical reviews, even negative ones. For me, it's more just like with my videos, it takes so long. Like if you've seen my videos, I have so many edits because I just stumble over my words so often. So a 10-minute video takes me 20 minutes to record and 30 minutes to edit.
You're talking a lot of detail as well, don't you? So that's the other thing.
I try to, I try to give all of my reviews spoiler free if I can. And so then I try to find like, what are the elements of the book that I enjoyed, looking at the characters, the writing, the story, and then all of the different pieces, how they fit together and how they work for me. So that ends up going into a lot of detail, but also talking around things at the same time. So it gets a little difficult. Yeah.
Go on.
I was going to say, some of the videos that I've enjoyed the most I call them upon further review. That's from the sports world. But what I will do is take a book that I read before and reread it because I've seen some amazing comments, or I think, oh, you know what? I just was in the wrong place at the wrong time in terms of taking this book. One that kind of blew up a little bit for me is the Starship Troopers. I read that book after actually having seen the film, which was a big mistake. And so I was expecting it to be all action. And there's very little action in that book. It's a lot more about politics and growing up in a society and what's your responsibility to society. So when I saw it the second time round after reading some of these comments from people, it deeply changed my opinion of it. And so I think when I do something that I do give a negative review or a number to it, I'm always really wanting to have somebody respond who loves that book because I want to understand why it's important to them.
Yeah. What's interesting about Starship Troopers, the film, is literally the opposite politics, isn't it?
It is.
It's like an anti-Starship Troopers film, which I love. I think it's hilarious because I think I'm more of a Paul Verhoeven politics than Heinlein. So I think it's funny. He thought, sorry, I'm just going to do the opposite message. I think it's hilarious.
Well, there's also all types of reviews definitely matter. I'll buy books from negative reviews, especially if they're petty.
You get to know the reviewer, and then you know how you react to the same material.
Yeah, it's also the there are a lot, I would say more so indie writers, but also traditionally published books as well, where you're not hitting the right market. Why would you do that? Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, for example, it's a culinary cozy mystery. So it's very, very specific. And if you have a 1 star for a culinary cozy mystery that says, I hated this book because it's about murder in a bakery and I can't stand sweets. Well, that's actually it does lower that star rating, but it tells you right off the bat, I adore culinary cozy. That's my book, right? There are good things to it. Also, if you're petty, I try not to be, but I do. Okay, flawed. Hi, I will buy that book if you say do not read this book or else. How many times? Dozens. Don't tell me what to do. I will read that book.
I see.
And I will.
But the thing with Booktube as well, like Booktube, like you guys will talk in detail about a book. And if it's a book I don't know about, or even it's a book I do know about, I want to know what you're thinking, and I'll be kind of maybe influenced by what you're saying. But when you watch someone that you do watch, and then they'll do like a bunch of books, and they'll go, "This one, no, just no." You go, "What? What do I get from that?" They're just no. All right, thanks for the information.
Yeah, that's it's not useful. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea anything. You might as well not showed that book on the screen because I've got no idea what you think of it. So yeah, there's a bit of that as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I think honestly, like what I react to, never mind in my channel, but watching others, is something you were mentioning earlier, Gareth. Is that like a lot of people, there's something like the snark is the point for many people. Yeah. And negative reviews, especially if you have like some outrageous title, like the worst book ever, or I hated this book, then you're going to get people to click on your video. And then if you go on a rant that isn't based in anything except for you wanting to be snarky, that's not interesting to me, because it doesn't tell me anything about the book. And for me, it feels, and I don't know the minds of the people that make these videos, but it feels like you're just doing it for the attention and not because you care about the book or don't care about the book. And so that is what I don't connect with. If you feel very strongly about a book that you really didn't like it and you feel like this criticism of it is valid and should be shared with everyone, that's different than being like, I'm going to rant and rag on this book because it's amusing to me to be snarky and mean and cynical, So that's I think what I react against.
Yeah, that's mainly what I say when like negative reviews. Also, what are you attracting as your audience? Because I have seen so many booktubers that will just trash authors personally on top of their book, but they have now solidified their audience as negative watchers. And so when that booktuber says or does something that those fans don't agree with, you have now kind of programmed them into being very nasty, right? There are quite a few, unfortunately, not around where they have said or done something, but for 3 years, they rarely post anything positive. So then when they have said something like on Twitter or whatever, then they're dogpiled and they are like, I don't understand. Well,
yeah. I mean, the internet doesn't forget, right? So it's kind of the way it is,
Okay, so Jack says, I don't want to dislike books, but I think it's a disservice to my subscribers if I don't give my honest. I think we're all for the honest review, aren't we?
Limbo is not an easy read. I've read that one recently.
Yeah,
by Bernard Wolf
about 6 years ago. Yeah. But you see, that's an SF masterwork. That's the thing about the masterwork series. There's a bunch of crap in there. It's got to be said.
We'll take that as a quote. That's a quote. There's a bunch of crap in there.
It's not fair because sometimes you're like, yes, a classic. I want to read it.
Yeah.
Cool.
David Pringle put it in his 100 best SF novels from 1949 to 1984, and I'm just going, why? But once again, there's context. I try to give a little bit of give and take on that when I did talk about it, and try to give it a little bit of its due. But that's not one I would recommend to people if they like the kind of books I like.
Yeah.
So Dan says, I believe in honest reviews. You can give tactful. There's always like that's the opposite of the rant ones, isn't it? Just say something in normal speech. Tend not to finish a book if I'm not enjoying it, so I don't feel I can review them. Yeah. If I do finish it, it hasn't worked for me, I'm always honest. Just not ranty. Precisely. The most recent book I had to finish, didn't enjoy, didn't work out for me, but that doesn't mean it won't work out for others. I mean, it's very personal. There's no point in being weird about it. For me, when a booktuber pans a favorite author of mine, like Cornwall or Bellman, I nearly bought the Two Fires something. I nearly bought it in America, but I didn't. But then give their booktuber friends books 5 stars, they'll lose all credit. Yeah, it's true. If I pan a sci-fi book, it definitely upsets people. I sometimes just don't review really bad ones, but I do enjoy a good rant. Aaron reads very eclectically, didn't he? Cornwall,
Yeah, he does.
I bought a female man recently. Oh, here we go. So see what Jack thinks of that. The Warlord Chronicles, the Saxon Tales. So that's a suggestion, I think. Oh no, yes, the Warlord has an all-time favorite. Okay, cool. Don't know them. Does anyone know those? The Warlord Chronicles?
No.
Yeah, it's Bernard Cornwell. My husband loves him.
Oh.
I tried. I'm like, that's not for me.
Is he,
and
is he
I
English?
upset my husband. Yeah.
Is he an English author?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, it's Bernard. All right, carry on.
I'm just glad I didn't say Bouard. So okay, okay, Gareth.
So Gareth, you're telling me that Bernard Wolf should be Bernard Wolf?
Is he English?
I've messed it up for my whole video. Rock up another one for me.
I'll probably do the same thing with American authors. You know, I don't know what the American pronunciation is for some things, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, maybe if I say Harlan Ellison, I should go Harlan Ellison. It's the same thing.
I'm just used to having my name mispronounced, so therefore I feel like I get a pass for mispronouncing other people's names.
How do they say Lekden? Do they go Lekden?
No.
Or something?
Well, I mean, Lekden obviously is the name I was given when I became a monk, but when I first became Buddhist, I was given a different name. And, when I first became Buddhist, I was given the name Soltrim Nima, and I was in college, so I started using that name. And then when I became monk, I was given the name Gelten Lekden. But Tibetan, if you have 3 Tibetans in a room, they're going to have 4 different pronunciations. Okay. Like Tibetan is a moving target. So some people, there's this wild different pronunciations of my name. And my poor family, my sister and brother call me Lekden. My mother would try to, but she would forget. And it would just be like, Lekden. And she said like every name that she's ever called me for the last 40 years before finally getting Lekden. So I'm just used to a little bit of everything. But Lekden's a lot easier than Soltrim, which was just like a bunch of syllables. Soltrim.
Soltrim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. See,
so I'm just used to it.
When we named our kids, I always said, and I haven't done it with Louis, to be fair, but I always said I want to give them names that they don't have to spend their entire life spelling. That's what I thought. Although people always mispronounce his name and misspell his name because he's the French version of Louis, which is L-O-I-S. So people go Louis, and you go, no, it's Louis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that with St. Louis, and people are like, it's Louis. I'm like, no, it's not.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's French. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Yeah. Right, hold on. I love the Warlord Chronicles too. Never read a bad Cornwall. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So yeah, he's quite big, isn't he? I've never read anything by him, but he's quite a big author. He's a great writer. Have you ever read any of the Sharp books? Yeah, that's a huge series, isn't it? A long list of books I need to get to. There were loads of Cornwall books in the Strand bookshop in New York. Maybe Dave and Gareth will pick up the Warlord trilogy, but they should know the beginning is dry, but then the story takes off like a rocket until the last page of the last book. Okay, maybe. We got a whole load of Heidi recommendations, haven't we? Yeah. Michael, we've got to run. Thank you so much, and hopefully people would have lectured you and maybe subscribed. You need to pick up Sharp's Tiger. Oh, okay, that's one of his later ones probably. What is second person? So second person is when, like, the most common form of writing is third person, isn't it? And you're saying, say the character is called John. John did this, John did that. If it's first person, then John is the I. So I did this, I did that. And second person is you did this. So you're reading it like the writer is telling you that you did it. So, yeah.
I don't recommend Chandler Morrison to like most people because people honestly it's too much for them. But Chandler Morrison has a second person point of view book called Until the Sun, and it took a little bit to get into, and I'm like, okay. I mean,
I like Chandler Morrison a lot. Have you read his what's it called? He wrote a splatter western, and it's part of the splatter western series.
Yeah, I read all of his books. Yeah.
I thought he wrote.
Okay. I'm not into westerns.
I liked it. Yeah, I'm not much into westerns, but I try to read them during June for June on the Range. And so
Yeah.
if anyone's interested in an unconventional western, Chandler Morrison writes extreme horror in general, if you don't know. And he wrote a splatter western, and I can't think of the title of it right now, but he goes
Human-shaped
back and forth.
fiend.
That's right, human-shaped fiends. And he goes, it's very meta. So he writes himself into the story where he talks about himself having to write a Western because he's on contract for it, but everyone expects it to be like his other extreme horror novels, and he doesn't know how to write an extreme horror Western. And so he's very critical of his work. So the chapters go back and forth about him writing about himself, writing about the Western that he's writing.
Wow.
That's a good
and
one.
then he plays.
He's very smart, and sometimes it's like he's very meta and satirical, and then you don't expect splatterpunk to be that, and so a lot of people would pick up on it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was, Hey, it's fun. It's also like a novella, so it's not very long, you know. So it's if you want to pick up a weird Western for June, that's a good one. Human Shaped Fiends by Chandler Morrison.
Okay.
I enjoyed it, but it is a little bloody and extreme. So there's that.
Dave's got his pen out.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Aaron said, I've only read Sharp's Tiger, which is a prequel, but I love the TV show. The TV show obviously famously features Sean Bean as Sharp. So it was I think it was what made Sean Bean famous, really, before he did all the films. But I really like Sean Bean. I think he's a brilliant actor. Second person is you are, yeah. So Nicole said that.
I pop in and out.
Yeah, that's cool. Guess I never experienced that. Yeah, so it's not that common. Charles Earth was fun. Like that he was trying out space opera. Okay. I need to read some Major Crocodile. Yes.
I basically am on a Tchaikovsky kick where I'm just going to go through his whole catalog. I'm reading 1 or 2 books a month, you know, and I'm loving every book that I read from him. So
I think. Go on.
It'll be interesting to see if he can keep up to his writing because he seems to put out.
He released 3 books this year. 3 books this year. You know, 3 books and a novella. You're like, what is going on? He read Shroud, which was fun, a horror survival novel. He released the 3rd book in the Tyrant Philosopher series. He has another novella coming in the Tyrant Philosopher series coming out later this month. He released Bee Speaker, which is the 3rd in the Dogs of War series. And there's another one. And a short story that's also part of Tyrant Philosopher. All came out this year alone. You're like, what's...
I saw an interview with him on YouTube, and then the interviewer said, "Oh, you've released so much this year, haven't you?" And then he went, "Yeah, well, I've also got this coming out, this coming out, this coming out, this coming out." So
I find that daunting in terms of approaching his material.
He's going to have a lot of. He's going to have a lot of stuff to. Say you discover him in 10 years' time, there'll be a whole bank of stuff for you to look into, which is pretty cool.
Well, it's nice. I mean, I'm interested. You know, some of his fantasy stuff is a lot of fun. I just finished Spiderlight a little while ago, and that is being republished. I just saw it's being republished with like a new cover. I don't know if it's a new publisher or whatnot, but it's like a D&D campaign, like a really short, longer than a novella, but not like a hefty novel like his other novels. Like, you know, most of his novels like 500-600 pages, right? This is like a nice short little D&D campaign, but it's playing with a lot of his similar ideas about this concept. The whole concept is a group of warriors that are working for the light, and they have to defeat the Dark Lord. But the whole point is questioning this binary and if it really truly exists, this idea of white and dark and all these things. And it's this really fun story. And it's like literally like a D&D campaign come to life. You have all the main characters as part of your party. It's great.
He plays D&D, doesn't he?
He has to.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. And one of the things that I found out, which was like, what? He plays D&D with Claire North.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of Claire North, big fan of Chicago, and they're mates, and they play D&D together. But you do wonder, where does he get time to do D&D if he's writing all these books all the time? You know,
maybe that's how he writes the books. all the people that are part of his D&D campaign, they're like, I recognize this.
they're all going to sue him in 10 years time.
I wonder sometimes how many authors use text or voice to text in terms of doing their rough outlines.
It's really
saving time by doing that.
Yeah, it's really popular. The Dragon is a very popular dictation. Well, and then you also have to learn how to speak clearly, so you're not taking like 50,000 hours to clean up your thing, which I cannot do that. Okay. Nope. I'm just going to write that down. I'm not going to dictate.
Horrendous. If you do it normally and then you read it back, it makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah. You know, I mean, he does say, because people always say, because it's an obvious question to ask him, how do you write so many? You know, and he just says, I just treat it like a full-time job. So I start at like 9 in the morning, finish at 5 in the afternoon, and I just write. And you know, and if you treat it like that, if you already know what you're going to write, you've done your kind of basic outline, and you can write, I do think it's kind of realistic. You know, it's not so weird that, you know, he's doing this without having crap books coming out, you know.
Yeah, it's the staging or type of writer.
Yeah, basically.
It just depends on the writer.
But it's interesting that he released. I mean, I don't know if they're all published with Tor Nightfire or if they're published with different publishers. But like releasing that many books a year is usually not advised from like a marketing point of view because you're saturating the market. I mean, King even talks about it, and he has what does he call them? He calls them his chess books or something. Where like he often will have 2 or 3 books that he's written that are just waiting because he publishes only 1 book a year generally, right? And that was like a big deal for him after the car accident in 2000 when he almost died because he didn't write anything for over a year, but he had 3 books already done just waiting to be put out, you know? So to publish 3 books a year just seems like you're saturating a market, yet his fans are buying them and it seems to work, and they're not the same. That's the other thing. You know, some of them are fantasy, some of them are sci-fi, some are a little bit mixed, you know? So
and
I don't know.
Sci-fi stuff varies a lot in content as well. Like what the issues he tackles or the way he's written it. When I read, because we read Alien Clay together, didn't we, Dave?
Yeah.
And I felt like that was a different kind of writing. But then I read Service Model afterwards, and it was completely different. It was like he was trying to be Douglas Adams. And he said in an interview, he said, that's the closest I'm ever going to be to Douglas Adams. So it was like kind of
that's nice,
humorous, you know. So yeah, I think he likes exploring writing as well, which is really cool. Right. So
well, also depends if you're traditionally published or indie, because if you don't, if you put out 1 book a year as an indie, you're not going to make crap. Sorry, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, but at this point, he's traditionally published.
Yeah, if he's trad published, then you can definitely get away with that. Also, there's the whole thing like nowadays, which I was being told you have to publish more than 3 books, or else you're not going to make any money. Like, well, okay, I'm not going to make any money because I'm not producing 3 more books. Thank you so much, boo-boo. Like I'm. And I'm not going like that's not how I write. There are like the ones that do it really fast are certain types of writers, or they outline, or they use dictation, or they do a bunch of lots of things. And then there are just some other writers that just take a couple years, and that's totally acceptable as well. But for indie, unfortunately, it's changing now, thankfully, but you're not even going to be seen if you don't have 20 books out.
Yeah.
You keep going. So,
it just depends.
For the record,
I just listened to it.
Go on.
I was saying I just listened today to an interview with Tananarive Due and her husband. It wasn't an interview, excuse me. It was a podcast the 2 of them do. And it was actually from a year ago, right after she won the Bram Stoker Award for The Reformatory. And she was talking about how it took her 7 years to write that book. And it was her first book that she wrote not on, like she didn't have a contract for it. So she didn't sell it before writing it, which made it harder for her because she didn't have a deadline. And she's like, and in those 7 years, I also wrote like 3 dozen short stories and I was doing all these other things. But like it took 7 years to write 1 book. But then that book won her the Bram Stoker Award and is receiving lots of accolades, which are all incredibly well deserved because it's a phenomenal book. But like, you know, it took her 7 years to write that book. So sometimes that's just what it has to be, you know?
Yeah. But and then she might get pressure now to do another book.
Yeah, well, she's written a bunch of other books. It's not her first novel. She has written quite a few other novels, as well as a few collections of short stories. But the other novels, it's funny. She was saying how her first publisher pushed her to Black-owned bookstores. And so she kind of had the impression that her main audience, even as a horror writer, was with Black women, because that's where her bookstore were pushed for. And she's like, and it was useful when I was a new author because it gave me a right-away audience. Having my face on the back jacket in a Black-owned bookstore is very useful. But when she won the Bram Stoker, she realized that she has a much wider audience than just Black women, basically. And even if she's writing about 1950s South in America and racial tension and like, you know, racial trauma, that obviously it has a much wider audience. So it was interesting to hear her talk about it and how her books were marketed and how that did, in her case, it helped her, but she could also see how if it hadn't worked for her, it could have been a detriment. It just happened to work out, you know? So
yeah. That's
definitely. Has anyone else read that? Have any of you read that book? It's great. No. It's really phenomenal. I just realized I was telling someone else to read it, and then I realized that it's not out in paperback yet, at least not in the US. It comes out next year. Where I have the paperback because in India we don't get hardbacks of anything. So like the paperback is available in India, but not in other countries. So the hardback is coming. I mean, the paperback's coming out in 2026, I think, in America. But it's phenomenal. It's really, really good. It takes place at one of the reform school for boys, and a young boy, like a 12-year-old boy, is basically arrested for nothing. And there happen to be ghosts at the reform school, but they aren't really the bad guys. The racism kind of is. Jim Crow South are the bad guys. It's really great. It's a really, really wonderful novel.
That's awesome. So it looks like Jack's had to go. Such fun chatting afternoon. Congrats again. Thank you. Venetia Bound. Wow. Congratulations. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you so much. I've had a few people, because it's obviously an anniversary and I've talked about it on the channel. I've had some people that have never done a comment before say that that they really love the channel, and that's just really lovely, because obviously it's kind of an anniversary type thing that would make them want to make a comment, which is really nice, isn't it? So we don't know who's watching.
Yeah.
I just read my first chocolate service model and loved it. Excellent. Brilliant. Yeah. Tchaikovsky described it as imagining C-3PO in Mad Max. Which is a brilliant way of doing it. This is an all-day marathon. It's good because people. It's nice because when people are coming on and off, we get nice amount of time with everyone, which is great.
It's an international event. That's the situation. You're making your hit every time zone.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is almost midnight here. So
is it really? Wow.
Yeah, and I had 8 hours of travel today, so I'm a little.
I've lost my. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. I'm now, because I lost my thread, I now know how many messages behind. It's not too bad. Dan says, same for me. Tchaikovsky, yay. I just got all the Haynish books on Audible during the sale. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I think Heidi's one of them that's going to do it with January 26th. Start book one. Yeah, that's the plan. So please join in if you want to. It'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Richard, you up for that, Richard?
Well, you can get me on sometime for that. Definitely.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Great guest from Joe.
Yeah. I just last month I finished The Word for World is Forest, and which is great, right? It's such a wonderful short novella from her, but it's so blunt and like it doesn't hold anything back. No. And I was like, wow. Then I was reading an interview with her, and she's like, oh, this is my reaction to the Vietnam War, and I felt I had to be blunt, and I couldn't be coding anything. I just was so angry that I had to be explicit, and I was like, well, that makes sense, and that is, it reads very clearly in this novella.
That's the first book I read by her, and I was like,
really?
Yeah. So
some people say it's the genesis of Avatar from Cameron, that film. In terms of what they do on that planet too, and I can see a little bit of a parallel. I don't know if it's exactly that way though.
I mean, to be honest, Cameron isn't like Avatar isn't a phenomenal story. Do you know what I mean? Like Avatar isn't like wowing people over because the story is so original and unique. It's a pretty bog standard story that is a phenomenal movie, right? So
yeah, it's the effects and stuff that people love, and the music and stuff. I mean, James Cameron knows what he's doing. Lekden, I urge you to listen to Hal Nelson's narration of Wisdom of Earthsea. Heidi's recommended that to me so many times, but I just don't know how to get it. So I haven't looked at it on Amazon. You might be able to buy it, to be fair, but I haven't found it any other way. But Hal Nelson has got an amazing voice, so I love listening to Hal Nelson read his own stories. I'm sure that's amazing. Has anyone heard Hal Nelson read his own stories, like Repent Harlequin or?
No, I haven't.
He's obviously. I don't know. Are you guys familiar with Hal Nelson's stuff?
I've read a number of his stories, but I haven't heard him.
Yeah, so his writing style is pretty abrasive, and it's quite. You can see the energy in the, it's like full on, and his voice is like that. I mean, if you see him in interviews, he's like proper full on, and when he reads one of his stories, there's so much, I don't know, so much energy in it. It's amazing. So yeah, definitely, I can see that working definitely.
Some authors are great at reading stories, and some just don't quite hit the mark. You know, not all authors are meant to be audiobook narrators, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, someone was telling me that hearing Stephen King read his own books is really great. And I've heard him like read snippets, and I'm like, okay, maybe like, you get the main accent down clearly, but I don't know if I'm down.
Yeah. He's just been doing stuff from the new book. And I wasn't massively
impressed by his narration. He's also, 80 years old. So it maybe his narration 20 years ago is different. I don't know. I saw a YouTube video. I didn't listen to it yet. That's him writing. It's him reciting the new preface to Life of Chuck, because there's like a new publishing of Life of Chuck. And if anyone doesn't know, Life of Chuck is a novella in the collection of If It Bleeds, and it's one of King's stories that isn't horror. That's like a heartwarming story. And the film of it is coming out very, very shortly, being published by Neon, made by Mike Flanagan, who is like the King film master, and made independently. And everyone that's watched it so far has said it's the best King movie ever made, and one of the most heartwarming movies ever made. So
it's a great story,
it's a phenomenal story.
Yeah. So I need to read that, because I haven't read all of If It Bleeds yet. I read the Holly story and a couple of others. Yeah. But I need to read Life of Chuck.
Definitely. I would highly recommend it before watching the film. But
what a great collection. When he's, like 78 years old, putting out a collection of stories there, that If It Bleeds is a great book, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
So this is I have to do it because who it is. It's a random side comment, but we talk about people in the late 70s, and before he died, David Crosby was still amazing at the age of 76, and then he was like, his voice was amazing and his songwriting was amazing still. So little lip into music for a second. But yes, guys, I just got all the Hainish books on Audible. Oh yeah, so I just read that one, and I read that one. I seem to be repeating myself. Here we go. Ursula narrates the first 5 minutes, then Han jumps in. Yeah, they were friends, weren't they? I think.
Well, he had her write "The World Is Forest" for his Dangerous Visions, the second one.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Richard, I just watched the 1981 BBC miniseries of The Day of the Triffids. It was done so well. That was a massive part of my childhood. So I would have been 10 when that was on RTV. It was a BBC production, and The Day of the Triffids was everyone watched it, and it was a huge success on RTV when I was 10. And yeah, I mean the cheesy effects is a thing. If you're a sci-fi fan, you're kind of like happy to live with cheesy effects. I think.
I love the 1950s and 60s cheesy effects.
Yeah, just live with it.
Yeah,
no, absolutely. I'm a huge Blake Seven fan, and the Blake Seven effects and the weapons and stuff are terrible. But I love the scripts. I just think that I love the fact that there was a small crew of Robin Hood kind of people on this spaceship, and they hated each other, and they just argued constantly, and if one of them was dying, the other one would just walk off and try and save him. I mean, that's brilliant. It's TV gold.
When I think of cheesy puppets for plants, I also think of the musical Little Shop of Horrors.
Little Shop of Horrors, yeah. Audrey too. Yeah,
I love that.
Audrey too.
But the effects are. We're now talking about Jim Henson now, and the effects are amazing in Little Shop of Horrors. Come on,
yeah,
the effects are amazing. Unless you're talking about the original, the Jack Nicholson.
I was talking about the one that had Rick Moranis in it. I think.
Rick Moranis, yeah.
Nicole's glowing.
I just put in a hold for the Harlan Ellison narrated version of Wizard of Earthsea for anyone that concerns at my library, so I should get it in 4 weeks.
Oh, that's awesome.
There are 2 versions available, at least at my library, and there's a 7-hour version and a 6-hour version. The 6-hour version is the Harlan Ellison one, for anyone interested.
Randy wants to come on screen. Right. I tell you what. Oops. What have I just done?
I have to go anyway. It is nearing midnight, and I have things to do at 4:30 in the morning. So
yeah, this is well late for you, isn't it? We could have brought Randy on anyway because we got one more slot. But absolutely, if you need to go, you need to go. But
yeah,
anyway, need to get him. I'll have to go off screen for a second to give him the link. So
okay.
Can I don't know if so. Richard, have you said what you're reading yet? I can't remember.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so you tell us what you're reading, and I'm going to go off screen for a second so I can give Randy the.
Okay.
Also, we'll say goodbye to Lekden because this is the first time I've met you, so it's really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Just started Song of Kali by Dan Simmons. Dan Simmons, a lot of people know him in science fiction from Hyperion Cantos. He's definitely written all sorts of genre, including horror. And my understanding is this one's going to go to horror. It certainly starts out in a very disturbing way about the city of Calcutta and how it really really is a horrible place that basically should be nuked, he says at one point. So I'm very interested to see where he goes with this. It's won the World Fantasy Award, and I think it's his first novel. So I'm going to give that one a try. I don't go to fantasy very often, but Dan Simmons is a very good writer.
Yeah, I not that long ago, I think I found this book in a secondhand shop, and it's crazy expensive if you try to get it. But it was actually, so it was called This Year's Class Picture, and it's really a short story, but they republished it as a book like not that long ago, which is hard to get. But it was about a teacher, an older teacher, still trying to run a classroom in a school after a zombie apocalypse. And I shouldn't say too much more than that in case you go to read it. But it actually had some depth to it, as short as it was. And it was fun. Here, sit back, sweetie. Sit back. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, I've read a couple of different books by Simmons. I remember Carrion Comfort was one of his horror ones.
Mm-hmm.
There's The Terror, which was about the expeditions in the North Pole looking for the North Passage and getting stuck up there in the North Pole, and they've made a TV series of that.
Too long for me.
Yeah. Yeah, the books are getting to be Stephen King size the longer he went along.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've had Hyperion sitting over there for a while, and it's one of those ones on the list. I just haven't gotten to it yet because so many people love it. I just haven't got there yet. But
that's where I like to go. And the vintage works really well with this. I like to kind of go where other people aren't. Everybody was reviewing Dune for the last few years. I'm not going to read Dune for years because of that.
Okay.
Or things that become very popular, like Hyperion. I'm not going to read that or reread it for a number of years, most likely, until things calm down a little bit, perhaps, because there's lots of interesting choices to make. Yeah. Hello, Randy.
Hey, Randy.
Hey. Everybody hear me all right? Have y'all really been doing this for 4 hours and 20 minutes and I just not got here?
Yeah.
Wow, sorry.
And Nicole and Dave have been here from the beginning as well, haven't you?
Wow.
Wow. Well,
y'all have stamina.
Well, maybe 50 minutes into
50
it
minutes.
for me.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
On
like, whatever.
So
4:20.
So on that note, I've been here 4 hours and 20 minutes. Somebody here besides me is getting antsy. So I'm gonna head out if that's okay. Okay, I'm gonna get you in a minute. So I
will not stay 4 hours and 20 minutes. I can promise y'all that.
No, I won't be on for another 4 hours. But
okay,
thanks,
right.
Dave.
Yeah.
Bye, Dave and Olive.
Thanks for having
Bye,
me on,
Dave.
buddy. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Looking forward to your 5th year anniversary.
It won't be 4 hours and 20 minutes, I'll tell you that. All right, have fun.
All right. See you later, Dave.
Dave's cool, man.
Dave is awesome, yeah. And obviously it was very special meeting him last week.
Bye.
Aaron said, "Is that a Triffids adaptation where they're killed by water?" I don't remember that.
Isn't that the old movie from 1960s?
Is it?
I can't remember. I think that's the one that was where they were killed by water.
Oh,
Which sounds weird because it's a plant.
Yeah. In the original book, they just escape, don't they? Just go to the Isle of Wight. I think it's the Isle of Wight, which is just opposite me.
We coexist basically.
Yeah. So Randy, or the angelic
fellas, ladies.
Yeah.
Am I glowing?
You're there. Hi, Jenny. So this is you speaking. So you can say that yourself. Do you want to read that out yourself?
Yeah, I texted a long time ago. The chat must have got really backed up.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for y'all to let me on screen for 20 minutes.
Sorry. Some people I could see them, and they I couldn't bring them on because there were 6 people on screen.
My ego's not going to let me just sit in the chat box. type. You know that. I told you I'd be here today, though, and I wasn't going to let you down.
No, thanks, man. Randy was our most recent guest on Is This Thing On. It was a great show on Thursday. So
That's very kind. It was great. I enjoyed the hell out of it. You know, I was going to say, I got to see The Little Shop of Horrors at the theater when I was a kid. It was so cool. And not the Jack Nicholson version either. I'm not that old.
It's a great show.
It was so fun, though. It was, well, I was 16 years old. I'd never seen anything like it, you know. But I saw so many cool movies at the theaters. You know, the 80s was such a cool time to grow up because I got to see The Wrath of Khan at the movie theater. I got to see Flash Gordon at the theater. And then some even more obscure stuff like Ice Pirates with Robert Urich. Do y'all remember that one?
Not that
so
one.
bad
Oh,
and
that's
so
one I
cheesy.
got,
But God, as an 11-year-old, I loved it.
But you also got Ghostbusters and the Back to the Future films and
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Highlander. We talked about Highlander earlier. You got Highlander in the 80s.
Mad Max, The Road Warrior.
The Mad Max. Yeah. That was just
Poltergeist.
2 over here.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's Poltergeist was great in that time period, and the Rocky movies, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, which are, you know, very strange. Rocky's a very strange franchise because that first movie, Rocky, you know, it won Best Picture and it was absolutely terrific. And it was a real work of art. And then the rest of them are just, you know, they're franchise pictures. You know, they're meant to make money, but they're really good at that too. But they're nothing like that first movie at all.
Yes. Sylvester Stallone wrote the script, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he wrote the script and he was incredibly broke. And they wanted to buy the script from him for like $25,000. And he turned it down because he wanted part of the deal to be that he got to play Rocky. And the studios wanted to hire someone like Robert Redford to play Rocky. And he was like, no, I'm not going to sell you a script if I can't star in it. And he was so broke that $25,000 really would have meant a lot to him because he had to give up his dog. You know, and he got the dog back because eventually he got what he wanted from the studio. But that dog in the movie is his dog.
Right.
Yeah. And, but yeah, he gave up the dog because, you know, he had the dream. And thank goodness it turned out the way it did. Can you imagine a Rocky franchise, you know, that was anchored around Redford?
No, I don't think Redford fits.
I'm not sure we've got a Rocky 2.
Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? I don't know if anyone in the chat has read. Have you read Kim Stanley Robinson, Richard?
I have. Yeah. I read recently his first one because I was just going through the Ace Science Fiction specials, and it still holds up very well.
Is it Red Mars? The first one?
Nope. It is from the California trilogy. Oh, what's the first one called? Slipped my mind. Golden Shore is one of them, but it's not that one.
Yeah.
They'll come to me.
No, I haven't read
your moment.
That's someone else that I thought might be too sciencey for me. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, he was doing some important work as far as like Constance says about climate survival and stuff really early on. So Diane says your lights are way more cool now.
Yeah, the sun was changing, and so I was very angelic, but that's not me. So I had to go. I had to change my light.
Dark Angel.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I forgot.
I think Randy
Eric.
came back.
Yeah, I forgot. What's your favorite color?
Who? Me?
You? Yeah.
Yellow.
Oh, here we go.
Oh. Hey.
You know,
Can't really see though. Oh. How about a light orange?
Light orange works.
We'll go with
you know,
that.
when I first came on here, Nicole, I'm meeting you for the first time too. I thought that's an enormous aquarium behind her.
Aquarium of lovely, not real books. But they swim around in my mind all the time.
Oh yeah, nice. So you just so Dan likes the pink. But the book I destroyed was a $1 thrift store find. The book itself wasn't in good shape to begin with. So this is something to do with
burning books.
Burning books.
It was a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
Well, it was because jumping back to there were people that were filming and posting burning Chandler Morrison books.
Okay, yeah.
And he made bank. So I don't know if that was the smartest one to do. But
So books do things to me. That's a great name for a channel. Books do things to me. So he says, "Hi to Randy." Dang, the worst I've ever done to a book is throw it across the room. Yeah, I've poured water on something by accident.
Oh, that's okay
then. I was calling you earlier about the fact you're unfamiliar with the best book. Okay, well, Dave's not even here to see the apology, so he's probably heartbroken. Yeah, what book was it? She's going to tell us in a minute. Oh man, this is all your comments. Go get me on. So thank you. So the wonderful enthusiasm. I was Phil. Go on, what are you going to say, Richard?
The Twilight Zone is how I discovered you.
Awesome.
That's those. I mean, I love it too, and so I was very excited to see you going into it in such detail so often.
Yeah. So there's 5 videos left. I did 25 videos for the original series, and it's weird. They get the views really vary. So sometimes they don't get looked at all. Sometimes they get looked at more and all that. I've done them all, so I'm not even not bothered about the views. But yeah, I love doing it. I really love doing it, and I love it when you meet someone else who loves the show. I think it's such an important show for me when I was a kid. I'll always genuinely remember how I was sitting, where I was when I watched it. It was such a big thing.
And it was
go on.
And it was harder for you guys to find in UK, wasn't it? I've talked to other people from the
Channel
UK about it,
4
and it was not really well telecast in your country.
It's been kind of consistently put on, but when I was watching it, Channel 4 decided to just put it on, and that was a relatively new channel. So it was like the early 80s. So I started watching it when I was a kid, and that was a new channel that was trying to be a bit different, and I think that's why they picked on the Twilight Zone, because it wasn't being shown anywhere on anything else. So yeah, probably when it was first on, it might not have been a UK thing, but it's been on and off now. It's currently on one of the cable channels now every day. But yeah, it's kind of off and on. There used to be the BBC. Was it the BBC? Yeah, the BBC used to show like marathons at Christmas sometimes as well, and they do like 2 or 3 a night during the Christmas period, but they haven't done that for a long time. But yeah, I mean, Twilight Zone is just one of those things, isn't it? That if you know it, you love it, and if you don't know it, you probably know something very similar that you don't realize is influenced by it. I mean, Black Mirror is a big thing now. Everyone loves Black Mirror, but thingy, I forgot his name. But the guy who created Black Mirror has said himself, "This is my take on the Twilight Zone." Can't believe I forgot his name, but he's awesome. But no,
you just can't beat Rod Serling though introducing his episodes. It's just and the
guys.
amazing...
I hate to do this, but I got to go. I have a guest, like a real live person guest. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you can't.
After all the fuss I made to get on the air.
I know. I'm ignoring my wife, so I shouldn't be doing that.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you.
And to our studio audience here, I'm begging you, please subscribe to me so I stay on there as long as Gareth. Please, I'm begging you.
You've got more
I'm
stuff
begging.
than I have now, thanks to your
Do I?
begging on Thursday. Yeah.
I'm not ashamed to beg. I do this with women too on dates. And it's surprisingly effective.
Okay.
You guys are terrific. I love y'all.
Bye.
Nice one. See you later.
Bye now.
Great. I'm glad you popped in. It's just the 3 of us left.
Woo!
So Jack says, I had a book called Clone by Richard Cowper. I've seen that around, where he had a gang of talking apes horrifically abuse a woman, and then she offered to show another character what all the fuss was about.
I haven't read it, and this doesn't make me want to read it.
No, it sounds horrendous. Richard Cowper is like 70s, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have read at least one of his books.
I feel like sometimes the 70s got worse than the earlier period as far as that kind of thing. It's like a kind of a bit of a free-for-all,
I think there was the New Age movement of the late 60s and early 70s, and there was kind of a fallout from that movement, I think, where people were just trying to do things for shock purposes only.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's writers that can make that work, but there's a lot of writers who just fall on their face with it.
And you can see it, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to go back to Constance for a second because she said a really lovely thing. She said, I always feel well cheered after watching. So thanks, Constance. I appreciate that a lot. So books do things to me. Said, I want to see you on screen with the stars. Keep knocking. But it didn't last very long. It's still going. Absolutely, mate. Steve's a great reader. Always said, yeah. If It Bleeds was terrific. Yeah, I like the story. Get to see Little Shop of Horrors at the theatre. Oh, this is something he's just said on the screen. And then there were two. Oh, who would be the last one standing? Yeah, well,
I'm going to have to check out pretty soon, just to warn you. I'll stick around for some of these comments.
Yeah, we'll do the comments. I think 4.5 hours is a nice little stint in it. So we'll finish in a second. I think.
Sure.
Some Song of Kali gets dark.
I was talking about that when you were gone. That's what I'm reading right now.
Oh wow! Okay, is it good?
I've only read the first chapter, and it's interesting, but it is very dark. It's Dan Simmons, Hyperion, Carrying Comfort, The Terror, Drood, lots of flashback, lots of different novels from him.
I've read Hyperion, but that's the only one I've read by him.
Yeah.
So I kept sneezing, didn't want to show off my stunting notes. Do I make a wish? Yeah, make a wish. Absolutely. Always make a wish. Too many stars on screen. I'm going blind. So that was when Dave went. It was specifically Saltwater that worked in the film. Oh, David Triffids.
That's the one. Yep. That's what it was for Dave Triffids. And I'm pretty sure that's the 1963 film.
They did a recent one, didn't they? Which I kind of liked. With Ed, I know Ed Eddie Izzard in it. I can't remember who else was in it. One of the Natasha Richardson, I think she was in it. It's Life After Life. So wonderful. Kat's here. So that's cool. So Kat's obviously usually commenting like crazy, but it looks like she's been very subdued today. Thank you, Kat. Jenny's it's a twin. Okay, so hold on a minute. There's another one. Before you go, guys, I learned so much. Thank you so much. It's awesome. I'm gonna look at your channel once we're off air. So, in case you guys are interested, and in case anyone is interested when I watch this, I was gonna at some point talk about a really lovely book haul that I got. So the really big thing was that there's a secondhand shop that's reopened down the road, and this secondhand shop, the one thing that I have always liked about it, and I was glad it's reopened, is that they have dirt cheap secondhand books, and they don't increase the price if it's like really rare. They just put them out for like £1, £2. So I bought 9 books, and all 9 books were just a tenner. So it was like fantastic, and included talking about like Garb August is coming. These 5 are 5 Ramsey Campbell paperbacks from hell. So if you try to order these on eBay now, they'll be crazy prices. And the one that I was really excited to find, because I've heard so much about it, is The Doll Who Ate His Mother.
Lovely.
So apparently it's like really gruesome and a bit disturbing. So that's a really cool find. But I was going to talk about this really weird find. So I found this really good condition Sherlock Holmes thing, which is good. But this is weird, right? So this is a New English Library old paperback from the 70s again, and this again 70s. It's by Robert Vaughan, which can't be the actor Robert Vaughan, and this is called Mistress of the Lash, and it looks like they've kind of sexualized some kind of slave owner thing.
Yeah,
this could be like genuinely really offensive. So I'm going to read it, and I'm probably going to be like, "What the hell?" when I'm reading it. Mistress of the Lash. and there's like clearly a slave there. This is like crazy. So yeah, that was a bit of a find.
Yeah, you probably find that crap on Amazon under the erotics section. So
yeah, I suppose
we just keep going with that.
yeah, I was just so shocked to see that and thinking that that's a legitimate release, because I suppose on Amazon, are you thinking like indie stuff and that just gets self-published and?
Yeah, well, also there's erotica publishing houses, yeah. But like, if you're not into erotica, yeah, you're not going to know. As well, you should. Don't. Okay, the dino porn, y'all need to chill. But, okay.
okay, that's cool. So Constance says, "I'll stay with you. I have issues too. You two can start one yourselves." I was being good because I'm listening while putting up groceries and feeding wildlife. These streams are like my self-care therapy. That's cool. I do think they're very lovely things. Lekden's back. I popped off the screen, checking in. Thank you. If you're interested in Daily Triffids and Little Shop of Horrors, check out Myra Grant's newest book, Overgrowth. Okay.
Thanks for the recommendation there.
Yeah, cool. I want to read that.
No, not in erotica. Nothing sacred.
Right,
Unbelievable.
I don't think we can top dino porn, can we? So I guess we should probably leave it there. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, everybody else that's appeared. This has been a really lovely way of marking 5 years. It's been really cool. Like I'm sure you two can relate to. You make these friends, and this, you kind of plan. I don't do that much planning, but you plan and think about and record and edit these videos, hoping that someone would like them, and hopefully your subs go up a little bit, and it's just a lovely thing, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
It's, you know what? To me, it's the community. The more I thought this was going to be like a lonely venture where I just get to chat about books, but all of a sudden I just keep meeting more and more people. And a lot of your viewers here too are new to me. So it's really fun. It's a lot of fun to just connect with people. They're my tribe, and I'm glad to be joining different people here online.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you read any science fiction, then check out Richard's channel, and check out Nicole's channel, because Nicole is really awesome, regardless of whether she reads science fiction or not. Yeah. And thank you so much, everybody. There's a bunch of people saying great chat and stuff, so I'll quickly nip them on there, and then some people saying goodbye. So yeah, I try and respect the people that have commented, and thank you so much.
All right, congratulations.
Here's to another 5 years.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Bye-bye.